Douluo, Wuhan Black Turtle. Anti-armor critical attack at the beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. Yes, everyone reacted and nodded. Quickly go to the division of labor. This time everything went well. Because something unexpected happened along the way. It took longer than expected. When we arrived, it was already evening. The Star Luo Empire Customs stopped the Wuhandian ship. After the boatman gave the customs clearance documents to the other party, he was quickly released. There are also people from Wuhan Palace lurking inside the customs, and their positions are quite large. This also gives Wuhan Palace a lot of convenience. Wuhandian also plan to slowly take advantage of them and secretly trick Chen Xin into replacing these customs with people from Wuhandian. The go same for border crossings. This is just like the person next to Qian Ringsu of the Xiandao royal family. After successfully entering the Xingluo Empire, Huang Wei couldn't wait to get off the ship, find the branch of Wuhan Hall here, and go in to understand the interesting places around it. Seeing the arrival of the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, everyone was respectful, and the person in charge of the branch hall here was even more flattering. I want to use this to improve the relationship between the two of them with the Holy Son. Maybe it plays a big role in your promotion. I walked around Xingluo city at night and finally got down to business. Ask Fengjian sect for some news. The person in charge immediately handed over the Fengjian sect news document they had learned about, and Huang Wei slowly looked at it. Finally decided to go tomorrow. Chapter 125. Windsword sect. Early the next morning. After Huang Wei woke up, he washed up and had breakfast as usual. Huang Wei asked, "Are there any programs in Xingluo city recently?" Tony, the person in charge of the Wuhan Hall, immediately said, "Sir, there will be an auction recently. It will be quite large. I wonder if you are interested in going to see it. We will gather the funds quickly. When the time comes, you will see if there is any auction. If you like it, just take a photo." This question is not a big deal to Huang Wei, and it can be said to be a casual comment. But for Tony, every time Huang Wei opens his mouth, it is an opportunity for him, and he naturally does not want to miss it. Behave well. When will it be held? But Huang Wei was still a little interested in the auction, so he turned around and asked. There was a glint in Tony's eyes, and he knew that Chen Xin was interested. After all, the auction was still very attractive to people of Chen Xin's age. "Tomorrow night," he said. Huang Wei nodded. "Okay, I'll go." Tony said, "I'm going to make arrangements for the Holy Son now." Huang Wei hummed and said, "Arrange a carriage and give it to Ma Xianshan to take me to Fengjian sect later." Tony: "Yes, soon." The carriage was arranged. The three of them got into the carriage, heading directly towards Fengjian sect and Fengjian Valley. There were people coming and going along the way. Among them, there were spies from the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, acting as people to follow them. Want to see what the other party is going to do. After all, the Star Luo Empire is someone else's territory, and there are many spies who act as ordinary people, to collect outsiders and various forces, to give to the royal family. The arrival of the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace is not a trivial matter, so they reported it to the royal family yesterday. The last message I received was not to act rashly to alert the enemy, but to continue to follow and thoroughly investigate the purpose of the other party's arrival. If there is anything wrong, report it immediately. So Huang Wei's carriage has been targeted by this group of people, but Huang Wei and others didn't know anything about it. After all, even if they were really targeted, it would be harmless to them. The mayfly shakes the tree, and it does not overestimate its own capabilities. After an hour, he finally arrived at the Windsword Valley at the speed of a horse chasing the wind. The three of them got off the carriage and looked at the sword peaks in front of them that looked like towering swords. Huang Wei, in particular, sighed in his heart. This is the Fengjian sect, and it does look a bit cool. If it weren't for Chen Xin, they might still be somewhat impressive, but unfortunately Chen Xin has obscured their glory. What's more, the opponent doesn't even have a title. Douluo. From this point, it can be seen that the martial arts of everyone in Fengjian sect is still somewhat insufficient point compared with the 7 killing sword. It pales into insignificance point, but they also have a good status on the side of the Star Luo Empire point. At least now the power of the sect and the Star Luo Empire have not forced them to join point. After all, there are no titled Douluo in the Star Luo Empire. It would be hard for everyone if they really break their skin. Although the Star Luo Empire has an unusually large army, it is not used to fight against its own forces, but is fully prepared to fight against the Xiandao Empire point. Although the Haoshan sect supports the Star Luo Empire, but now that the other party is hiding from the world, it naturally loses this support point. But the Xiandao Empire is different point. There is support from the Kibao Glazed sect, and there is also Douluo who joined not long ago. If we really fight, it's hard to say. So now the relationship between Fengjian sect and Star Luo Empire is that you ignore me and I ignore you. The people from Wuhan Palace went to Fengjian sect. The Fengjian sect belongs to the lower 4 sects. Do they think so? Sorry, this news must be reported to the adults as soon as possible. You continue to stare. I will go back now. Yes. At this moment, the spies had already thought of the result, and one of them hurried back point. At this moment, under the Fengjian mountain range, there is a huge staircase leading upward. The carriage cannot be boarded, so it can only be thrown at the foot of the mountain. Huang Wei looked at Ma Xianshan and said, just wait below, and the 2 of us will go up to meet the leader of the Fengjian sect to see if there is any clue. Ma Xianshan nodded. It's the Holy Sun, and my subordinates are waiting for your return below. Let's go. Malu. Huang Wei looked at the Jade Pomeranian beside him and said, yes. The 2 set off quickly and climbed up the stairs. Huang Wei used teleportation to reach the limit of 1 kilometer with one thought, leaving Jade Pomerlu far behind. Jade Pomerlu did not expect that the Holy Sun would cheat like this. In order not to lose so much, he used his soul power to catch up. At the top of the stairs in the Windsword Valley, there were 2 people watching the scene below. They were wearing light blue clothes, their waists were straight, and they were looking down. One of them said, someone is climbing the Windsword stairs. Who could it be? The other person's voice was low. The auras on both of them are very strong. No matter who it is, you should go back and report to the sect leader first. I will be here on standby. Okay. The man nodded. Because the person with the highest soul power here is the one in front of me. He has the cultivation level of Soul Emperor. The 2 of them were not gatekeepers. They just happened to be out patrolling and planned to go down the mountain to purchase some things. The man who stayed looked down and said, the other party didn't show any hostility, so just treat him with courtesy. So fast teleportation. Wait, that seems to be a bone soul skill. The identity of the visitor is unusual, although the man also has a fiery soul bone. He is not that stupid. Soon, Huang and Wei reach the finish line. What comes into view is a large platform with a winding road ahead, surrounded by various flowers and plants that have been trimmed and placed neatly. The man looked at the 2 of them. The pupils shrank. People from Wuhan Palace, he said. When Wuhan Palace arrived, he seemed to have thought of something. The man immediately stepped forward, raised his hands and asked, why do you come to my Fengjian sect? Huang Wei said, come to buy your Fengjian sect. Acquisition? What is acquisition? The man was stunned when he heard this. The same goes for Jade Pomerlu. From time to time, some strange words would come out of the Holy Sun's mouth. Jade Pomerlu immediately introduced him. This is the Holy Sun of Wuhan Palace. Son. The man gasped. He immediately handed over his hand and said, I have seen the Holy Sun. Huang Wei had a calm look on his face and instantly released the aura of a superior. Okay, take us in. I, the Holy Sun, have come to talk to your sect leader about something. Yes, you too, please come with me. Under the leadership of the man, he walked towards the Fengjian sect. The scenery here is really nice. After entering the door, I heard martial arts practitioners practicing continuously. They come in and are interesting to the rest of the group. Look over. Just at this time, another person in the hall who went back to report came out and met them just like that. How's it going? The man leading Huang and Wei looked over. The man said, Sect Master let them in. Good. Sword energy is everywhere around here. Chapter 102. Soon everyone arrived at the sect leader's hall. At this moment, a long-haired man with a piece of cloth covering his eyes was sitting in the main seat. Looking at the person coming in, he could sense the other person's aura. Contrap. Soul Saint. No, it should be the 6th rank pseudo Soul Saint. As the leader of the sect, he already has the cultivation level of any 89th level contrap, and he is the strongest in the Wind Sword sect. There is something wrong with my eyes and I'm very sensitive to breath. Chapter 126 Feng Shan Wuhan Fengjian sect. In the main hall of the sect leader, 4 people came in at this moment. Sect. Master, the 2 men from Wuhan Palace are here. The middle-aged man who took the lead raised his hands to the person in front of him. Well, you 2 should step back first. The leader of Fengjian sect nodded slightly. It's the sect leader. The 2 men nodded slightly, bowed and then left. The leader of the Wind Sword sect immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force of sword energy closed the door of the entire sect leader's hall. Seeing this, the 2 people who were going out turned their heads, looked at each other, and ignored them. Inside the temple, the door is closed. Huang Wei and Jade Pomilu were a little surprised, but they were not too worried. First, the blind man's sword in front of him could not break through Huang Wei's defense. Secondly, if he dared to attack the 2 of them, he would be destroyed by the Wuhan Palace. The first point is that it is normal for the other party not to know. But if you don't know the second point, then it can be said to be completely impossible. However, Huang Wei still said calmly, "What does Master Feng mean?" The tone is neither salty nor bland. I, Feng Shan Wuhan, have met the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. The leader of the Fengjian sect has been sizing up the young man in front of him. Dressed from head to toe, he looks like a super noble young man. Plus the jade pendant hanging on his waist. Jade pendants are noble, and the jade they are made from is not cheap. Just behind the jade pendant, there was a mark with the word Holy Son, and he just happened to turn it over and saw it. Huang Wei said, and then introduced, "Hello, Master Feng, I'm Huang Wei, the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, and this is my confidant Jade Pomilu." "Hello, Lord Feng." Jade Pomilu nodded. The opponent's cultivation level is higher than his, but if he really wants to fight, he doesn't necessarily lose. "You 2 sit down and chat." Feng Shan Wuhan pointed to the seat not far in front of him, where 2 cups of tea had been filled with some pastries. Huang Wei and Jade Pomilu were a little curious. They just came in and there was nothing. When did it happen? These were small questions, so they were just curious, and didn't ask any more questions. The 2 sat down, and Feng Shan Wuhan also sat in his exclusive seat. Said, "I wonder why you, Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, came to my Fengjian sect?" Huang Wei said, "I won't talk about anything else, I just said it directly." "Okay." Feng Shan Wuhan said. Huang Wei said, "As for the real purpose of our arrival, I don't need to say more. You should have guessed it, Master Feng." Feng Shan Wuhan said with a smile. The Holy Son also said it was a guess, so my guess may not be accurate. Please give me some quotes from the Holy Son. Hearing this, Huang Wei thought to himself, "Old fox, can't you be as docile as the Fire Leopard sect?" Huang Wei said, "I'm here to invite Feng Jian sect and Master Feng sect to join Wuhan Hall on the orders of my teacher, His Majesty the Pope Bibi Dong." The other party had already explained his intention, and Feng Shan Wuhan didn't say anything more. After all, some jokes only need to be made once. If you use it too much, it's not only not funny, it's annoying. Feng Shan Wuhan fell into silence. I secretly thought in my heart that what was supposed to come was coming, and there was no way to escape. Then face it calmly. Feng Shan Wuhan said, "The Holy Son, our sect, has something to ask you." Huang Wei said, "Master Feng, please speak." Feng Shan Wuhan asked, "If Feng Jian sect joins Wuhan Hall, will it be the 3rd or 4th one?" Huang Wei smiled. "The 3rd or the 4th one? Is it really that important to you, sect leader Feng?" Feng Shan Wuhan shook his head. "No, this sect is just curious. After all, the outside world already knows that the Elephant Armor sect and the Holy Dragon sect have joined the Wuhan Palace, and they are both the lower 4 sects, so there is only one Fire Leopard sect left." Huang Wei said, "Your Fengjian sect is the 4th. Before you, this Holy Son had already contacted the Fire Leopard sect." After hearing this, Feng Shan Wuhan didn't reveal much surprise. Feng Shan Wuhan nodded and asked, okay, what benefits can we get from Feng Jian sect joining your spirit hall? Huang Wei smiled. Master Feng is already a level 89 contra, right? In the original work, Feng Shan Wuhan was not taken too seriously. None of them have reached level 90 titled Douluo. It's definitely not because the opponent's talent is not good. It must be because the title Douluo of Wuhan Palace did not die in the original work, and many died in the later stage, which is also the finale. But it's different now. With him here, the other two soul Douluo who don't have titled Douluo will be cultivated and become 90 level titled Douluo. And don't forget, he still has a different dimensional armor spirit space, so time is no longer a problem. And he has plenty of time now. Feng Shan Wuhan was hit the threshold of his heart by Huang Wei. He nodded and said, yes, I'm now an 89th level soul Douluo. But it is a pity that I'm too far away from a titled Douluo. Join the Wuhan Palace. This holy sun can give you a promise. You will definitely break through to level 90 and become a titled Douluo. As for other resources and training of sect personnel, you need to talk to the Pope and my teacher Bibi Dong in person. Let's talk, but you don't need to worry. As long as you are from my Wuhan Palace, these will not be the problem. The most important thing in the Wuhan Palace is resources. Huang Wei was very confident and had the initiative on the entire battlefield completely in his own hands. With ease, he looked like he was convinced of you. After all, not to mention anything else, just the condition of being titled Douluo is already very tempting and irresistible. Feng Shan Wuhan was shocked in his heart. This was indeed his best opportunity to break through the title Douluo. Feng Shan Wuhan pretended to be silent and did not answer in a hurry, otherwise the sect master's demeanor would be gone. The Holy Sun asked me to think about it. Although the demeanor of the sect master is not worth mentioning in front of the title breaking Douluo, you can pretend it if you can. Huang Wei said lightly, if it's inconvenient, we can wait here. There's nothing too urgent about it, because these guys are in the bureau. Easy to handle. Feng Shan Wuhan stood up and said, okay, I'll trouble you two to wait for a moment again. This matter is not a trivial matter after all. I need to discuss it with the other elders. Come back and give the Holy Sun an answer within 15 minutes. Huang Wei nodded, yeah, okay. Feng Shan Wuhan left quickly. The door of the sect master's hall was opened. He ordered people to go and serve Huang Wei without neglect, while he went to find the other four elders. In this way, time passed little by little. Holy Sun, do you think they will agree at this time? Jade Pomelo asked in a low voice. When Huang Wei heard this, the corners of his mouth raised, and he said calmly, yes, otherwise the Fengjian sect will abdicate as the fourth sect. Jade Pomelo instantly understood the meaning of Huang Wei's words and did not continue to ask. After about 10 minutes, Feng Shan Wuhan rushed back from the other side, followed by 4 men at the same time. These 4 people are the 4 elders of Fengjian sect. The Holy Sun has kept you waiting for a long time. Feng Shan Wuhan walked in quickly and said with a smile, hello, Holy Sun. The other 4 elders immediately surrendered their hands when they saw Huang Wei. Chapter 127 De Xian Hu Hao, are you guys discussing? Huang Wei chuckled and asked. Feng Shan Wuhan's attitude was even more cordial than before. After discussion among the 5 of us, we finally agreed to the Holy Sun's decree. We will lead the entire Fengjian sect to join the Spirit Hall. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. That's very good. Then he took out a token from the Soul Guide and handed it to Feng Shan Wuhan, saying, you can just take it and report directly to the Pope's palace in Wuhan City, and they will arrange follow-up matters for you there. It's the Holy Sun. Feng Shan Wuhan nodded and immediately took it with both hands. Feng Shan Wuhan asked in confusion, isn't the Holy Sun going with us? Huang Wei said, the Holy Sun, have other things to do. An elder immediately spoke, in that case, how about the Holy Sun resting in this sect for a while today and setting off again tomorrow? Hearing this, Feng Shan Wuhan smiled with satisfaction. Huang Wei nodded, that's it, I'm sorry. He also wanted to stay here and see the scenery. It was really nice. Everyone was very happy and immediately made arrangements for the afternoon. They took Huang Wei and Jade Pomelu to visit and visited the entire Fengjian sect. The scenery is very beautiful. I'm so happy. It is really beautiful. The sword peaks around here are unparalleled in power, towering into the clouds and majestic. The disciple below is practicing sword dancing with ease. But just when they were all happy. On the side of the Star Luo Empire's royal family, someone is feeling uneasy at the moment. It was none other than the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Xianhu. When Dai Xianhu learned the news from the spies, he frowned and instantly thought of the only possibility. That is why Wuhan Palace wants to win over Fengjian sect. No, the target should be the next 4 sects. Dai Xianhu was uncertain. What exactly does Wuhan Palace want to do? If it weren't for your existence, there would be no Xiandao on the road today, only the Star Luo Empire. One of the heroes said, "Your Majesty, how about we secretly give the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace to?" Chapter 103. Dai Xianhu nodded decisively without any hesitation. Yes, but absolutely nothing can happen within the territory of the Star Luo Empire. Now that the spirit hall is getting stronger and stronger, we must be careful. In the past few days, people have been keeping an eye on the border and customs. As soon as Feng Xianwu and all those 4 elders show up, I will intercept them immediately and let the generals kill them at all costs. At the same time, secretly put 10,000 soldiers on standby to launch your annihilation battle against Fengjian sect at any time. No one from Fengjian sect will be left alive. Secretly sending people to kill the Fengjian sect who left the sect. When the time comes, our White Tiger sect will directly replace the Fengjian sect and become the new lower 4 sects. Dai Xianhu issued orders one after another. Yes, soon, a conspiracy against Huang Wei and Fengjian sect secretly unfolded. Although the Star Luo Empire does not have title Douluo, the number of Soul Douluo is not comparable to that of the Xiandao Empire. There are countless powerful contrasts, and they have prepared their troops in the battlefield for a long time. At the same time, at night, some Fengjian sect disciples who went out to purchase were secretly assassinated, and their bodies were taken away and completely destroyed. The next day, early in the morning. No one found any big problems. The hall leader who was managing the exit list looked at the few people who had not returned and frowned in displeasure. These guys are still so naughty and fun, staying up all night. Brat, don't let me, the hall leader, get scolded. After the hall master finished speaking, he turned around and left. Forget it, never mind. When the blame comes from above, I won't take the blame. Little did he know that all the people he mentioned were dead and now disappeared into the world as corpses. After eating breakfast, Huang Wei and Jade Pomelu left the Fengjian sect and returned to the sect. At this moment, Ma Xianshan was still feeding his horse. Huang Wei came down accompanied by Feng Xianwuhan and others. Feng Xianwuhan said, "Holy Son, walk slowly. After we explain the matter, we will go to Wuhan City to report in person." Good. Huang Wei nodded, and the carriage left quickly. The smile on Feng Xianwuhan's face gradually disappeared, and he said coldly, "Go and clean up those tails at the foot of the mountain, full of murderous intent." As the sect leader, how could he not know that something was wrong with those people? It was just because of the presence of the Holy Sun that he didn't want them to see blood, so he executed it today. Yes, under their actions, these people were very fast and wiped out all the spies at the foot of the mountain. Feng Xianwuhan suddenly thought of something bad, so he said to one of the elders, "Let someone go and see who from Fengjian sect has not returned." Yes, the man left quickly. Go directly to find the hall master responsible for managing personnel in the sect. It was the same person who didn't want to take the blame. He was found quickly, and the list was given to the sect leader. The sect leader took a look. 6 people in total. 2 soul emperors and 4 soul kings. The next second, my heart felt extremely painful. Because he understood that these 6 disciples must have been killed. Sect Master, could it be that the royal family of the Star Luo Empire is secretly attacking us? Is this a warning to us? The four elders' faces were as hen and extremely angry. But unfortunately, the sect is still not enough in front of the empire. Their Fengjian sect only has 5 soul Douluo, but the Star Luo Empire has far more than this number, and there are hundreds of thousands of troops behind them. If they really want to fight, their Fengjian sect will definitely lose. The reason why they had not taken action against them before was because they had not joined the Spirit Hall. Now that they were so closely associated with the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, in the eyes of the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, they had joined the Spirit Hall, so they could not become members of the Spirit Hall. Companion. Rather than having an extra Ryliner, it's better to secretly kill it now. Or completely let the Star Luo Empire take control. In this case, we can only push an obedient puppet to take over. Strike first, support later. Feng Shan Wuhan nodded. The meaning is already obvious. The four elders asked, Sect Master, what should we do? Feng Shan Wuhan said, the soldiers will come and cover up the water and earth. Before we have made contact with Pope Bibi Dong, Fengjian sect has closed its door tightly and is waiting for our return. During this period, according to the virtues of the Star Luo Empire, they will definitely send people to intercept us, so we need to get in touch with the most advanced Wuhanzi palace here first. Feng Shan Wuhan's mind was relatively clear, and he quickly sorted out his thoughts. Now that we have agreed to join Wuhan Hall, we need to share some of the troubles here with Wuhan Hall to enjoy together. That's fine. When the time comes, the Star Luo Empire will definitely be wary of the power of the Spirit Hall, and won't dare to really show off. But what should we do with these 6 dead disciples? What should I do? Of course I want to see the person alive, and I want to see the corpse if I die. We want 6 royal disciples from the Star Luo Empire to die, and their cultivation level is even higher than the 6 of us who died. Also let them try what it feels like to lose the baby they have cultivated for a long time. After hearing the words of the 4 elders, Feng Shan Wuhan's face was cold and solemn. At the same time, they also moved quickly. First contact the Wuhan palace here. We must launch revenge against the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 128. Hello Fertilizer. Ma Xianshan asked, Holy Son, where are we going now? Huang Wei said, go to the far north. What? The far north? The Holy Son cannot go to that place. There is no human life in that place in the ice and snow, and we can't go there in terms of materials. Ma Xianshan's smile instantly faded, and he warned. He naturally understood how dangerous that place was, and it was no joke. At this time, facing the safety of the Holy Son, Jade Pumalu still chose to stand on the side of Ma Xianshan and admonished to Huang Wei, Holy Son, that place is very dangerous. If we get there with our current preparations, it will be a big problem. It would be best to have a nice martial spirit title Douluo or a soul Douluo go with you. Of course, if he really can't be persuaded, he will go along with him. Of course, if he really can't be persuaded, he will go along with him. Of course, if he really can't be persuaded, he will go along with him. I know the seriousness of this matter, so let's go back to Wuhan Palace first, and continue taking the sea route. Hearing this, Huang Wei nodded. He didn't have to be afraid, but the 2 of them couldn't do it. He had to think about it in the long term. After all, going to the far north was not an easy matter. Good. Seeing this, Ma Xianshan and Jade Pumalu breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone got on the boat and continued to set off. At this time, the Star Luo Empire spies immediately passed this information back. In the palace of the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Xianwu learned the news about this big fish through a quick report from the spies, and he suddenly showed a successful smile. Dai Xianwu said, that's great, it really takes no effort at all. Then he looked at a person below and issued an order. Going out to sea is really a good place to kill people. Immediately ask Contra to erase the logo of our Star Luo Empire and get out of the ship. Have people intercept them and put them on the ship by any means necessary. Kill everyone. No one can be left alive. Yes. With this sound, a huge conspiracy was quickly executed. What's going on with the Fengjian sect? Dai Xianwu looked at the other person and asked in a deep voice. The man immediately raised his hand and replied, reporting to your majesty, all the spies sent over have disappeared inexplicably. According to our experience, they may have been secretly eliminated by the people of Fengjian sect. When Dai Xian, who heard this, he exploded instantly and was extremely angry. Humph, what a Fengjian sect. People who dare to kill our Xingluo royal family. They are seeking death. Whether it's them or not, they must have done it. But, courtesy reciprocates. It's normal for me to kill his people and him to kill my people. Continue. To send more manpower to the customs and border areas, to pay attention to the sect leader of Fengjian sect. Once he is found to have left the sect, immediately arrange for an army of 10,000 to rush into Fengjian sect and detain all those people first. As for those 5 contrasts, arrange for those generals to deal with them. The process is not important. What I want is the result. My dear, do you understand? Dai Xian, who said coldly, I understand, I will do it now. The man immediately handed over his hand. Dai Xian, who added, by the way, if Fengjian sect really takes refuge in Wuhan Palace, it will definitely go to Wuhan Palace here, and all the spirit palaces will also send people to keep an eye on it. The man immediately said, Your Majesty, don't worry. I have arranged for people to keep an eye on all the Wuhanzi palaces in the Star Luo Empire, and I did not see Fengjian sect and others going there. When Dai Xian, who heard this, he immediately nodded with satisfaction. That's very good. Just keep staring. There is a bright moon on the sea, and Huang Wei is still worried about the 7th soul ring point on the sea. The Wuhandian ships floated leisurely. Huang Wei asked, System, where is the Xianmeng ice silkworm now? Is it being sucked by Dai Xian's group of guys? This Xianmeng ice silkworm is the most rubbish million-year-old soul beast he has ever seen. It is completely the modern version of catalytic fattening. The system voice sounded. Today's Xianmeng ice silkworm is already a million-year-old soul beast, but it has been captured and sucked by Dishan and other soul beasts. If the host is not afraid of death, he can take people to the Stardao forest to get the soul beast. Has it been absorbed? That's really a pity. Fortunately, I didn't go, otherwise it would be in vain. As for the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, it's hard to say. Huang Wei sighed secretly in his heart, extremely troubled and didn't know what to do. It is also a kind of trouble to absorb a soul ring that is too old too early. If it doesn't work, just continue to cultivate the second 100,000-year-old soul ring of immortal grass. As for fertilizer, people from the 4 major single attribute sects are good. Anyway, they all hate the people of Wuhan Palace so much and are our enemies, so just let them disappear from this world. The Soul Douluo of Xiandao Empire and the Soul Douluo of Star Luo Empire are also good targets. Huang Wei felt extremely happy when he thought of this. Boom. However, at this moment, there was a huge sound outside the ship. No way, there are pirates again. Huang Wei came to his senses instantly and came out of the room immediately. Good luck to the pirates. The nutrients are here, and with the use of Kang Kang Mi, he just needs to leave here for 1 kilometer. He rushed out and happened to meet Yuzhi Pomelo and others. Son. They're pirates again? Huang Wei asked first. Yes, but this time there are 3 pirate ships in total, and they are more powerful than the previous ones. There are probably contrasts on them. There are more than 1. Jade Pomelu said. So good. Hearing this, Huang Wei was even more delighted and rushed directly to the deck. Looking at the 3 nameless pirate ships rushing towards this side, there are not even any signs. Chapter 104. Don't move here. I, the Holy Sun, will go back as soon as possible. Melu tells them, and the boat to stay 1 kilometer away from there. With that said, Huang Wei didn't wait for their response and directly used the soul bone skill, and a terrifying dragon's breath came out. On his left arm, the flames of ice and fire burned. 2 huge dragons marked the sky. What kind of power is this? Both sides were shocked. At this moment, they were in the center of the sea, nowhere to be seen from the dock. What happened would never be discovered. Therefore, it is also a good place to rob, kill people and destroy corpses to eliminate traces. Absolute zero. Huang Wei ignored the expressions of these people and jumped directly from his ship. A huge black turtle rose from the ground. The terrifying power of ice spread and quickly froze the sea area in this area. Extend and spread. The power of water control was revealed, and the part of the seawater that had not been frozen formed a huge wave and pushed the Wuhandian ship 1 kilometer away. Leaving the frozen area. The 3 pirate ships were unable to move. Frozen. The same goes for seawater. They all felt cold all over. Immediately summoned martial spirits to resist. Damn, I didn't expect this holy sun to have such a terrifying soulbone skill. Haha, but freezing the sea is also beneficial to us. This soulbone is destined to belong to our Star Luo Empire, the captains of the 3 pirate ships, who were also 388th level contrasts from the Star Luo Empire, were first surprised and then laughed. However, what was different at this moment was that the next moment, a figure was seen teleporting on the ice cover, and soon it came to their ship. Hello, fertilizer, a concerned voice sounded. Chapter 129 My terribleness. Huang Wei said, hello, fertilizer, damn, you bastard, today is the day you die. The 3 contrasts on the boat came down coldly, their souls resisting the severe cold, while staring down. The next moment, he jumped directly, and the people on the boat quickly followed. But after landing, the cold instantly woke them up. It was so cold that they were trembling all over. They could only use their soul power to keep out the cold, and were unable to participate in the battle. Those with low cultivation levels directly turned into ice sculptures, which was very domineering and cruel. Seeing the changes under their hands, the expressions of the 3 contrasts also changed. We can't delay it any longer. This kid is too evil. Kill him immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, the 3 of them rushed forward instantly. Huang Wei unfolded 6 soul rings, and 6 heaven-defying soul rings of purple, red, and red appeared. Suppression. Huang Wei's 6th soul ring lit up. The terrifying deterrent instantly spread in all directions. Everyone felt like they were being pressed by tens of millions of forces, and fell directly to the ground. Huang Wei deliberately controlled the output intensity, and did not say that they were crushed to death, but the ice surface continued to break and sink, and even the surrounding sea area became frozen in ice. Bang. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. What kind of power is this? Why is even my contra affected? How can one person bear 100,000-year soul ring, and there are 3 of them? It's just the Soul Emperor. Break it for me. The 3 of them struggled, but unfortunately it was of no use. It can only shoot 3 attacks forward, which is already the limit. The 4th soul skill, Turtle Kong Destruction. Huang Wei spread his hands and enjoyed this moment. The body enters a state of virtualization. 3 attacks passed through without any damage. What? The 3 of them were shocked. The next second, I felt that the surrounding space was drastically sounded. A low turtle roar sounded. A turquoise light spread completely distort, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. All soul masters who are under the maximum limit of Huang Wei's defense will be unable to avoid it. In other words, only titled Douluo of level 96 or above can resist this move. Level 96 is a bit reluctant, so you have to use all your strength. As long as Huang Wei absorbs the 7th soul ring, then he may only be able to match level 99. All people shrouded in green light were caught in the waves of distorted space and instantly lost consciousness. This is forever. After the light disappeared, a large frozen sea area within 1 kilometer around Huang Wei also disappeared, and the sea soul beasts below were also involved in the rune space, and were shackles sealed. There is simply no way to extricate yourself, no way to escape. The boat was also missing. However, the next moment, the freezing power quickly faded. The missing seawater is filled back in. Huang Wei didn't stay long, turned around and teleported towards his ship. Because he knew that, after using Turtle Sky Destruction, his soul power and physical strength would drain away quickly. He still had the strength now, so he rushed over. But just before reaching the ship, he was shocked, and fell into the sea. Thump. The splashing water is unparalleled. Son. Suddenly he disappeared, startling everyone. Jade Pomelu shouted, if you don't go down and save people quickly, the Holy Sun's attack just now may have exhausted your soul power and physical strength. Before he finished speaking, he jumped directly. Quickly, don't be stunned, get out the life buoy and life raft, and save the Holy Sun. At this time, the others also woke up from the shocking scene just now, and started to act hurriedly. At this moment under the sea, Huang Wei was weak and his eyes were closed. After slowly opening it, he saw a figure coming towards him quickly. It's Jade Pomelu, but the situation is not good. This guy's a land soul master. Now that he has entered the sea, he has become a landlubber. Jade Pomelo used his soul skill, and the black ball of his mind became very long, like a wishful golden cudgel, extending infinitely. Finally, he wrapped around Huang Wei's waist, pulled him over, and threw him directly out of the water. People who were already sitting on life rafts on the water to rescue people, and people who jumped into the water, also saw the scene of flying out. "Get someone quickly," the captain shouted, pointing at the thrown figure in the sky. Everyone acted, and quickly picked up the holy sun. Immediately afterwards, Jade Pomelo also jumped out, and landed on the ship. This matter has come to an end. The Spirit Hall ships quickly returned towards the Xiandao Empire. The Xingluo royal family and Daishian, who are already thinking about the news that came back after killing the holy son of Wuhan Palace. Daishian, who was walking in the yard with a glass of red wine, drinking. "This news has been a while. It seems that they are very vigilant. Not bad." Then he asked, "By the way, Daimyo Bei hasn't sent any news back yet?" A hero following behind him lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, there is news from the Third Highness that he is practicing in an academy called Shrek in the Kingdom of Barak. The academy is very shabby and barren, but we only recruit monsters, and not normal people. Should we let someone sneak into Xiandao to bring His Highness back?" Daishian, who said indifferently, "No need, the battle for the Xingluo royal family is fierce. Let him train outside. He has a fateful battle with Davis, and there is no way to escape. There will naturally be a way to get him back when the time comes. Of course, if it would be great if the two sides have the opportunity to meet in the next continent-wide Senior Soul Master Elite competition, so that not only can the winner be decided, but the next emperor can be completely decided." The hero lowered his voice and showed a tactful expression, somewhat deliberately but not deliberately. "Your Majesty, there are many people supporting His Highness now, and they have already reached the soul level. Your Third Highness is in a precarious situation. Even if you can catch up, there is still a big chance." Pressure, Day. Cheyenne, who said calmly, "I naturally know that these are not things you should worry about. I have arranged everything, so just follow my wishes." At this moment, a secret guard appeared in front of the two of them from nowhere, and respectfully reported to Daishian, who, "Your Majesty, there is news that two people wearing black robes were found in the Wuhanzi Hall of Xingluo City. A suspicious figure entered it, and judging from its size, it is probably Feng Xian Wuhan of the Fengjian sect. Whether it is or not, the general who is on standby immediately will stop the two people who come out. Call the secret guards to be on standby at any time. Once it is confirmed that those two people are the masters of Fengjian sect, immediately have the 10,000 soldiers on standby rush into Fengjian sect and seize them." Daishian, who smiled brightly, "It's Your Majesty." The secret guard immediately agreed and disappeared. This person is another Contra. Xingluo City, Wuhanzi Palace. At this moment, not far outside, there are always some dealers, grooms, and even beggars in the remote corners of every building. All of these people are spies. There are also the soldiers on standby here, most of whom are disguised as civilians, rich people, and traders, milling around. Some lurk in the mountains. Everyone was observing Wuhan City, and in front of them, within a few kilometers, almost everyone was secretly replaced. Once those two got in, it was pretty fast. Unconsciously. At this moment, in Wuhanzi Palace. The person in charge here has already met the person in front of him. The visitors were none other than Feng Xian Wuhan, the leader of Fengjian sect, and the Great Elder. Chapter 130 Turtle Grass. After entering, the person in charge of Wuhan Palace received the two people. After introductions, both parties learned each other's names and positions. The person in charge was naturally happy about the addition of Fengjian sect. After all, the Holy Sun specifically told him, before he left, that they would come to find him. He is already here waiting. Chapter 105. And people were alerted outside the palace to beware of spies from the Star Luo Empire. In fact, in the past few periods of time, they had also secretly killed some spies around them. But the spies could not kill them all, and they did not use absolute ruthlessness. It is enough to give the Star Luo Empire a prestige. After all, Wuhan Palace has not completely broken up with the Star Luo Empire yet. The person in charge said, "As for the Star Luo Empire, you don't need to worry. If they dare to send out personnel to stop you, our Spirit Hall will not be a vegetarian." Expressing the status of Wuhan Palace, This is actually what the Holy Sun meant. If the Holy Sun had not spoken, he would not have dared to speak so wildly. We have connected. Next, I will arrange for you to go to Wuhan City to meet His Majesty the Pope. As for Fengjian sect, our spirit hall will be watching. The person in charge continued to speak. If this is the case, then we can rest assured. Feng Xian Wuhan and the Great Elder nodded with satisfaction, feeling relieved in their hearts. So the plan began. They did not leave Wuhan's palace, but followed the person in charge directly through the underground passage. So the spies waiting outside could only continue to wait, without any results or clues. As for the soldiers on standby in the mountainous areas outside Fengjian sect, they continued to wait without any movement. Time flies, and it's night. Huang Wei had returned to the Wuhan palace, and came to the Pope's palace to tell Bibi Dong the progress of completing the task. Bibi Dong had already met the leader of the Fire Leopard sect, who came to report. As for the Wind Sword sect, it was a long way away, so it was not that fast, which was natural, and Salus, who was following behind, also saw the whole process in his eyes. Come back and report. Bibi Dong was very surprised that Huang Wei had a second soul bone. This guy didn't tell her? Could there be something else being hidden from her? But she didn't ask. Also told Ceres to keep his mouth shut. Salus naturally understands propriety. Teacher, when will this disciple obtain the 7th soul ring? At this time, Huang Wei entered the topic. He was eager to improve his cultivation. The Great Enshriner said that your cultivation level has improved too quickly. You need to stabilize it for some time. Bibi Dong said. The real situation is that a 100,000-year-old soul beast that can be actively sacrificed has not yet been found. If they kill and absorb, then there are likely to be some uncontrollable factors. Huang Wei is too unfavorable, and they dare not bet. If they lose the bet, it will be over. Teacher, I understand. Huang Wei thought for a while, but still didn't say what was in his heart. After handing over, he resigned. First, return to your villa and continue practicing. He had just obtained a new batch of fertilizer, and now he wanted to concentrate on squeezing all the energy out of it to cultivate the second 100,000-year-old fairy grass. But he was thinking, which one should be cultivated for the second one? So his spiritual thoughts quickly penetrated into the Jialing space and quickly swept through the many immortal grasses. Let's see which one is more pleasing to the eye. Finally I saw one that was more pleasing to the eye. This fairy grass looked somewhat similar to a turtle, and he remembered that its name was turtle grass. Turtle grass was not mentioned in the original work. But when Huang Wei picked it up, a series of information and names about this grass appeared in his mind. Turtle grass is a very high quality warm grass. It has great functions such as prolonging life, stimulating cells, consolidating the body, and sublimating one's body in qualifications. What a good thing. Although I'm not short of longevity now, I don't know about others, but naturally I will not dislike myself for living a long time. Huang Wei always felt that this turtle grass would bring him different effects. So it was decided that it would be the cultivation target for the second 100,000-year-old jelly grass. Let's first look at the current age of turtle grass. It has reached 2,500 years old, which is similar to the neglected grass jelly around it. So Huang Wei began to move it to a key cultivation area. Quickly squeezing out all the energy in the rune space. At this moment, he did not regard those people as human beings at all, and those sea soul beasts, in Huang Wei's eyes, they are now supporting the growth of turtle grass. Just fertilizer. The power is gradually injected into turtle grass, and the cultivation cannot be forgotten. It needs to be slowly absorbed by the other party. During this period, it cannot be rushed. The turquoise energy exudes turtle breath, completely covering turtle grass, nourishing it, and nurturing it. Surrounding the energy, there is a mysterious rune hanging in the air. In this way, a bridge of support was quickly formed. Okay, now that the bridge has been built, and the time of this space is 6 years old, your age will be improved soon, but this may not be enough for you to break through 100,000 years. It seems that I'm going to go to the Balik Kingdom again and absorb the few remaining Contrassan Peak Soul Saints they have. When Huang Wei thought of this, he immediately showed an impatient expression. It seems evil, but everything is for yourself. There is no right or wrong point. This world is written by the final winner. What's more, if you want to unify Douluo continent in the future, these methods are unavoidable, especially the dead people, stained with blood. But there is no rush. Huang Wei continues to comprehend some of the runes. As he continues to comprehend, he now feels that he has some clues. The more he feels that this rune can bring him the unblocking of the turtle void method. Do your research. At night, some places are not peaceful. In the Xingluo Empire, Xingluo City, Xingluo royal family, and Daishianhu's palace, he was holding the Book of Sages in his hands, but he felt restless in his heart. Because it has been so long. The 3 generals who went out to ambush the holy son of Wuhan Palace at sea have not returned yet. The most important thing is that it's just a holy son with 3 Contrasan people on the ship, and they're still operating in secret. It's not like they can't deal with the holy son, right? Can a guy as young as the holy son have the cultivation of Contra? Don't be kidding. I won't believe it. Even if I beat him to death, could he be the one secretly protecting the holy son? The status of the holy son is extraordinary in Wuhan Palace, since he can go out and come to the Star Luo Empire, which crosses the sea. There must be a title Douluo secretly him. Too bad. I was a little confused at that time, and I actually took this thing. I forgot about it. Thump. Thinking of this, Daishianhu instantly felt that he was a little derelict, and protecting the confused sage book in his hand suddenly lost its fragrance and fell to the ground. I hope I'm wrong. It's better not to be. Daishianhu could only comfort himself in this way. At that time, he wanted to kill the holy son of Wuhan Palace secretly and accidentally, but he neglected many loopholes. After all, he had a lot of worries these days, which made him very troubled, so he just went along with the flow. Chapter 131. Finally becoming a soul saint. As if sensing something, just when Daishianhu was feeling uneasy, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor quickly approaching the palace. After a while, he arrived at the door of Daishianhu's bedroom. Your Majesty, I have something urgent to report. The person who came was a white-haired old man. This man looked extraordinary, but he was definitely not a eunuch. AI. King, come in. When Daishianhu heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt bad instantly. As the emperor of an empire, naturally he could not reveal it easily. All these negative emotions needed to be hidden in his heart. This is also the distress and pain of the person sitting in this position. Sat, I can only bear silently whatever happens. Hey. With a calm face and no loss of propriety, he looked at the old man coming in front of him and asked, I asked taking to investigate the matter of the 3 generals. Is there any result now? The old man's body trembled, and he lowered his eyebrows and said, I came here this time, just for what your majesty said. Upon hearing this, Daishianhu immediately said, speak. The old man said, after receiving the order, the old minister immediately set out to search for the 3 generals at sea, but he could not find the 3 generals' ships at all, and there was silence, as if nothing had happened. I continue to fly towards the Xiandao Empire to search, but there are no clues at all. The sea area is very large. Maybe I have missed it in other places and haven't found it yet. The old man fell silent when he reached this point. He did not continue speaking, but looked at Daishianhu's face, thinking about something in his mind. The martial spirit of the guy in front of me is a flying beast martial spirit that is very aggressive. With the addition of contra level soul power, it is very easy to search for it by flying in the sea. Daishianhu said, although I don't want it, I still have to prepare for the worst and send the 10,000 soldiers on standby to the sea area to try to search. Your Majesty, where is the Fengjian sect? The old man asked. Let's put it aside first. This has probably attracted the attention of Wuhan Palace. Anyway, Fengjian sect's position cannot be escaped over there, so there is no rush. After careful consideration, Daishianhu decided to focus on the overall situation. Yes, Your Highness. The old man nodded and immediately went down to handle it. At night, those who were at the feet of Fengjian sect in Xingluo City quickly disappeared and left the place. Just like it was agreed upon, it just disappeared. The tense atmosphere here disappeared in an instant. As for the spies near Wuhanzi Palace, They continue to monitor what makes them all depressed, is why people don't come out. Could it be that he was killed by the people from Wuhan's palace? The situation is not right. Please report what happened here quickly. At this time, a spy spoke. He was the captain of the surveillance team. As soon as the order was given, someone immediately followed it and quickly reported back the strange situation here. De Cheyenne, who was already troubled, received this news again after more than 10 minutes. It was not a smooth news, nor was it the news he wanted, and he suddenly became even more troubled. It's so annoying. Forget it. I don't care. De Cheyenne rubbed his brows and said, I am giving you the order to continue staring, and let Marshal Yu keep an eye on him. From now on, all the affairs of Fengjian sect will be left to him. I'm tired. You have to go to bed. If there are no other important matters after that, they will be handled by Marshal Yu, so don't bother me. Yes. The servant was frightened and immediately nodded and left the place. In Yu Mansion, after receiving the order, Yu Yuan first frowned, then sighed and went to arrange for people to execute it. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, another 6 months had passed. Combined with the previous 6 months, a full year has now passed. At the same time, Huang Wei also reached 8 years old. At the age of 8, he was already a 7-ring soul saint. In the next 6 months, he continued to study the runes, and finally understood the method of unsealing the designated objects in the runes. At the same time, his armor spirit space became larger. The energy provided by those who were sealed was, as expected, unable to bring turtle grass to the 100,000 year level, but only to the 90,000 year level. So he took the time to leave Wuhan City, and ran directly towards the Balak Kingdom, letting the people from Wuhan Palace lead the way. At night, he found the troops there, and gave the remaining peak soul saints and soul Douluo to the seal, was absorbed into the rune space. So, now that the great strength of the Balak Kingdom has disappeared and become fragile, King Kundera can only ask Emperor Zuai to investigate the matter thoroughly. As an outsider, Emperor Zuai had no idea what was going on. He also had a headache after hearing about this incident. Ning Fengxi and Chen Xin were arranged to go there before but found nothing, and now they disappeared inexplicably, so this matter became even more concerning. Chapter 106. Immediately send more manpower to station in the Balak Kingdom. After all, that place is the gate of the country, and one of its facades. There must be no mistakes in a large military base, and this news must not be spread, otherwise the Star Luo Empire will take advantage of it. Attacking at this time is not what the Xiandao Empire wants to see. The overall military strength of the Xiandao Empire is still inferior to that of the Star Luo Empire, and now that something like this has happened, it is even more troublesome. The Wuhan Palace was used to balance the scales between the two empires, so Huang Wei also took the time to visit the Star Luo Empire. Also in the Dark Night, I found a time period and sealed several soul Douluo from the Star Luo Empire. Finally, all their energy was drained and input into turtle grass and cultivated with the help of runes and space flow speed. 10 days ago, it successfully reached the 100,000 year level, and it still surpassed that point. Huang Wei negotiated with him again. The spirit of turtle grass was more discerning than the spirit of strange velvet Babel chrysanthemum, so it was sacrificed to Huang Wei. Neatly pointed became his 7th soul ring. The addition of the 100,000 year level soul ring once again broke the shackles of level for Huang Wei. After holding it in for more than half a year, he finally made a breakthrough. At the moment of the breakthrough, Huang Wei couldn't help but sigh. Damn, the soul ring is useless. It would be nice if there was no need to absorb the breakthrough. The 100,000 year old turtle grass also did not give Huang Wei a 100,000 year old soul bone. This must have a lot to do with catalysis. This conclusion cannot be escaped. But these are minor issues still the same as before. Huang Wei's cultivation directly broke through to the 10th level after absorbing a 100,000 year level soul ring. After all, don't underestimate the energy provided by a 100,000 year soul ring. This is equivalent to a titled Douluo. For soul saint, the power of titled Douluo is still extremely huge. Even if the soul bone is not absorbed, it can still directly break through 10 levels. Look back. Your own information. Host, Huang Wei martial spirit, black turtle talent, turtle longevity lifespan. 40,000 identity, holy son of Wuhan Palace soul power, with built-in strengthening effect. 80, 7 ring quasi-contra. Soul skills. Defense, with level 1 anti-damage critical hit. Level 3 turtle shell enhancement. Turtle shell savings. Armor spirit space. Turtle annihilation. Infinite black turtle cannon. Black turtle gravity field. Black turtle true body. Standing upright. Mighty and unyielding. I won't fall until heaven and earth fall, and I won't necessarily fall when heaven and earth come. Soul bones. 1. The right arm bone of the 100,000 year soft bone rabbit. Turtle version. Can grow. Skills. Teleportation. Invincible golden body. 2. Ice and Fire Dragon King Divine Bone. Turtle version. Ice and Fire Dragon King attack. Absolute 0. Absolutely annihilated. Magical power. Golden Turtle Mask equipment. Thorn armor. Defensive version of static electric blade. Armor veil point abilities. Aura of a superior person. Immune to the might of a titled Douluo. Immune to water and fire. Immune to all poisons. Super water control point. The following is the effect after the martial arts. Soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate. 100% critical hit rate. 50% cultivation speed. 10%. Chapter 130 to shock. Damn, unknowingly, 8 years have passed since I traveled through time. I'm also 8 years old. This journey has not been easy. Huang Wei sighed and clenched his fist. At the age of 8, he was already a 7-ring contrap. If the 8th or 9th soul ring absorbed such a 100,000 year soul ring, it should not be able to directly increase to level 10. Each subsequent level requires more energy. For 100,000 years of catalysis, the energy that can be provided to each subsequent level is no longer enough. So, if you want to continue to increase by 10 levels in the future, and absorb the 8th soul ring to reach level 90, then you need the catalysis of the fairy grass, to reach a higher year, such as 150,000 or 200,000 years anyway. The higher the catalysis, the greater the improvement point, but this will require more fertilizer. 200,000 per year is equivalent to directly training to titled Douluo point. So Huang Wei estimated that the 8th soul ring only requires more than 150,000 to break through the 10th level. Huang Wei muttered, "Don't worry, there are still 2 years left before I turn 10. The previously set goal is to reach the title of Douluo within 10 years old. It shouldn't be a big problem. Warm up and feel very comfortable. But the fertilizer for cultivation is also a problem. I can't take action against my own people." Wait a minute. Isn't there a titled Douluo Gilin being imprisoned in the heavenly prison of Wuhan Palace? In the original work, he is used to restrain Dugubo's poison, but as long as I find time to seal Dugubo, then everything will no longer be a problem, and Chai and Dao's Linup will also be reduced by one powerful soul master. This is a person who is said to be the weakest titled Douluo, but can make the entire world only a titled Douluo exist. His poison cannot be underestimated. But Huang Wei was not afraid. This guy also has a grudge against Wuhan Palace. In the original work, the members of Wuhan Palace who participated in the battle in Jialing Pass almost suffered numerous casualties. This is a very sinful guy. Now half a year has passed. Huang Wei is heading directly towards the Pope's palace, intending to get some things to do. He was growing before, but now he is fully developed and can work. Now, his defense limit is level 98 Super Douluo. As long as he gets the 8th soul ring, he will really be invincible to the demigod point. When he obtains the 9th soul ring and reaches the title of Douluo, he will be invincible among the gods. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I walked quickly towards the Pope's palace, and I haven't been out for half a year. I feel that the popularity here is still the same, and there haven't been any big changes. Everything was as usual. Huang Wei was thinking how to explain the 7th soul ring. Tell the truth, he's not that stupid. Being organized is more troublesome. Or just hide the aura directly. If it really doesn't work, just tell the truth. Walking towards the inside, he found that there were not only those 4 people inside, but also 3 familiar people. The appearance of these 3 people almost made Huang Wei unrecognizable. After not seeing each other for such a long time, Huang Wei had forgotten what they looked like. The changes were indeed quite big now. These 3 people are Hulina, Xiaoyu and Yan. They spent such a long time in the Death Valley. After experiencing the marrow cleansing of the fairy grass, the talents of the 3 people have been greatly improved. Plus such rigorous training point, the cultivation level of the 3 people has reached the Soul King level ahead of schedule, and they are now 59th level Soul King, almost reaching the 60 level point. It's a pity that level 60 is more difficult for them point, but it's fast point however. He was called back by Pope Bibi Dong point. He said he had something important to tell them point. This matter is related to the progress of their cultivation in the future point. Originally, Huang Wei told the other 3 people about this matter when he told her about the dimensional space, but he was not in a hurry point. Moreover, the training project that the 3 people were in was very critical and could not be interrupted, so it was postponed point anyway. There are still 5 or 6 years until the next continent-wide senior elite soul master competition, so there is no rush point at this time. Yan laughed loudly. This time our cultivation level is so high. I haven't seen that boy for a long time. I don't know where his cultivation level is. I really look forward to meeting him later and then mocking him mercilessly. Haha, these days, he has been thinking about mocking that boy Huang Wei, and now he can finally do it, and he is very happy. His words rang out in the papal chamber. Hulina's talent has become the highest. Now she is a 59th level peak Soul King. She is really close to level 60. With her talent as a 10-tailed Fox King, if she hadn't been called back by Bibi Dong, she would have really broke through. She was also curious as to what was going on that required them to come back. Yan's words were listened to by Yu Guan, Gui Mei and Salus, as well as Bibi Dong above. The 4 people were not too surprised by this, but when they heard his words, they smiled with unnoticeable meaning. Point level 50 Soul King? Sorry, 3 little guys, that monster Saint Son is now a 6-ring quasi soul saint. It's just that he didn't say it out loud. After all, the other party is so happy now. If he says it out, it will definitely make people's mentality explode, and it may also affect the instability of their cultivation heart. Yan, it's better for you to be humble. As happy as you are now, I'm afraid you will be devastated later. At this time, Bibi Dong slowly spoke, which was also a small reminder. Hearing this, the 3 people in Yuguan nodded. Point Ulina was the most astute and instantly noticed something was wrong. Point she was observing these people just now. Now that the teacher spoke, her guess might be correct. His Majesty the Pope, what level is he at? Yan's smile froze, and Ziyu stepped forward to ask. Here they come. Bibi Dong looked towards the door at this moment. A set of footsteps stepped into it. Point the person coming was none other than Huang Wei. Point Huang Wei blinked at the scene in front of him, smiled, and said hello, Sister Nana. Hello, are you back from training? The 3 of them looked at Huang Wei. Point now they can't see each other through at all. Point the only explanation is that the other party's level has surpassed them. Point reached the Soul Emperor level. How cruel this fact is. You are the Soul Emperor. Yan, Ziyu and Hulina spoke one after another. Huang Wei showed a mysterious smile and did not answer directly. Holy Son. The 3 people from Yuguan called Huang Wei. Point Huang Wei nodded. Hello, 3 elders. Chapter 107. Teacher, my disciple wants to go out and take down the 4 major clans with single attributes, so as to speed up the progress of my spirit hall to unify the continent. Looking at Bibi Dong, he directly stated his purpose. Point. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was shocked. Zio Wei, what level are you? After reacting, Bibi Dong stared at Huang Wei, narrowed her eyes, and looked at him seriously. The next second his expression was extremely shocking. Point the other 3 elders also reacted and watched to feel the fluctuations in Huang Wei's soul power. The next moment, he was also shocked. What? The soul power is level 80. Chapter 133. Attitude and standpoint. Level 80 soul power. Contra. In the field, the 4 people were all shocked. The eyes staring at Huang Wei were even more incredible. Reporting to the teacher, this disciple is currently an 80 level 7-ring soul saint. Huang Wei cupped his hand slightly and said softly. Point an 80-year-old 7-ring quasi contra. This is nothing to be proud of. At least Huang Wei didn't have this idea because he was already numb. Now he only thinks about how to get the 8th or 9th soul ring. Everyone was numb when they heard the admission. 7-ring quasi contra. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. How is this possible? Hulina, Ziyu, and Yan all took a breath of cold air, and their voices were horrified. Zhao Wei, have you obtained the 7th soul ring? Bibi Dong's eyelids twitched. Huang Wei's 4th soul ring is 100,000 years old, and now his 7th soul ring is definitely 100,000 years old, so it is absolutely impossible for the opponent to absorb one that is under 100,000 years old. But where did the 100,000-year-old soul beast come from to sacrifice to him? In the past 6 months, Huang Wei has never left his villa, let alone the martial soul hall. How come the 700,000-year-old soul ring has not come out? Well, disciple got it. Huang Wei nodded and did not elaborate because the other party did not ask in detail. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast and powerful soul force surged out of him, and a huge turtle roar resounded throughout the world. A huge black turtle standing tall on the sky appeared from him, and this time it really occupied the entire Pope's palace. Gilu. So big. How can such a huge martial spirit exist in this world? At this moment, everyone in the Pope's palace was shocked by the huge black turtle silhouette on Huang Wei's body, and their mouths opened. A look of disbelief. It was like a fake, a dream. On the huge black turtle, there is green light flowing out, like stars, dotted above. At the same time, everyone's shock was not over yet. Because the next moment, an even more terrifying aura appeared on Huang Wei. There are also the soul rings rising up from the bottom of the feet in circles. Purple, 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 red, 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 red. A total of 7 soul rings contained such terrifying power. At this moment, everyone in the audience held their breath tightly. Hulina, Yan, and Ziyu suddenly shrank their heads, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads and faces. Stop talking about them. Even Yu Guan, Gui Medi and Salus, the 3 titled Douluo, had the urge to break out in cold sweat when they saw him. Most people would be very happy if they could have 100,000-year soul ring in the 9th soul ring. Their combat power is so strong. But now the guy in front of him actually has 400,000-year soul rings. If he became a titled Douluo, wouldn't his combat power be terrifying to the extreme? Fortunately, this guy's martial spirit is defensive, otherwise it would be really scary. But even so, knowing Huang Wei's powerful defense and rebound power, they who were titled Douluo did not dare to underestimate Huang Wei. I don't know if they can break it now. It's too scary. A complete defeat. Ziyu, Nana must be dreaming. Please wake me up. At this moment, Yan was a little dizzy, rolling his eyes and unable to stand, and immediately grabbed Ziyu's shoulders. Everyone was also speechless. I also hope this is a dream. The blow to us is really too great. Ziyu sighed deeply. Hulina understood that what was happening in front of her was not a dream, but a reality. When she woke up, the monster was indeed a monster. She originally wanted to see that, after absorbing the celestial grass, her martial soul would be sublimated, and she would enter the Death Valley, and continue to practice hard, and be able to pull away the greater distance. I didn't expect everything, she said, unexpectedly. In just a short time, you have completely caught up with us, and even left us far behind. Now this gap cannot be made up. Holy Sun, why are your 1st and 2nd soul rings purple instead of yellow? At this time, Yu Guan asked curiously. Then everyone's eyes also reacted. I was attracted by the 4 dazzling red 100,000-year soul rings just now, and I didn't notice this problem at all. In fact, Bibi Dong had discovered it a long time ago, but she didn't make any sound, because she thought of the only possibility, that is, Huang Wei got someone. With the favor of the god, you become the inheritor of the god. Only by passing the test can you increase the age of the soul ring. Because of this, she tried and succeeded. Bibi Dong spoke. No matter what, this is your opportunity, Holy Sun. Everyone has their privacy. There is no need to reveal everything. You just need to remember that Holy Sun Huang Wei is a member of my spirit hall. The stronger he is, the more beneficial it will be for our Wuhan palace to unify Douluo continent in the future. After hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yu Guan immediately realized the problem, and quickly said respectfully, it was my subordinate who was rude. Please forgive me, Holy Sun. Ghost, Salus, and Hulina also thought about all the doubts they wanted to ask. Huang Wei restrained his breath, and his soul ring and martial soul quickly disappeared. Teacher, don't worry. I will always be from Wuhan Hall, and will always be your disciple. Huang Wei looked at Bibi Dong, understood what the other party meant, and spoke out to express his position. What Bibi Dong means now is that he will not ask where Huang Wei's 7th soul ring came from. As long as it is not harmful to Huang Wei himself, it is enough that the other party can grow. Well, I believe in you, teacher, Zhao Wei. You are 8 years old now, right? Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction, and then asked. Huang Wei nodded. Yes, my disciple is 8 years old this year. Everyone was shocked again. But, very good, excellent. No one in the world can achieve the 7-ring quasi-spirit Douluo at the age of 8, but I, Bibi Dong's disciple, the holy son of Wuhan Palace, did it. Bibi Dong was very happy and laughed. The laughter was extremely sweet. It makes people feel numb when they hear it. What you just said is for the teacher, Bibi Dong said with a smile. The 4 major single attribute sects will be left to you to practice. Teacher, don't worry, the disciple will definitely make the 4 major single attribute sects disappear completely in this world. Huang Wei nodded. His tone was very firm, and he did not mean to joke at all. In his opinion, the people of the 4 major clans had already developed a great hatred for Wuhan Palace, and it was absolutely impossible for them to join Wuhan Palace. There is no need to let them exist for so long. These people were all on Tang San's side in the original work, and they were also the Tang sect's hall masters, so it was even more impossible to let them live. Especially the old man who used the soul-breaking gun, who was able to fight a titled Douluo with the strength of his soul Douluo cultivation without defeat, which made him even more unacceptable. Of course, if the other party is willing to sincerely submit to him and become his subordinate, not only can he save his life, but he may also be able to break through the flaws of his martial spirit and become a titled Douluo. After hearing Huang Wei's words, his words were filled with absolute murderous intent. This made Bibi Dong was very satisfied, but she still spoke. If the other party is willing to submit, he can save one life without having to kill them all. After all, the establishment of the Spirit Empire requires manpower to govern each area. Although the 4 major clans do not have titles to fight, Luo, but the advantage brought by his own martial spirit is good. If the opponent is really stubborn, then kill him without mercy. Every word Bibi Dong said was full of irreversible domineering and madness. Chapter 134 Heavenly Prism. Bibi Dong's words were not only a reminder to Huang Wei, but also to others. The most important thing is that the Wuhan Empire lacks people to govern the following areas. So more people are needed to help. We are all not fools, so we naturally understand. Huang Wei was not a fool. He also understood what Bibi Dong meant. So he nodded and agreed first. As for what happened next, it was entirely up to him. I understand, teacher. Huang Wei nodded slightly. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction, looked at Ulina below, and said, Nana, my master asked you to come back. The matter of cultivation has something to do with Zhao Wei. Is it related to Brother Wei? The 3 of them looked at each other. Ulina looked confused. At this time, it was Huang Wei's turn to appear and said, my martial spirit is quite special. As you all know, I can open a crack leading to the dimensional space and let the 3 of you enter it. The flow rate inside is 1 year inside, and the flow rate outside is 1 day. This can be used for you to train and rush to attack Soul Emperor. After a pause, he added, but let me state in advance that this is my first time letting outsiders in. It's hard to say what the effect will be. If you don't have any objections, you can always implement it. Okay. Yes, we can start at any time. Although the 3 of them did not understand the situation in this dimensional space. They heard that, after being in it for a year, it's only been 1 day outside, and that's enough. Interest also came. They were severely beaten by Huang Wei. Now they just want to become stronger quickly and break through level 59 first. Let's talk about advancing to level 60, obtaining a soul ring, and becoming a Soul Emperor. A purple soul ring appeared on Huang Wei's body. After communicating with his thoughts, he appeared in front of everyone. There is a crack, and the end of this crack cannot be seen, and I don't know where it leads. If Huang Wei dies, everything inside will be sealed forever and cannot be released. The 3 of them, headed by Hulina, entered first. After they enter, they will be teleported directly to the other side arranged by Huang Wei in advance. Now there are two sides inside, one for cultivating jellygrass and the other for training. The latter was where the three of them headed. The crack disappeared, which also meant that things here were over. Wait until they reach level 60 before releasing them to obtain the 6th soul ring. Bibi Dong told Huang Wei, "Teacher, don't worry, the disciples will do it." By the way, before leaving, this disciple wants to go to the heavenly prison of Wuhan Palace. After hearing what his disciple said, Bibi Dong asked curiously, "What are you doing in Xianlao?" Huang Wei said, "Greyfish Douluo is still inside. I want to see him." "Teacher, don't worry. He can't break through my defense now, and I'm not afraid of his poison." Bibi Dong nodded. "Okay, you go. After you go, you can just go and do your own thing." So, Huang Wei said goodbye to Bibi Dong, left the Pope's palace, and headed directly towards Xianlao. Xianlao is a 9-story pagoda. There are huge chains surrounding the pagoda. The people guarding the pagoda are all a group of soul saints, and the leader is a soul warrior. The atmosphere around Xianlao is not good, and is rather dull. Chapter 108. No one wants to enter this place, which is very unlucky. The Xianlao is where criminals who commit extremely serious crimes inside and outside Wugi Hall are imprisoned. Those with the lowest cultivation level are soul saints, the next highest are soul Douluo, and the higher ones are title Douluo point, and the Agouti is among the title Douluo point. The Agouti is also the only title Douluo in the heavenly prison point. There are only a few titled Douluo in this world. 2 from the Kibao Glazed sect, 1 from the Blow Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and 6 from the Wu Xianzang. 1 from the Xiandao Empire and a dozen from the Wuhan Palace point. Although there are 6 Wu Xianzang, the cultivation level of these people is below the 95th level, while the Wuhan Palace has several at the 95th level, and there are also several above. The man guarding the tower saw someone coming. He saw the man in front of him, wearing the clothes of the Holy Son of Martial Spirits, with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. There is also a powerful aura of a superior person permeating the body, making people approach and intimidated. It's the Holy Son. The people guarding the tower were shocked when they saw this. How could the Holy Son come to the 9-storied tower of Xianlao alone? The contract captain's eyes widened, and he immediately jumped down, blocking Huang Wei. He immediately raised his hands in salute, and said in a low voice, "UMO, Captain of the Xianlao 9-story tower guard team, pays homage to the Holy Son." This is his normal tone. Can't change. "Hello, Captain Umo." Huang Wei smiled slightly and nodded. "I wonder why the Holy Son came to the heavenly prison. I can personally handle it for you," Umo asked in a deep voice. Huang Wei's voice was light. "I, the Holy Son, have come to see Douluo the array. Please take me there. See the guinea pig's crown." Mo's face was shocked. Although the Agouti was now a repeat offender in the prison, no matter what, the opponent would still be there. He is actually a genuine titled Douluo. Even if he becomes a prisoner, he is not a soul fighter. People of a Luo level can be humiliated. What if the other party's detention period expires, realizes his mistake, and is released? Then you will be miserable. So he still respects each other very much. Each meal is not rich, but it is definitely not bad. This is also the idea that he has the idea of waiting for the other party to become a popular person around him after he is released. "What? You have a problem, Huang?" Wei narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed across his face. It was really easy for him to kill the opponent now. As soon as he said this, his voice was cold and cold. It made Umo tremble all over. Suddenly I felt like it was difficult to breathe, and I felt like I was being pressed down by something. This is where the aura of the superior comes into play. The breath is crushing. No problem. I'm just a little surprised. I'll take the Holy Son to my anxious cell immediately. Please, Holy Son, come with me. Imo didn't dare to make any other slow movements, and quickly turned around to lead the way. "Come to the Xianlao gate. Take out the Xianlao gate token from the soul guide, and press it on the tablet at the door. Inject soul power. The prison door opens." The two walked in. This was Huang Wei's first time entering the heavenly prison, and he was shocked when he saw the scene inside. Umo, who was leading the way, introduced, "There are 9 floors in total, and currently only the 3rd floor is in use. That place is where the turtle Douluo Myangsha is imprisoned. Huang Wei looked at this place. Now the first level of this Grand Canyon is a cliff corridor. There is only one person imprisoned, a Contra at the end, but this Contra has died and turned into a white skeleton. The crime is serious and the punishment is death. As the guardian here, he knows best. Walking deeper, Huang Wei naturally saw the corpse hanging on the wall. Huang Wei asked curiously, have you ever come out of the prison alive? Umo shook his head. No, not one of the big criminals who have entered the prison in the past has been able to get out alive. Boom. When he said this, he felt something was wrong the next second. Yes, if that's the case, and he knows it so well, why do he still think that the agouti, who was imprisoned on the 3rd floor and committed such a serious crime as killing the Holy Sun, can get out alive? These words awakened the dreamer. Huang Wei raised the corners of his mouth. He had given the hint, and the next thing he said was exactly, let's keep going. He was not interested in the sin of the corpse in front of him. After all, he is already dead. Chapter 135. Seeing blood. Tap 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 tap. In the dark canyon, the footsteps of two people appeared. Very regular. It's like climbing a staircase. Climbing step by step. The 2nd floor will arrive soon. The 2nd level is a downward spiral place. Although the Cheyenne Leo 9-layer pagoda is built on the ground. However, his place of imprisonment spread underground. It is truly a magical building. There are 9 floors in total. This is a huge project, not comparable to a dungeon. As for the 9th floor on the ground, it does not imprison people, but has another purpose, which is to have a deterrent and coercive effect. How many people are still alive here? Looking at the situation, Huang Wei asked lightly. Umo said solemnly, there's only one left, and that's the Gorgon Douluo. Huang Wei asked, is there a shortcut to reach the 3rd floor directly? Umo said, no, there is only one way to go into the Cheyenne Leo building. If you want to take an extra way to get in, there is no way, but there is a way out. Huang Wei raised his eyebrows. So you can only enter the 3rd floor one by one. In fact, this setting is not very good. It has advantages and disadvantages. But these are not things he should consider. Umo nodded. Yes. Let's go down. Huang Wei shook his head. Just like that, the two of them entered. He quickly stretched out his brain and arrived at the 2nd level. Huang Wei was a little surprised by the 2nd floor, which was actually upside down with the 1st floor. What did these people do with this building? The project is definitely huge. It seems that he can see the doubts of the Holy Sun. Umo immediately said, Holy Sun, this place was not actually created by man, but was formed naturally. It was only after the founder of Wuhan Hall, the Grand Priest, discovered this place, that he set it up as a heavenly prison. Natural? Discovered by Grandpa Kyan. Huang Wei was shocked when he heard this. From the beginning, he thought it was done manually. As he looked at the terrain and other conditions, he felt more and more something was wrong. Can it really be done artificially? Now after hearing what Umo said, he also understood that it was really not artificial, but formed naturally. After a moment, he sighed. This naturally formed place is really a good prison. The two continued to set off. Go down the 2nd floor and quickly reach the 3rd floor. This 3rd level is a canyon square lot. The surrounding area is irrigated by seawater, and there are large chains in the center that are all condensing towards the center. There is an iron prison made of fine iron, with the powerful power of title Douluo attached to it. As long as the level is not high enough, it cannot be broken. Instead, the object bound by the big chain is the disheveled middle-aged man in the iron prison. Is no soul power fluctuation in this person, and he is completely an ordinary person. The door ahead was opened, and the movement woke him up. Looking ahead in confusion, this person is none other than Cavalcade Douluo. The power of the title Douluo in his body has been sealed. He doesn't want to stay here for the rest of his life. He keeps trying to break through the seal in his body, but to no avail. Because the person who sealed him was the 2nd enshrined golden crocodile Douluo. The power of the title Douluo on this iron prison was left by the great enshrinement. People who enter the prison have no intention of letting them out alive. Who's coming? The agouti was a little surprised. Since he was imprisoned here, he never thought that anyone else would visit him here. He also knew the legend of Xian Liao, and he was afraid, just because he understood it. Because everyone who enters here is gone or leaves. Moreover, since the establishment of Wuhan Palace, only 3 people have been imprisoned. He is the third one. He looked confused and looked over. I saw 2 people standing there. As he moved, the chains tied to his body also moved. And the seawater floated and turbulent. Has the food arrived? No. Why, there are 2 people this time. Due to the dark environment, he only saw 2 figures, but he could not see the faces of the people coming. But judging from the body shape, one of the people he was familiar with was UMO. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. Because I brought him food, and was the only human being to talk to, I remember him the most. As for the other figure, he just felt that it was slightly familiar, but he couldn't remember the details. It's not his fault. After all, the current Huang Wei and the Huang Wei, when he was locked up, have changed a lot, both in height and body shape. UMO looked at the scene inside and said, "Holy Sun, the array Douluo is inside." Huang Wei asked, "How do you usually punish him?" UMO said, "There is no punishment. Just trap him in an iron prison, soak him in the middle of the sea, and let him die slowly. This seems to be no punishment and no pain, but in fact this is the greatest punishment. The punishment. And it is also the most painful." Huang Wei stared ahead. He couldn't see anything clearly in the dark space, but the next moment, with a slight movement of his mind, the situation changed a lot. His pupils gradually turned yellow and became sharp. A terrifying wave of soul power bloomed from his body. A huge black turtle shrouded his body, and his body was attached to green armor. The whole person's aura has undergone earth-shaking changes. He raised his hand and waved, and the seawater in front moved to the left and right respectively, and a road appeared in front of the 2 of them. This is the power of Huang Wei's super water control ability. This scene also shocked UMO beside him, and Kanzu across from him. UMO felt that the guy in front of him possessed terrifying power that was enough to kill him. Moreover, the opponent's soul power has also reached the level of an 80 level. Contrat, something is wrong. The soul power of this contrat is a bit unstable. Why is this? He was confused for a moment. Huang Wei ignored the shocked expressions of the 2 men and walked directly forward. Stopped in front of the iron prison. A stone with bright light appeared in Huang Wei's hand. He took it out of the soul guide, tossed it casually, and stuck it on the wall above his head. The fierce and bright light completely enveloped this third layer. The dark environment became brighter. Huang Wei's light voice rang out, "Elder Ayurveda, do you still remember me?" Kyangsu could now completely see through the face of the person in front of him. And when UMO opened his mouth just now, he knew who it was, but what he didn't expect was that the Holy Sun Huang Wei had changed so much. I don't see the sun in this place, and I don't know how time has passed. I only know how to eat every day. The murderer who killed his godson in public was here, and he was so unscrupulous. However, the other person had grown to this point, and the speed was too fast and terrifying. He no longer has the ability to take revenge. The stabbing voice said in a low voice, "Haha, of course I remember you, Holy Sun. It was you who killed my grandson. I didn't expect you to have changed so much. Although my soul power has been sealed, I can still feel the contrat aura in you." After all, he is a veteran titled Douluo, so it is not surprising to know this. When he said this, he was deeply self-deprecating. Laugh at yourself for being powerless. Now this Holy Sun gives you a chance to kill me. Do you want to kill me? Huang Wei's voice sounded like a demonic sound vibrating in his ears. Chapter 136. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Now, this Holy Sun gives you a chance to kill me. Do you want to kill me? Huang Wei's voice echoed in the blood-stained ears one after another like a magic sound. This sound is very seductive and makes people unable to extricate themselves. The slightly drooped head of Kiksu suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing impatient and longing. Think. His voice was fierce, his pupils were blood red, and he wanted to bite Huang Wei's cheek off. "My lord, it is a grave sin to offend the Holy Sun. Umo warned with a low expression. He didn't know why the Holy Sun came to Cheyenne Leo to see the stabbing blood. He didn't dare to say that he was too dead. If the Holy Sun came to let the other party out, then he would be in misery. Hehe. Kayangsu showed a ferocious smile, not worried at all. This is what he asked. I just said what was in my heart. What crime did I commit? How disrespectful. Umo wanted to say something else, but Huang Wei raised his hand to interrupt him. The party did not continue to speak, but Huang Wei looked calm and said, you have to understand clearly that this Holy Sun never killed your grandson from the beginning to the end, but he bumped into him and killed him. You have wronged me. As he said this, he looked sad and shook his head. You fart, puff, zang. Zhu cursed loudly and was so angry at Huang Wei's shameless words that a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Huang Wei took out a short knife from the soul guide. This short knife was given to him by Bibi Dong before for killing animals, but now he has no need for it because there is no need for this short knife to kill people. So he took it out and fulfilled his previous promise. What he and Kiksu said just now was not a joke. He should seriously give the other party this chance. Nuo, here you go. Huang Wei handed the knife to Kayangsu. Both Zizu and Umo looked confused. What do you mean? Kayangsu covered his chest, unable to understand what the other party was doing. Huang Wei explained. I just said, I will give you a chance to kill me. Now this short sword is a chance. I will stand here and resist with my body without using my martial spirit. If you can hurt me, I will release you. Right. Of course, if you can't hurt me even a little, then you will become my fertilizer. So this guy is serious? At this moment, stabbing blood and Umo finally realized. It turned out that the other party was not joking. Ha. Don't go back on what the Holy Sun said. Don't blame me if I get hurt when the time comes. The blood-stained face smiled ferociously. He didn't expect there to be such a stupid person in this world. Or maybe the other person was trying to please him, a titled Douluo, and deliberately set him off. He thought deeply for a moment and felt that the other party's actions were of great significance. But no matter what, let's stab him first before talking. No wonder, as long as you can hurt me. Huang Wei smiled softly and nodded. Lion Zhu quickly reached out and took Huang Wei's short knife. He was very fast, despite his sealed cultivation. But after all, he is a veteran titled Douluo, and his physical quality is still there. Otherwise, he would have died long ago if he stayed in this inhospitable place. These days, he just relied on his excellent physical fitness to carry it through. Now that I see the only hope of getting out, I naturally won't let it go. The other party said that he would not activate his martial spirit, so it would be easy for him to stab him. The speed was very fast and the force was strong, and it stabbed directly towards Huang Wei's heart. This scene happened suddenly. After Umo reacted, he broke out in cold sweat subconsciously and shouted in panic, "Stop." If the Holy Sun was injured in the prison, then he would be doomed. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late, and Huang Wei was confident and stood motionless with a smile on his face. This smile was very intriguing and meaningful. Anyway, it was too late, and now he could only rely on the Holy Sun. Maybe the Holy Sun dared to say this because of his own reasons. Or maybe he was really overthinking. Just as Kayangsu showed a ferocious and murderous smile and waited for the short knife in his hand to pierce Huang Wei's heart, an unexpected accident happened in the next second. The knife did indeed pierce the opponent's body, but the touch it gave him was like piercing extremely hard steel. Immediately, the short knife in his hand snapped into two pieces, with many tiny pieces scattered on the ground. Subconsciously, his eyes widened, and the whites of his eyes bulged out. The same is true for Umo, but the magnitude is not that great. How is it possible? No, you haven't activated the martial soul. Why do you have a soul bone in the torso? Zuzu's voice was slow. At this moment, he felt that he had been fooled. The other party seemed to be setting up a plan for him to jump involuntarily. He really jumped. Everything was blinded by revenge. Huang Wei looked down at his body, and his smile became even wider as he said, "Sure enough, it can't be penetrated. Even if my body doesn't need to activate the martial spirit, such a weapon attack can't even hurt me in the slightest." 2. Be honest with you, I don't have any martial arts skills, and I don't have any torso bones. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. You can't hurt me at all, so you lose. So you have to become my fertilizer. Huang Wei looked at Kixu with a kind smile on his face, his eyes exuding more intense desire and love than Kixu just now. This is the fertilizer for the title Douluo. Although the opponent is sealed, the essence remains unchanged, because the power of the title Douluo is always in the opponent's body. As for the iron prison in front of me, he stretched out his hand and touched it. What surprised him was that there was Daoliu's aura on it, and it was not weak. But the problem is not big, because this is not the mainstream itself, but a lot of it has been preserved. Huang Wei looked at Umo. Is this iron prison always here, until he is locked in, and the same is true for the iron prisons on each floor? Umo nodded. That's right, Holy Son. The energy of the Daoliu above has become less powerful as time goes by, but it is definitely not something that Umo and the current stabbing blood can break, even if the latter is in an unsealed state. However, for Huang Wei, it is within the limit of defense, and can be sealed into the rune space. And if the energy of the thousands of streams in this iron prison can be separated, this is also the energy of a titled Douluo. It is very convenient for cultivating fairy grass. These are luxurious fertilizers. Never let it go. And now his strength cannot open the iron prison, so he can only seal it together. The huge black turtle appeared again, and a red 100,000-year-old soul ring appeared on Huang Wei's body. His aura rose instantly, and his power was as terrifying as a mountain. Red 100,000-year soul ring. The eyes of Zuzu and Umo shrank, their expressions suddenly changed, and they screamed in horror. Kaiangsu shouted, "This is impossible. How is it possible? Absolutely impossible. It must be fake. Fake. You, what on earth do you want to do?" Kaiangsu felt at this moment that the fertilizer in the other person's mouth just now was not a joke. So what does this fertilizer represent? Chapter 137. I collected your fertilizer. This holy son has never joked with you. It's just what you think. The red 100,000-year-old soul ring on Zhe Wen's body completely bloomed, and a terrifying aura locked on the blood. At this time, Umo quickly reminded, "Holy Son, if you want to pierce blood, you need to find a big worshipper, because there is a big worshipper's power on this iron prison, and no one can do it except him. Break open. If this iron prison is filled with new power injected by Grandpa Kian, I really need to find him, but I don't need it now." Huang Wei stroked the iron prison and said lightly, "The force on this iron prison is still within my tolerance." A magical power rose rapidly, and the surrounding space quickly distorted. To be honest, even if the force on the iron prison exceeds the limit of his defense, it can still absorb the blood point, because his Kamega Chi Mute can exclude forces beyond defense, and not absorb them, only absorbing those that meet the requirements. So whether he can find Daoliu or not, he can still seal the blood into the rune space, and become his fertilizer. The fourth soul skill, Gikao Destruction. His voice sounded very clean, and the next second green energy began to spread out from him, covering all directions. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, everything is within its scope. However, according to Huang Wei's understanding of the mysterious runes, now he can not only designate objects to unseal, but also designate objects to seal into the rune space, which will not cause all the enemies within 1 kilometer of him like before. A scene where everything is sealed. This is also a very huge improvement point. Immediately, he saw the green energy quickly compressing onto the stabbing blood in the entire iron prison. There are many experts who can make silk printing machines work, but if they don't work, they don't care. Anyway, his goal is to bleed a person from the beginning to the end point. The iron prison is just an accessory. Thorning Blood felt the coming of this scene, and found that his whole body was bound and shackled by iron chains. What is this? No, let me out. No. In front of this mysterious and unknown force, Kaiangsu was completely unable to move, and his whole body panicked. Although he has been sealed with the power of the title Douluo, he is still a strong title Douluo no matter what. Now he is actually chapter 110. Being manipulated at will by this power. This power is so unfamiliar that it can't be found anywhere else. Huang Wei ignored the shouting guy, and the place gradually became silent and quiet, and then lost all consciousness together with the iron prison. It was sealed into the runes on the black turtle's shell. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei was completely relieved, and at the same time he was secretly happy that he had food. As his understanding of the runes deepened, he also realized that the energy consumption of Gukami was closely related to the number of seals on his body. Now there are only 2 things sealed. Although some are consumed, and the face turns pale, it does not have much impact. What soul skill was that the Holy Sun just did? Umo blurted out this question. Before he could recover from the shock, the iron prison and the people in front of him disappeared. When he was just enveloped in the green light, he felt a little confused and in a trance. I don't know why, but I feel so fragile and insignificant in front of that power. There is a force that binds me. Do I also need to explain my soul skills to you? Huang Wei did not tolerate him and said indifferently, this guy is a little too wide. Realizing his mistake, Umo immediately lowered his head, sweating profusely, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Holy Sun, it was me who was rude. My subordinate deserves to die. Please forgive me, Holy Sun. This is the first time, no second time. Let's go. The business here was over, and Huang Wei had no need to stay any longer. He waved his hand and turned around to leave. Yes. Umo followed immediately. As they left, the separated waters gradually healed. Soon, Huang Wei immediately entered the prison. As soon as he turned around, Jade Pomelu was already waiting in front of him. Generally, it is impossible to enter the prison without the oral instructions of someone like the Pope. Although he is a person of the Holy Sun, the principle is the same. The Holy Sun was able to enter, naturally because of the identity of the other party. Some titled Douluo elders are not able to enter so smoothly. From this point, we can see the power of Huang Wei as the Holy Sun. As for Saint Helena, she is completely incomparable. The Holy Sun is already at the 7th ring quasi-soul Douluo level, while the Holy Girl should soon reach the Soul Emperor level. You're here, Huang Wei said. Jade Pomelu nodded. Yes. Asked, Holy Sun, where are you going next? Huang Wei said, let's go to Xiandao. First go to the Force clan of the 4 single attribute sects. Jade Pomelu reminded, the Force clan is in Xiandao city, and the Holy Sun is where the royal family of the Xiandao Empire is located. It's not easy to do things. It's okay. It's just a bunch of ants. If you dare to come, I will kill them all. Huang Wei waved his hand and didn't care at all. After all, in the process of agreeing to Douluo continent, the future Wuhan will go to war with these forces. Now unless he has a level 99 extreme Douluo, no one can break his defense. And if he activates the 7th martial spirit and the black turtle's true form arrives, only demigods may be able to break through the defense. He just stood there motionless and sent crazy output to the opponent without any fear. Holy Sun, things between empires are not as simple as imagined. Jade Pomelu said again. When Huang Wei heard this, he stopped walking, turned his head and said calmly, does this Holy Sun seem to be someone who does things without thinking? No, it's not like that. Jade Pomelu shook his head quickly. Ever since he followed Huang Wei, the Holy Sun, there was a reason and certainty for everything he did. Maybe he really was overthinking this time. Hope so. After all, from his point of view, he had no idea that Huang Wei's defense had reached the point where he could withstand a level 99 extreme Douluo. Because Huang Wei wanted to do this in private, he didn't take the rest of Wuhan Palace with him. The less people know about this, the better. For the time being, the driver of the carriage is still Ma Xianshan, who has become his royal driver. The destination is Xiandao City, and we head directly inside. Their carriages don't have the Wuhan Palace logo, so they are more expensive. It was still being pulled by 2 wine-chasing horses. High speed. At the same time, within Haotian sect, time passed quickly. For more than half a year, Tangson also worked hard and endured hardships under the pressure of the Five Fingers mountain range. Today's cultivation has reached level 30 Soul Master ahead of schedule. He was extremely excited today, so he informed Tang Xiao, his uncle, about the news. Tang Xiao was very surprised when he learned about it and quickly checked the other party's body. I found that not only was my soul power not empty, but it was extremely solid. So was my foundation. He saw Tang Xin practicing hard during the day. Little did he know that the other party secretly went to the Wazi Mountains to practice hard at night. Fortunately, he had the help of Zuan Shenkung, otherwise Tang Xin would have died suddenly due to such exertion. Chapter 138 The Unusual Star Forest. Tang Xiao and the Great Elder explained Tang San's affairs. The other party was shocked when he heard this. How long had it passed, and he was already a soul master? This boy's talent is truly a genius. He is worthy of Tang Hao and the 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor. It's just a pity that the other party's father wants to return to Haoshan sect and truly recognize his ancestors. This talent alone is not enough, because the 7th Elder is the biggest reason. Therefore, if you want to truly return to Haoshan sect, you must complete the tasks assigned by the previous elders. It is still very far away from Tang Xin today. The Great Elder said to Tang Xiao, you go ahead. I will arrange the matters within the sect. Go and come back early. He didn't have many prejudices against Tang San, but he still had them, but they weren't as bad and extreme as the 7th Elder. Although Tang Xiao is the leader of a sect, because the Haoshan sect is still in a state of seclusion at the moment, and Tang Xiao is the strongest person in the sect, there is absolutely no chance of anything happening. The overall situation must be taken into consideration. After receiving the agreement, Tang Xiao took Tang San down the mountain and headed directly towards the Stardao forest. Uncle, can I go meet my teacher? Tang San asked on the way. His mother is now missing, and his father is dead. In a sense, he is half an orphan. Tang Xiao said, after you hunt for the 3rd soul ring, I will take you there. When you reach the soul sect before the age of 12, you can go to Shrek Academy freely. During these days, he also worked hard to practice without delay. He just wanted to break through the 99th level and become a peerless Douluo. Only then would he have the opportunity to seek revenge from the Spirit Hall. But he alone is not enough. The number of titled Douluo in Wuhan Palace is the largest. He can only contain Kan Daoliu at that time. As for the others, the rest will have to be contained. And Tang San was very talented. If he continued like this for an 8-year-old level 30 soul master, he might very well be the youngest titled Douluo on the road, surpassing his father Tang Hao. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully young people into poverty. A gentleman's revenge is never too late in 10 years. In his case, as long as the person who killed his brother Hao is alive, he is not dead yet. No matter how many years it is never too late. Hearing this, Tang San smiled. Thank you, uncle. Tang Xiao nodded and said, these are all small things. You should practice well. The situation on the mainland has become very tense now, and we don't know when it will change. Although he does not leave the Haoshan sect on weekdays, he can still learn the news from outside through some disciples who are outside. Although the Haoshan sect remains hidden from the world, it is only a sect. As for some disciples within the sect, they will still be sent out to make purchases and inquire about recent events. Tang San looked in the direction of Wuhan City, his eyes filled with hatred, coldness and chill. Father Xiao Wu, don't worry, I'm now 8 years old and already a soul master. I will grow up quickly and destroy the Wuhan palace to avenge you, and that holy son Huang Wei must never be allowed to stay. Not only did he know the secret of my twin martial souls, he also knew that my soul was not from this world. The world is indeed not as simple as I imagined. At this moment, Tang San felt that everything about him was exposed to the eyes of the holy son of Wuhan palace, and there was no secret at all. He was very anxious to kill the other party. Could it be that the Holy Sun is not from this world like me? Suddenly, this idea arose in Tang San's heart. When we arrived at the Star Forest, it was already dark. Tang Xiao and the two had already arrived outside the Stardao forest, but at this moment Tang Xiao frowned. For some reason, he always felt that there was something different about the Stardao forest in front of him. Full of chilling atmosphere. Tang Xiao's face condensed slightly and he warned, Xiao-san, come close to me and don't leave. Something is wrong here. He was already holding the clear sky hammer in his hand. There is a surge of soul power in his body. However, he restrained himself very well, and it would be bad if he alerted the enemy. Well, I understand, uncle. As a man of 2 generations and a disciple of the Tang clan, Tang Xin was also aware of the unusualness here. There is a lot of death and evil spirit here. It seems to be targeting something specifically. There's no one around here. It's so quiet. Not even the cry of the soul beast. Night is the time when soul beasts appear, and there must be many crazy lovers looking for food. The Stardow Forest is the largest gathering place for soul beasts. There are countless soul beasts entrenched in it, and it also has the largest variety. Under the leadership of Tang Xiao, they headed directly towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Tang Xin used the purple demon eyes to observe every move here. Chapter 111. But he can't maintain it for a long time because his current mental strength is not enough. The area swept by the purple demon pupil was filled with blood. Soon they discovered many corpses. A closer look revealed that human bones had been chewed clean, leaving only white skeletons. Tang San's eyes suddenly shrank. One or two were fine, but there were no less than 30 around, and all of them were incomplete, torn apart, broken, and extremely cruel. His face was a little pale, but he was a visitor after all, so he quickly calmed down, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The smell of human bones and the cruel scene made him feel like vomiting, but he tolerated it. Tang Xiao just felt that the scene in front of him was very shocking. He didn't expect that there were so many human skeletons here, so he didn't have any other big reaction. He has committed murder before and has seen countless dead people, so naturally he will not be frightened by the scene in front of him. But he came to his senses in the next second because he remembered that he did not come alone, but two people, and the person who followed him was still an 8-year-old child. Such a picture is naturally. He looked at Tang Xin. However, I found that the other party had a calm face with his eyes closed, and he was adapting. There was no trace of pain on his face, but it disappeared. Tang Xiao was slightly surprised, then smiled and showed approval. It seemed like his worries were in vain. This little guy really looks like his dad. No, he should be more powerful than his father. At least they admitted that. If they were 8 years old like Tang San, they would definitely be shocked when they saw this scene in front of them. This is a normal reaction and nothing to be ashamed of. Uncle, what exactly happened here? Tang San asked, holding back his nausea. Tang Xiao thought to himself, I just came here, how do I know? After all, he was a senior, so he still said, 2 possibilities. The first soul beast kills humans, and here are several soul hunting teams killing each other. Tang San asked, which one does uncle think is more likely? Tang Xiao frowned and said, I think there are 2 possibilities. They first killed each other, and then were hunted by powerful soul beasts for mantises to hunt cicadas. Finally, they were eaten dry and wiped clean before leaving. It seemed quite fresh. What happened? The time period is likely to be within these few days. Tang Xiao said, no matter what, just follow me and nothing will happen. Leave immediately after absorbing the 3rd soul ring. Okay, uncle. Tang San nodded. Your first martial soul is control, so go look for it. Sizzle. At this moment, there was a harsh grinding sound all around. Chapter 139. Chai and our royal team. Well, mistress, be careful. Tang Xiao noticed something was wrong and immediately defended himself in front of Tang San. He swung the clear sky hammer in the direction of the crisis ahead. Bang. If you look closely, you will see that what is attached to the clear sky hammer is a purple black spider web, which is very sticky, highly poisonous and smelly. Tang Xiao's soul power shook, shattering it into pieces and swaying it out. He looked over. Tang San's purple demon eye also started to function again. Looking through the layers, I was shocked to find a huge spider in the shape of a human face dormant on the tall tree. Tang Xiao opened his mouth and said, judging from the aura, the human-faced demon spider belongs to a 3,000-year share. Tang Xiao's voice was a little surprised, but the next second he showed disappointment. This man-faced demon spider is quite suitable for your first martial arts spirit, but the age is too high, which is a pity. Hearing this, Tang San felt a faint movement in his heart. The limit of the 3rd year of human beings is 1,760 years, and the one in front of him exceeded this limit by almost half. But he had a hunch that he might be able to absorb it. Nowadays, while he is constantly exercising his soul power through the 5 Fingers Mountains, he is also tempering his physical strength. Gritting his teeth, he said to Tang Xiao. Uncle, I want it to become my third soul ring. I believe I can absorb it. Hearing this, Tang Xiao decisively shook his head and refused. Nonsense. Absorbing the soul ring of a 1,000-year soul beast will give you more mental attacks than a century-old soul beast. Not only do you have to fight against the inflow of 3,000-year soul power, but you also have to be distracted to deal with the resentment of this soul beast. No way. Ah. You kidding? This is his brother Heo's only son. Brother Heo is no longer here. If the only remaining heir also dies, he will have no face to face his dead brother Heo. Therefore, such troubles are avoided. Hearing this, Tang Xin gritted his teeth and was very unwilling to do so, but he had no choice but to obey. Moreover, this man-faced demon spider was so powerful that he was no match for him. Tang Xiao threw it with a hammer, and the man-faced demon spider turned into powder, and a purple soul ring rose up. Pity. Tang Xin murmured in his heart, always feeling like he missed something. So the two of them continued to go deeper at the same time. In the Xiandao Empire in Xiandao City, Huang Wei's carriage had entered the city and stopped in front of a luxurious hotel. Sir, we are here, Ma Xianxian said. This is what Huang Wei ordered. He didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he planned to keep a low profile. Huang Wei got out of the car, followed closely by Jade Pomilu, looked at the hotel in front of him, and walked straight in. Ma Xianxian went directly to their base here. Boss, come to 2 rooms. When he came to the front desk, Huang Wei said calmly. The front desk manager said, young master, you came at the right time. We have exactly 2 rooms left in the hotel. Huang Wei said, then this business is really good. Wait, however, at this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Huang Wei frowned and turned to look over. I found a group of people walking in at this moment. 8 people in total. If you look closely, you will see that these 8 people all have the Xiandao Royal Academy logo on them. Our Xiandao Royal team wants these 2 houses. The leading young man looked even more unruly, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. Xiandao Royal team. As soon as this statement came out, the people sitting and chatting nearby and the shopkeeper were all shocked. In fact, you can tell it from their clothes. A person with such arrogance is definitely not an ordinary person. All of a sudden, the shopkeeper became embarrassed. He looked at both sides with a look of embarrassment on his face. He planned to see what the 2 people in front of him were planning to do. Huang Wei showed a faint smile. What if we don't let it go? There was no fear at all, just a look of amusement, as if he was looking at a fool. You won't give in? Then I'll beat you until you give in. In the Xiandao Royal team, one of the young men stood up and taunted. You too. I'm Kinming, the instructor of the first team of Xiandao Royal Academy. Give us these 2 houses and we can give you compensation. What do you think? At this time, the tallest man standing aside came forward and spoke. This man was not as brutal and inactive as those in the team, but was instead unusually peaceful. Oh, you are Kinming. Huang Wei smiled meaningfully. Now that he looked carefully, he saw that it really looked like the anime he had seen in his previous life. Kinming was stunned when he heard this. Do you know me, Jade? Pomilu was also stunned. Could it be one of his own? He's about to fight. Huang Wei said lightly. I've heard of you. He waved his hand slightly and said, but we will not step back regarding this room. You can move on. Kinming frowned. The young man in front of him was very confident. Even the Xiandao royal family was not afraid after hearing this. It was possible that he was a person with a big background behind his back. So he should be careful. 2 questions were asked at once. Is this really unreasonable? I wonder where you come from? Huang Wei said lightly. No, you don't need to know. Kinming said. Let's do this. According to the rules of the Soul Master, no matter what level you are, we will send 1 person to compete. If we win, the room will be ours, and if you lose, the room will be yours. How about it? Huang Wei said indifferently. No, you are not qualified yet. What? It's so annoying. Fuck him. The next second, everyone in the Stardao Royal team was furious and extremely angry. Huang Wei turned around and stopped looking at the crowd. Milu, tell them to be quiet. He came to the front desk and said, hurry up and do it for me, boss. The Next second, Jade Pomelu released unparalleled and terrifying soul power fluctuations without saying a word. A black round ball bloomed from his body, and 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black rose up from his body. He stared at the people in front of him with cold eyes, and his aura shocked the whole audience. Jade Pomelu's voice was cold and ruthless, even more mocking and contemptuous. You are not qualified to compete with my young master. Whether you go out walking or lying down, you choose. 8 ring. Contrap. Everyone present looked horrified, feeling like they were being suppressed by a huge mountain. Kinming, who originally wanted to take advantage of his high cultivation level, planned to activate his martial spirit to intimidate him, but now he completely lost the courage. He is just a soul emperor. How can he fight against a soul Douluo? The others were also shocked. HMPH, you're just a contrap. I'm from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. You dare to touch us? A little contrap. My grandfather is Dugubo, poison Douluo. Yu Xianheng and Dugu Yan could not stand this anger, so they stood up and said coldly. He also looked down upon Jade Pomelu, a contrap. Chapter 112. Huang Wei dismissed it. Really? As long as they dare to come, I can make them come back. Huang Wei glanced at Yu Xianheng and then at Dugu Yan and said calmly, your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect has a titled Douluo. Your grandfather is a titled Douluo. 2 titled Douluo. Very good. Then let's let them come together. Chapter 143 Major Education Committees. Yu Xianheng said coldly, HMPH, the big one is bullying the small ones. If you have the ability, you can fight with one of us. Huang Wei ignored the other party because it was garbage, so he didn't want to pay attention to it. He looked at the Jade Pomeranian and said nonchalantly, why are you still standing there? Throw them out. Yes, young master. Jade Pomelu nodded. The next second, a powerful soul force rushed down and swept directly towards the people in front. Careful, Kin. Ming was shocked and immediately summoned his martial spirit and used the body protecting defensive spirit skill. So does the rest. Bang. Ah. The 8 people screamed and flew out one after another, hitting the ground. Dugu Yan clutched her chest, full of pain and hatred. Damn it, just wait for me. If you violate the rules and attack us, I will definitely go back and tell my grandpa that you are dead. Yu Xianheng was bullied and was extremely angry. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect will not let you go. If we were fighting between equals, we would lose with inferior skills, but it is different now. The rest of the crowd didn't have any background, but Yilingling did. It was just an auxiliary type, but there would definitely be powerful offensive soul masters, but it was special now, so it was hard to speak harshly for the time being. Point anyway, having Dugu Yan's grandfather is enough. Point. That was a titled Douluo. No matter who you are, if you break the rules of the Soul Master world, Ashai and our Royal Academy 3rd Education Committee will not let you go. I will report this matter truthfully, Kin. Ming had no direct backers, but he had indirect backers from the 3 educational committees of the college. Moreover, they were on the moral line regarding this matter, so they would definitely take action if they had to report it. Moreover, the Xiandao Royal Academy belongs to the Xiandao Empire. Although the Xiandao Empire only has one titled Douluo, there are quite a few contrasts. When the time comes, the oppressor in front of him will become the target of mass killing by all contrasts. But Jade Pomelu, who heard these angry voices, had a calm face and no fear at all. A group of ignorant children. I don't know what you would think if you saw my holy son brewing several contrasts easily. Huang Wei stepped forward and said, go quickly, I'm looking forward to your revenge, but don't let me down. Jade Pomelu said, neither salty nor salty, your threats don't work on me. Huang Wei smiled, we will wait here for you to call someone over. Walk. Everyone was stunned and immediately got up and left. They all thought these 2 people were too pretentious. When the title Douluo comes over, we will know if there is really any information. On the way, everyone was extremely angry. Dugu Yan and Yu Xianheng vowed to ask their family members to help vent their anger, teach the other person a lesson. The other members were also adding fuel to the fire, and the matter of finding someone to take revenge was settled. Although he was angry, Kinming and the team was a mentor after all. He suddenly calmed down and thought of a question. This question is important. Kinming said, that contract called that young man young master. Being able to have a contract to protect him shows that that person's identity is very unusual. Maybe this matter is not as simple as we thought. He's really not stupid. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Yu Xianheng said, generally, people with this status are either from the family or the strength of the sect. But there are only a few places on the road with title Douluo, and the opponent is definitely not the Haoshan sect of Dubu. Yan said, you are so confident. Could you be from the Kibao glazed sect? If it is true, then this matter will be troublesome. Kinming fell into deep thought and suddenly said, this possibility is not high. The Kibao glazed sect is on the side of the Xiandao Empire. Even if it ignores our Xiandao Royal Academy, it is absolutely impossible to do what we did just now with such confidence. So it may be from the lower 4 sects, or from the Star Luo Empire. The worst thing is the Spirit Hall. The next 4 sects, Xingluo Empire, Martial Soul Palace. Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan narrowed their eyes and said, no matter what, let's report this matter back first. Everyone quickly returned to Xiandao Royal Academy. Huang and Wei have also checked into the hotel and are being served by Zhang Gui as a lord. The current showcase is very wary of title Douluo coming to cause trouble. He tried and asked again and again, but the other party was always so indifferent and not worried at all. So he comforted himself in his heart that the backgrounds of these two people were more powerful than Poison Douluo and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Most likely they were from the Star Luo Empire or the Spirit Hall. How is the investigation by the Force clan going? On the balcony, Huang Wei was holding a red drink. The goblet was shaking gently. After taking a sip, he asked lightly. Behind him, the person who came in was Jade Pomelu, who had just gone out to communicate with the contact person. Jade Pomelu replied, Holy Son, our ancestors told us that the headquarters of the Li clan is in a mansion in the south of Xiandao City. They make a living by blacksmithing and casting, and have a close relationship with the Blacksmiths Association. The martial spirit of their clan is a powerful gorilla that has been inherited. The martial spirit is of high quality. With that said, he handed a list in his hand to Huang Wei. Said, this is the informant's clue information about the coming and going of members of the Li clan. Wuhan Palace had planned to take action against the Li clan very early on, but because of the Xiandao Empire, they did not dare to take it out so blatantly, so I plan to monitor it first, and then execute it when the opportunity comes. Wuhan Palace is very interested in the 4 major single attribute clans, but since they do not join Wuhan Palace, and are affiliated with the former Haoshan sect, they are naturally disliked by Wuhan Palace. They sent people to fight the Haoshan sect when they were in power, but now they are insignificant to the Wuhan Palace, so they don't plan to exterminate them and save them for future use. It's being used now for the Holy Son Huang Wei to practice. Huang Wei took it and looked at it. He nodded with great satisfaction. This informant is good and deserves a reward. Yes. Jade Pomelu nodded. He will pass it on later. As for what to reward, the gold soul coins are naturally the most realistic. No one in this world does not love money, except for some people with high status and strength. Those people regard money as dung, but not the informant. Huang Wei returned the document to Jade Pomelu and said calmly, get some rest first, and go visit him early tomorrow morning. Jade Pomelu nodded. It's the Holy Son. When everyone returned to Xiandao Royal Academy, they immediately found the Education Committee office under the leadership of Kinming, and informed the 3 of them about what happened not long ago. When the 3 of them heard this, they were extremely angry. Zilen said angrily, damn it, you are so shameless. The 3 of us went to personally teach this person his methods. The aura on his body is that of contra level. He was obviously angry to an extreme degree. Zilen, please be patient. This kid's identity is not simple. Another more plump Education Committee member said. Meng Shenji narrowed his eyes and said, ox, ghosts, and snake gods. You can tell whether they are insects or dragons at first sight. Let's go take a look. Kinming will lead the way. He slapped the table and stood up. Chapter 141 Fight at Night. Under the leadership of Kinming and others, Meng Shenji and the others quickly set off from Xiandao Royal Academy and arrived at the hotel where the former and others were injured. This is it? Dream Hotel. Meng Shenji and the others looked at the hotel in front of them, narrowed their eyes, and spoke indifferently. Yes, the third education committee. He said he is waiting here for us to call for revenge. He probably won't run away. If he runs away, he will really be looked down upon. If you run away, you are a hypocrite. Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan looked disdainfully. It seems that I have found a big supporter now. I forgot the painful expression of being tortured just now. Now they all want the three major education committees to teach each other a lesson. No matter what, please remember not to stir up trouble easily in a while. Let me first find out the details of each other. It is definitely unusual to have a contra accompanying this son. If there is only a contra behind the other party, then this matter will be easy to handle, but if there is a titled Douluo behind the other party, then this matter cannot be handled by the three of us. We need to inform His Majesty Poison Douluo to come to negotiate, or ask your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect to come forward. As Meng Shenji spoke, his eyes also shifted from Du Guyan to Yu Xianheng. Although it was unlikely that there was a titled Douluo behind him, he still had to be vigilant. It would be bad if the boat capsizes in the gutter. Yes, we understand. Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan nodded. It was very late at night, just as Huang Wei was about to fall asleep, and his personality was really becoming more and more lively like a tortoise, too lazy to move. In fact, it's not bad to be a humanoid turtle, lying there motionless. Close your eyes and slowly open them. A hint of annoyance flashed through him. He felt three unfamiliar contrauras appearing under the hotel. He felt it all so naturally. Jade Pomilu, who was always on standby in the next room, could also feel it. Huang Wei didn't need to say anything. He stood up directly and left the room. The Holy Sun has fallen asleep at this time, so there is no need to disturb him. Three contrasts. One is level 83, one is level 85, and the other is level 86. It's not a big problem. I haven't fought much since I followed the Holy Sun. This time, let me take action to alleviate the troubles of the Holy Sun. Thinking of this, Jade Pomilu felt that he was wearing many hats and had a great sense of responsibility, and he smiled knowingly. Go directly downstairs in the room. After Huang Wei felt his breath, he closed his eyes again and fell asleep peacefully. Even if the title Douluo comes, the worst that can happen is that Jade Pomilu takes out the Spirit Hall's token. By then, as long as he is not a fool, he will not do anything stupid. The shopkeeper downstairs was so frightened by the arrival of the three people that he almost had a myocardial infarction. Under the intimidation of his breath and words, he exposed the location of Huang and Wei's room. There's no way, he's just a shopkeeper and doesn't want to die. Just now Huang Wei was on the side of nature. Now the general trend is naturally on our side. I have never seen these three people being so big that they were completely crushed. So he could only accept it honestly. After learning the location of the room, everyone was planning to go in and search for it, then pull it out and start a group fight. However, at this moment, they all heard the sound of gentle footsteps walking towards them. Then a plain and low voice sounded, "No need to look for it, you will disturb the young master's rest." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over. I saw one person walking out from the corner of the staircase door. Chapter 113. The person who came was none other than Jade Pomilu. It's him. Yu Xianheng and others gritted their teeth, pointed at the man in front of them, and became furious. "Little guys, step back and let us intervene here." Meng Shenji and the others looked at the Jade Pomilu with a hint of fear. The aura emanating from this person actually reached the level of an 85th peak contra. This surprised them all. I originally thought that the opponent should be around the level of a low-level contra. Unexpectedly, it was already at a medium level. But after all, they are people who have seen the big world. Titled Douluo have seen it. Naturally, they are not afraid of contra. It doesn't matter what level you are, as long as you don't reach the level of title Douluo. The three of them joined forces to attack, defend, and control in one, and they are really not afraid of each other. Even Meng Shenji, an 86th level contra, could defeat the opponent. He was very confident. It's quite normal to hit the younger one, and then the older one comes. Jade Pomilu looked at the three unfamiliar people in front of him, but in his mind, there was more information and memory about the three contra-educational committees of Xiandao Royal Academy. Now, the three people in front of me must be the three education committee members. Although the three of them are powerful together, he is not weak at all, but he cannot forget the existence of those 8 people. Meng Shenji did not fight directly. Instead, he stepped forward and bowed before fighting to find out the opponent's details so that he could prepare for the future. He asked, "Your Excellency is a contra. He must not be an unknown person. I don't know where you come from." Power, this old guy is quite polite. Jade Pomilu thought to himself, young master has an order, regardless of power. If you want to vent your anger on them today, then your subordinates will see what they can do. Jade Pomilu said in a calm voice. As he spoke, the soul power in his body was gradually blooming. The black thought ball turned into a big black scepter, and 8 soul rings rose up from his body. In this case, there is no need to talk nonsense. If you bully the students of our college, because of your high status, we will not be polite to you. The three of us are here to learn your real tricks. Meng Shenji snorted coldly, and as he stepped forward, his soul power also emerged from his body. I originally wanted to be reasonable and ask the other party to pay some money or something, but I didn't want to take action after all. But now that the other party is in such a hurry, then I can't blame them for being unreasonable. The most important thing is that there is no love to talk about. Although the three of them were born in Wuhan Palace, they disliked Wuhan Palace very much, and they were not interested in the person in front of them either. After all, Jade Pomilu was just a low-level figure in Wuhan Palace before. At this time, the shopkeeper had to bite the bullet and said, "Guys, this is just a small shop. If you can't stand the tossing of a few adults, can you fight outside the shop? Please understand." As he spoke, he put his hands together in a begging gesture. Jade Pomilu said coldly, "If this is a small shop, then what are other shops?" The shopkeeper immediately murmured, and then said in a dull manner, This is a small shop in front of you, adults. It can be destroyed with just your hands, and this will also disturb the rest of all the guests." Hearing that it would affect his rest, even Jade Pomilu couldn't control it at this moment, because the holy sun was still resting on it. If it was affected by their fight, it would definitely be bad. So he looked at the three education committee members and said, "Let's go out and have a show. Walk." The three of them have no intention of destroying this place. After all, it is an industry in Xiandao City. Just like that, everyone left the hotel. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief. He made the right bet. As expected, that guy really cared about that young man. When it came to affecting rest, although he didn't indicate that he was that person, he achieved his goal. Chapter 142 Fierce battle outside the hotel. In a forest clearing, there was a fierce collision between the two parties. Jade Pomilu fights 3 Contras alone. The fight was intense. Meng Shenji Black Demon Control System fighting Soul Douluo, with soul skills released to the outside world. Zillion used Sky Green Vine to lock the opponent. The Jade Pomilu soul skill moved, a sword was slashed out, and powerful force met with it. The black ball of thought offset a lot of damage, swallowing and eroding. Soul skill, Black Jade Meteor Shower. The Jade Pomilu jumped up, his soul ring shining brightly, and many black water droplets formed by black balls of thoughts appeared on his body, and they shot towards the three of them. Soul skills, defense. The expressions of the three of them changed, and Bebe Ocean immediately stood in front of him, using his strong martial soul Xianxing furnace for defense. Bang bang bang. The impact is great and the level difference is not big, so it is not a big problem for Bebe Ocean. The two sides started a fierce battle again. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Form. Jade Pomilu found that he was still a little overconfident. He faced 3 highly cooperative Contras alone. Even though he ate the fairy grass, he still couldn't bear it. Powerful power bloomed, and a huge black ball appeared, suspended in the air, and many black tentacles quickly extended from it and shot toward the surrounding earth and vegetation. Bang bang bang. The powerful force penetrated the objects it touched and took root firmly on the ground. The sound of explosions resounded. The Jade Pomilu disappeared completely and merged into the huge black ball. What is this? Everyone was shocked. Whatever it is, hit it first. Zilin said indifferently, and also unfolded the martial spirit avatar. The Azure avatar appeared, very big and thick, and shot towards the big black ball in front. Bang! But the next second, the real body's attack was swallowed up, and the damaged area of the black ball was instantly restored. What? Zilin's eyes widened in disbelief. Immediately afterwards, a black soul ring appeared on the big black ball, and a surge of murderous intent came out, and then countless tentacles launched an indiscriminate attack on them all. Just like Gatling. Extremely fast. The power of each tentacle cannot be underestimated. Careful, Meng. Shenji, who still wanted to attack, shouted, activated his martial spirit avatar, and switched to defense, protect, students. Bebe Ocean shouted, remembering the safety of the students behind him at this critical moment, which was enough to show that he really cared about the students. Without any hesitation, he unfolded his martial soul avatar and stood directly in front of everyone. The three martial soul avatars were defending. This time it was not so easy. It was very difficult to resist. Yu Xianheng, Qinming and others left here quickly. These battles are no longer something they can control. What kind of martial soul is that big black ball? It's so abnormal. Zilin's true form was broken. Fly out upside down. Hit the ground. This is his lowest level. As for Bebe Ocean, the situation is better. After all, it is a defensive martial spirit. Meng Shenji's black demon true form also showed obvious signs of retreat. Dust was flying around them, and the two of them didn't notice it until Zilin's body flew out. Suddenly the word Zilin came out of his mouth. The 8th soul skill, Destroy Light, within the black ball of thought avatar. Because it was the first time to use the martial soul avatar, Jade Pomilu felt a huge drain on himself and no longer wanted to fight. Using the most powerful soul skill at present, he planned to sum up this war. In the center of the black ball of thought, a white eye appeared, and black light shot out, arriving at a super fast speed. The two of them had no time to dodge, and could only release the 8th soul skill to fight. Bebe Ocean's 8th soul skill is defense, while Meng Shenji's 8th soul skill is control type attack. Boom. After this move was released, the Jade Pomilu instantly released the martial soul's true body, and fell from the mid-air. Look ahead. After a scream, in the smoke of the explosion, the bodies of Bebe Ocean and Meng Shenji flew out, and hit the ground. The martial soul's true body also disappeared. He looked very embarrassed and miserable. Jade Pomilu himself was a little surprised. This martial soul avatar consumes a lot of money, but its power is more powerful than I imagined. At this moment, he looked miserable, and was breathing heavily. In a weak state. Amidst the explosion, Huang Wei, who was sleeping in the hotel, opened his eyes with an impatient expression. It's so noisy. He stood up, teleported, walked directly through the wall, and moved towards the source of the explosion. At this time, Yu Xianheng said, his current condition is not very good. If we join forces, we may have a chance. Jade Pomilu only showed a short period of weakness before restraining himself. During the battle, his opponent could not let his status be known. Otherwise it would be a very dangerous thing. Do not go. Bebe Ocean looked at the students who were about to make a move and shouted angrily. Everyone stopped. Meng Shenji and the other three stood up again. To be honest, it's really embarrassing for 3 people to join forces to fight one person and to end up like this. They were extremely shocked as to why there was such a huge gap in the combat effectiveness of the guy in front of him after he activated his martial spirit true form. If the previous battle continues like this, they will definitely win. But I didn't expect the accident to happen so suddenly. The 3 of them stood up, their bodies a little unstable and squirming. Especially Zilin's martial soul's real body was smashed to pieces and now has internal injuries. Chapter 114. As for the other 2, Bebe Ocean is better, and although Meng Shenji is 1 level higher, it's not much better. If you want to fight, hurry up. If you don't want to fight, get out. Jade Pomilu said calmly. Fight? Why don't you fight? Qinming will take them back first. Meng Shenji said. But Qinming hesitated. Zilin said, today we have to get back this face. It's 10%. If we fight 3 times, take them away. This is an order. Bebe Ocean shouted. Qinming nodded. I understand. Turn around and leave with everyone. It would be really embarrassing if these students were asked to help them deal with this person. Although the others were unwilling, they still left. Jade Pomeroy smiled disdainfully and said, although he is a little weak, I will still have no problem dealing with you three injured contrasts. Cut the nonsense. War. The three of them endured the pain, once again displayed their martial arts souls, used their soul skills, and gave Jade Pomeroy such a blow with all their strength. Jade Pomeroy also summoned the black ball of thought and rushed over Chu's defense. Bang bang bang. This time the battle was not as fierce as before. The fighting breath weakened, but the fighting became stronger and stronger with the sudden appearance of Huang Wei. In just a moment, a powerful force bloomed. He scattered the four people who were still fighting. At night, if you beat me up, why don't you let me sleep? As soon as Huang Wei appeared, an indifferent voice immediately sounded, Holy Sun, why are you here? Jade Pomeroy blurted out. It took him a second to realize that he had said the wrong thing. But it can't be saved. Zilin was forced to the ground by him. The people who are still standing are Meng Shenji and Bibi Ocean. Chapter 143 Betrayer. Accept punishment. Huang Wei looked at it with suppressed eyes and said, why am I here? Don't you have any amount in mind? Upon hearing this, Jade Pomeroy was stunned and understood what Huang Wei said, which meant that their fight was too noisy, and woke him up. Sir, I'm sorry. Jade Pomeroy admitted his mistake. You just called him the Holy Sun. Who are you? Meng Shenji grasped the key point, narrowed his eyes, and asked in a low voice. In this world, the only Holy Sun he had ever heard of was the Wuhandian family, and he was the new one who took office not long ago. They had also heard the news. After all, such a big news. As one of the three major disciples from Wuhandian, how could the education committee not know? Let me introduce myself. Huang Wei, the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. Huang Wei looked at the person in front of him with a meaningful smile. Marshal Soul Hall, Holy Sun, as expected. You guys, when Meng Shenji and Bibi Ocean heard the person in front of them admit it, their expressions suddenly changed, and their pupils suddenly shrank. They were considered traitors to Wuhan Palace, so they reacted a bit. Zilin, who fell on the ground, felt great disgust for Wuhan Palace and the Holy Sun after hearing this answer. Although the three of them were from Wuhan Palace, because they knew what Wuhan Palace was doing, they did not bother to associate with them, and came to the Xiandao Empire to join. But not long ago, they found out that Salus had become a titled Douluo, and they felt extremely uneasy, because their former immediate boss was Salus. Salus sent them tokens to return to Wuhan. So far, no reply has been given to the other party, titled Douluo. They can't do it. Huang Wei looked at the three people in front of him with a smile. Three of you, if I remember correctly, you should also be from my Wuhan Palace, but you teach at Xiandao Royal Academy and become the education committee. Xiandao Royal Academy is recognized a product directly under the Xiandao Royal family. Could it be that the three education committee members want to be traced to the Wuhan Palace? Fortunately, Kinming had already left this place with Yu Xianheng and others. If someone heard this, they would definitely be shocked. When the three of them heard this, their expressions changed drastically, and they all looked at each other with guilty looks on their faces. Zilin got up, held his embarrassed body, and said coldly, the three of us are indeed from Wuhan Palace, and this body was given by Wuhan Palace, but because we understand what Wuhan Palace does, it is really unbearable we disdain to associate with you. Zilin, Bibi Ocean and Meng Shenji were shocked when they heard what the other party said. They actually didn't want to make this matter so bitterly antagonistic, but now that the other party has spoken out, it is very likely that this matter will be resolved completely. There is no room for redemption. They both think Zilin is too impulsive, but this is often the other person's temperament. Huh, what are you afraid of? I'm just telling the truth. Besides, although he is the Holy Sun, there is still a level gap between him and us after all, and there are only two of them. Now there is an extra burden, which is also an opportunity for us. Zilin gritted his teeth and said, he hated Wuhan Palace with all his heart, and he even had murderous intentions towards Huang Wei. Meng Shenji immediately persuaded Zhlin, no, if you really do that, Wuhan Palace will definitely be furious. Don't forget, he is one of the direct disciples of the current Pope Bibi Dong. If something happens to him, Ushai and our royal family will the academy is in dire straits. It's not like you don't know the power and the number of powerful people in the spirit hall. So what can the Shai and our empire do to fight against it? Bibi Ocean immediately said, don't forget, the students in Shai and our royal academy. They will also be implicated. Zilan calmed down now and felt that he had just been impulsive. I've already said it, there's no regrets. He raised his head and looked ahead. Huang Wei felt that it was ridiculous. He clapped his hands and said, disgusting? Disdain to be associated with him? Very good, very good. This is the best joke I have heard this year. If it weren't for the Wuhan Palace, how could you have the cultivation you have now? If it weren't for the Wuhan Palace, how would the common people have the chance to awaken? Couldn't we just wait for you so-called nobles and empires to come and help? In all things in the world, yin and yang coexist. When there is good, there is bad, and when there is bad, there is good. Martial spirit all is at fault. Are you traitors innocent? The Shai and our empire is not at fault. Tonight, this holy sun. Huang Wei's cold and deep voice sounded, his eyes narrowed, a cold light flashed, and he said with murderous intent, I'm very angry. Bang. The next second, a terrifying wave of soul power emerged from his body. The huge black turtle stood upright, majestic and unyielding, and the low black turtle sounded roar immediately. Soul rings rose up one after another on Huang Wei's body. Purple 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 red red red. The breath and momentum are enlarging in circles one after another, like the boundless sea. His yellow eyes were filled with chilling hatred for the rebels. The green armor attached to his body made his whole body taller and stronger. Jade Pomilu wanted to say something more, but he immediately closed his mouth after hearing Huang Wei's words. Looking at the other person's turbulent aura, he knew that the holy sun Huang Wei was really angry this time. What shocked him the most was that the three people in front of him actually left the Wuhan Palace. In other words, he was originally from Wuhan Palace. Everything the Wuhan Palace gave them, now he has become a traitor in turn. It's really hateful. Huang Wei said coldly, I, the holy sun, hate betrayers the most in my life. I will turn the three of you into my fertilizer. Impossible. How is it possible? 7 ring soul saint. No, this aura is a bit strange. It is obviously the 7th ring, but it also has the aura of contrap. 7 ringed. Soul Douluo. He hasn't obtained the 8th soul ring yet, which means he should be an 8th ringed soul Douluo now. How is this possible? How old is he? The 1st and 2nd soul rings are purple, and the 4th soul ring starts with red for 100,000 years. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When Meng Shenji, Bibi Ocean and Zilan saw this, they were shocked and broke out in cold sweat. But Huang Wei didn't talk nonsense with them. As soon as the 6th soul ring moved, the black turtle's gravity field was released. The three people instantly felt that they were being suppressed by tens of millions of powerful forces, and they were suppressed and lay on the ground without any resistance. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted from the mouth. It felt like my internal organs were being torn apart. What? A terrible gravity. What on earth is this? The 3 of them were exhausted from the battle with Jade Pomilu, and now they couldn't break free at all. In addition, they were already injured, and now it was even worse. Huang Wei teleported, activated his soul bone skill, and instantly came to the 3 of them. A large sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed the legs of the 3 of them without hesitation. Don't want, feeling threatened out of instinct, I couldn't help shouting but unfortunately, the next moment, the knife fell, and the legs of the 3 of them were cut off directly, and blood spurted out. Rebels are unpardonable. The 4th soul ring on Huang Wei's body moved, and GUI Kang Mi activated, and the surrounding space quickly distorted. The 3 people who screamed gradually lost their voices, were drowned by the light group, and the ceiling shackles were attracted into the rune space. Silky and comfortable from start to finish. Chapter 144. The Force Clan. Holy Sun, I feel sorry for your cultivation, since I can't take down 3 of them by myself. Seeing Huang Wei's great magical power take down 3 people like this, Jade Pomilu was shocked and quickly raised his hands and said, it's okay, go back and rest. Huang Wei didn't want to say anything more, put his hands behind his back, and left the place quickly. Jade Pomilu felt guilty and vowed to break through to level 86 as soon as possible and become more powerful. The Holy Sun must not be disappointed, so he quickly followed. Everyone who had just returned to the gate of Xiandao Royal Academy was very uneasy. Someone said, "Teacher Kinming, something is wrong. After so long, the 3 members of the education committee should have taken down that contrap, but he still hasn't come back. I'm worried." "Will," Kinming said, "don't worry, you have to have confidence in the 3rd education committee. Although there were some minor accidents along the way, there is still no problem for the 3 of them to work together to win a contrap." After pausing for a moment, he immediately continued, "Well, my cultivation level is the highest here. I will go back and take a look secretly. Xianheng, you take them back first. Yang Iron, please tell your grandfather about this matter. At least there will be an insurance. I know about Master Kinming." Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan nodded and said. Everyone quickly returned to the academy. Naturally, this matter cannot be discussed with other people, only with 2 or 3 designated people. Kinming turned around and quickly headed towards the forest, where the hotel was just now. Because the sound of fighting over there was basically diluted by various vegetation in the forest, and did not spread, so not many people knew about the situation here. Chapter 115. When Kinming arrived, it was already early in the morning. Looking at this familiar area, I looked around, but I couldn't find the 4 missing people. That person is not important. The most important thing is the 3rd education committee of their college. After observing, he frowned and murmured, "Why is it so quiet when there is no one around?" He remembered correctly, the previous place was here, because the traces of fighting around it still existed, and had not been erased. The broken trees, soil, stones and various potholes on the ground after collapse are the best evidence to prove this. The forest was not as big as he imagined, so he went to search for it. After searching for a while, he determined that it was gone. He then said, "Maybe they went back to the college and happened to pass me from another section of the road." But before leaving here, he still had one last thing to confirm. I went directly to the previous hotel and looked up the records. But he left the next moment. If even the 3rd education committee cannot deal with someone, he will be even more unable to deal with it, even if the opponent is injured. The risk is not worth it, because there will be people coming next, and as long as his students are safe, everything will no longer be a problem. I was speechless all night, and as time passed, the sun replaced the moon again, and the light faded away from the darkness. In the Xiandao Royal Academy, Kinming had been worried all night. After he came back, after confirming with Yu Xianheng and others, the 3 major education committees really had not returned. Immediately pass this news to the Xiandao royal family, and Du Guyan is also ready to inform his grandfather. She had already received a notice last night, but because her grandfather happened to be in retreat, she didn't bother to pay attention to it. She just said hello, and the other party said that, as soon as the matter was confirmed, he would leave. For the academy, Contra's background is very powerful, but for him, it is an existence that can be easily destroyed by a drop of poison. Not enough to worry about. What bothers him now is the things in his back garden. He has quietly gone back to that place, and things have changed. All the plants I planted were gone, and even the soil and the hot spring were gone, leaving only a big hole. The sight of it made him feel sad. So he entered the cave entrance to check, and was shocked by the scene inside. Then he thought of the 2 powerful titled Douluo he had encountered before, who could easily crush him to death. He was so frightened that he broke into cold sweat and couldn't leave quickly. I plan to get involved in this matter again. Because the people involved in this matter were much bigger than he imagined. After leaving quickly, I will take those items to the cave and leave this place quickly. At worst, I will just find another one later. Your own life is important. There is a saying that goes well, the longer people live, the more afraid they are of death. Because the quality of life is hard to come by, I don't want to give it up. Kinming immediately went to the Xiandao royal family in person to report the news first. Du Guyan also went to tell his grandfather, but this is not something that can be reached and solved in a few minutes. As for the free time, Huang Wei took the Jade Pomelu directly to the mansion of the Li clan. Stopping in front of the door, the mansion of the Power clan in front of me was very grand, and it could be considered luxurious. The Li clan is famous for its side job of blacksmithing. Among the 4 single attribute clans, they are also the richest. But if the other party doesn't understand today, then this powerful family can disappear from this world or be replaced. The residence of the Force clan is located in the south of Xiandao City. It is the only place in the surrounding area, and there are no other forces in the surrounding area. There are only a lot of vegetation, trees, and plain grass squares in front of the door of the Li clan. Huang and Wei could hear the clash of iron and the shouts of people practicing martial arts, strong and powerful. Qi and blood are surging. Take it seriously. In front of the mansion, there is a huge red door plaque with a large circle in the center and a lifelike word called power carved inside the large circle. This is a representative of the Force clan. It is also everything, representing the principle of defeating all laws with force. In front of the gate of the Power clan's mansion, there are 2 people standing guard. After seeing the person coming, I first observed him, but I couldn't tell where the person came from. I only knew that there was an aura about them that made it difficult to breathe. The 2 of them are not fools who have never seen the world. Naturally, it can be seen that the status of these 2 people must be extraordinary. Their soul power is very high, far above them. Judging from the decoration of the other party, he is an aristocratic young master. I don't know where he is. The person standing behind him is naturally the follower Maze. You too. I don't know why my clan is here. The doorman on the right stepped forward and asked in a low voice. This wasn't something he did intentionally. It was just the way the sound was. It's Patriarch Titan here? Huang Wei spoke. When the 2 of them heard this, they frowned and said, the clan leader is here. Why do you come to see him? Huang Wei shook his head. Of course we have matters that need to be discussed with the Titan clan leader in person. It is not convenient to disclose them. The Force clan hates Wuhan Temple very much. If it were revealed, now that they are Wuhan Temple, and also the Holy Sun, they would probably explode. He first completed Bibi Dong's instructions to see if the other party knew what he was interested in. If not, he would kill the chicken to scare the monkey. If the monkey was still the same after killing the chicken to scare the monkey, then there would be no need to say anything and just use it as fertilizer. Chapter 145 Titan, you too, please come with us. The guard on the left saw that they would definitely not be able to make any big waves, not to mention that this was the territory of the Force clan, and he was not afraid that the other party would be a troublemaker. What's more, the other person is so gentle, and he doesn't look like that kind of person. Huang Wei nodded slightly. Just followed in on the road. Huang and Wei saw people from the Li clan who were forging iron and practicing martial arts. The division of labor is clear. Under the guidance of the guard, 2 strangers immediately caught his attention. The square here is really big. After walking for a while, we finally came to a palace hall. The guard turned around and said, you two, this is the living room of our Li clan. Please wait a moment. I will inform the clan leader to come immediately. Huang Wei nodded slightly. Okay, you go. The guard turned and left, and at the same time, ordered the others to come over and make tea. Huang Wei looked at the layout here. It was really similar to the one in the anime. It was very big and very tall. Although this is a living room, it is also very nice. Of course, when there are no guests, it will definitely be used for other things. At the end of the middle is the main chair. There are rows of chairs on the left and right. He casually found a seat and sat down, not having much need in this area. Jade Pomerano stood aside. Soon someone came over to make tea. Huang Wei picked it up and took a sip. Don't stand, sit down. Yes. Jade Pomelu nodded, sat down and took a drink of tea. It tastes pretty good. At least tea leaves. On the other side, where the doorman passes, is a long corridor. There was ventilation all around the corridor. Hot fire was blowing, and there was a violent banging sound from the room at the end, but it was very rhythmic. There was a heavy breathing. The room at the end was a private forging pavilion dedicated to the Patriarch Titan. The person working inside was naturally a Titan. As for the family Tylenol, he happened to be out on business during this period, while his grandson Talon went to study at an academy in Xiandao City and only came back on the weekend. Boom, boom, boom. The guard knocked on the door vigorously. This was a normal operation, because the Titan was very serious at work, and with the noise of forging, it was impossible to hear a soft knock on the door. You could only knock as loudly as you could point. This door is forged from fine iron of very high quality. The quality is so good that, even if the guard summons his martial soul and strikes with all his strength, it will not be able to damage it at all. The guard's cultivation level is sulking. There was no movement, so he activated his martial spirit and directly used all his soul power to bombard the door. The loud bang echoed in the pavilion inside like an echo, and the waves were turbulent. The blacksmith titan stopped what he was doing, his thick white eyebrows lowered, and he put down the hammer in his hand. His bent waist straightened up, making him very tall and strong. Turn around and walk towards the door. He grabbed the door handle and pulled it, looking at the doorman standing in front of him. Clan leader. The guard immediately saluted respectfully. What's wrong? Titan's face was a little unhappy. Anyone who was suddenly interrupted from enjoying would not look good. The guard lowered his head and did not look at Titan's face, but his dissatisfaction could be heard from his tone. The guard immediately said, "The patriarch has 2 people waiting for you in the living room." Titan frowned and couldn't remember any recent appointments, so he asked, "Where are you from? What do you want from me?" The guard said, "They didn't say anything. They just said that they have important things to talk to you in person. Judging from their clothes, they belong to the nobility." Titan was even more confused now and didn't understand anything. Then he shook his head. "Noble, which one could it be?" "Well, if you can't think of it, then don't think about it. It would be more appropriate to just go and have a look." Titan looked at the guard and said, "Okay, you go back to your post. I'll go over and take a look." Yes, the whistle has been conveyed. His mission has been completed, and he can no longer interfere with the next thing. After Titan tidied up, he walked directly towards the living room. On the way, everyone was very curious about who it was and which nobleman came to see him. In the living room, Huang and Wei waited quietly, listening to the shouts outside. Jade Pumalu said, "Holy son, they actually want you to wait for so long." Huang Wei said, "It doesn't matter, my belly is not as small as you think." Hearing this, Jade Pumalu nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of footsteps. When they looked back, they met the owner of the footsteps. What you see is a very big guy. The head is very hairy, and it is worthy of being a powerful gorilla. As expected, the human body looks like a gorilla in terms of body shape and appearance, and the whole body is filled with developed and huge muscles. He is obviously an old man, but at this moment, he has become a braver being than a young man. As soon as he came out, he was a little surprised to see the 2 people in the living room, and then he quickly asked, "I wonder who you 2 are, and where they come from? What do you want from me?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. Titan Chief. There are some things that I hope can be discussed after the door is closed. Huang Wei and Jade Pumalu stood up representatively, showing respect for this elderly man. The person who spoke was Huang Wei. Titan looked displeased. He made such a request for the first time. Naturally, he would not agree so obediently. After all, the old Titan also had a temper, and his temper was very hot, which was not good. While striding towards the inside, he said without any expression, "If you have anything to say, just say it here. There are no outsiders in my clan, so the worst is to come in." Hearing this, Huang Wei didn't care. Instead, he smiled. This smile was a bit mysterious and said, "Since the Titan leader doesn't care, then we will naturally not ask too much." Titan asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, who are you?" The Titan chief will know it at a glance. Huang Wei took out the token directly from the soul guide. There was a red rope on the token. He grabbed the rope and the token was slowly rotating. The 5 words "Saint Son of Wuhan Palace" came back and forth appear alternately. I didn't throw it over because I was afraid that the other party would crush it directly. Titan turned around, and when he saw the words on the token in front of him, his pupils shrank instantly. His expression changed drastically, and then he became angry and angry. A wild surge of force exploded. "Are you from Wuhan Palace? You are the holy son of Wuhan Palace, Titans." voice was filled with coldness, murderousness, and hatred. Huang Wei showed a smile. If the Titan clan leader cannot control his emotions, the Force clan will face a big crisis. Jade Puma stood in front of Huang Wei, releasing his martial soul and 8-ring soul ring, and the power of the 86th level Contra appeared. Yes, after last night's battle, he successfully broke through. Although Titan's cultivation level is also level 86 Contra, there is still a long time way to go between Jade Pomerano and his opponent point after all. The other party is a super veteran point, but this is just theoretical speculation, and the specific details will not be known until the fight begins. Chapter 146 Fighting Titan. When Titan heard the words of the young man in front of him, he immediately felt unhappy. When had Tay been threatened by outsiders on his own territory? Although Huang Wei is only 8 years old, because of his premature development, he already looks like a young man of 16 or 17 years old. Most people really don't know how old the other person is without looking at his bone age. When he wanted to express his displeasure, he felt that the man standing behind the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace stepped forward and stood in front of Huang Wei. The soul power fluctuations he displayed were also the same as his. At the 16th level, his pupils shrank, but he soon calmed down. If they were just equal, he wouldn't be afraid. If the other party wasn't from Wuhan Palace, he wouldn't even show fear now. Point. As long as you are not a 90 level titled Douluo, relying on the melee burst of his powerful gorilla spirit that can break through all kinds of magic, it is still very easy to deal with a soul master of the same level whose spirit is just an unknown black ball. But now that the other party has a background, he really can't do anything at will. The most terrifying thing is Wuhan Palace, the existence that he hates the most. Titan's voice was low, his face was cold, and his tone was cold to the lowest point. No matter what the purpose of your coming here today, you should get out of the mansion of my clan immediately. We don't welcome you. He would never forget the scene where the Haoshan sect was chased by the Wuhan Palace after they gave up their 4 single attribute affiliated sects. If he hadn't been lucky enough to come to the territory of the Xiandao Empire, he probably wouldn't be here now. There is a clan of Force Point recalling the scene of that day. It was still fresh in his mind, even after so many years, as if it happened yesterday. The dead members of the Li clan had become a shadow of grief that he could not shake off for the rest of his life. The shadow has always been hidden deep in his heart, and he dare not open it. But now that the other party came over, he forcibly reopened the scar. At the same time, he also activated the martial soul powerful gorilla. The terrifying soul power emerged, his body rose taller, and 8 soul rings emerged. Jade Pomerleau narrowed his eyes and instantly felt the pressure from the opponent, showing a fearful look. If there was a fight, there would be a big gap between the 3 major education committees last night. As expected, the Li clan is worthy of being an affiliated clan of the Haoshan sect, and the clan leader cannot be underestimated. But if the other party doesn't know what to do and really wants to fight, he won't hesitate to fight. Although he knew that no matter how strong the opponent was, he was still no match for the Holy Son. Huang Wei looked calm, as if he had not seen the other party's martial spirit, and was not affected at all. He said, "No, we are here to convey the matter to the Titan chief. At least let us finish talking." "Okay, then you say it." Titan's voice was angry, and he almost ran away, but he still held back his cold voice. He was also a little surprised. The guy in front of him was not afraid at all. Did he really think that he did not dare to take action? Or was he relying on the Contra in front of him? Or is it relying on his identity as the Holy Son? However, this identity is indeed remarkable, and he really doesn't dare to go too far. Otherwise the Force clan will be destroyed by Wuhan Palace, and he cannot be regarded as this sinner. However, this is the territory of the Xiandao Empire, and the other party cannot go too far. I'm here on behalf of Wuhan Palace to invite you and the Force clan to join Wuhan Palace. Huang Wei said with a smile, took out a token from the Soul Guide, and flicked it towards Titan. "Get lost, the Force clan, and I reject your invitation to the Spirit Hall." When Titan heard this, he was completely furious, and crushed the throne token with one hand. "Right. Now, get out of the Force clan for me." Titan pointed at the door. "Did you reject it?" "In fact, this is also expected," Huang Wei murmured, not at all surprised. If Bibi Dong hadn't said that, he wouldn't have needed so much nonsense. He could just come in and do it directly. If this is the case, then the fourth clan, can only be used as fertilizer. He closed his eyes and slowly opened them. His eyes were cold and cold. Murderous intent was everywhere, and the aura of a superior person bloomed instantly, covering the whole place. At the same time, the terrifying soul power bloomed from his body, and a huge black turtle stood tall and tall. 7 terrifying soul rings appeared on his body. Although it was only 7 rings, it had the aura to suppress the entire audience, including Contrap. This holy sun will give you one more chance. Do you want to surrender or die? Huang Wei's voice was cold and indifferent. The moment Huang Wei's martial soul and soul ring appeared, Titan was in a state of confusion. His eyes narrowed with a look of fear, and his expression changed wildly. Impossible. 100,000-year soul ring. And there are 4 of them. HMPH. You are trying to be mysterious, but I'm so scared. Even so, he's just a soul saint. This is the territory of the Xiandao Empire. Is your spirit all really going to die? Titan suppressed the shock and panic in his heart at the 100,000-year soul ring and the age and soul power cultivation level of the person in front of him, snorted coldly and said, but he was also shocked by the martial spirit of the guy in front of him. Damn it, why is it so big? Bigger than his powerful gorilla. His martial spirit is like a little guy under the opponent's martial spirit. What kind of turtle is this? This holy son of the Xiandao Empire does not take it seriously. Soon this world will belong to our spirit empire. As for a fight to the death, a force that doesn't even have a title. Douluo, do you think you have the qualifications to do so? There was pride and contempt in Huang Wei's words. Arrogant, seeking death. Although Huang Wei's words did not contain any curse words, they were like silver needles piercing Titan's heart. His fiery temper could no longer be suppressed, and he became completely furious. His anger soared into the sky and he punched Huang Wei directly. Passed by. The people outside were shocked by the scene that happened in the living room. They immediately stopped what they were doing and headed over there. They could clearly hear the roar of their clan leader Wuhan Palace. Holy sun, it seemed that their clan leader was completely furious and wanted to fight. They also hate Wuhan Palace. The doorman was even sweating profusely. The people inside were brought in by him himself. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be someone from Wuhan Palace. In the future, we can't let people in who have no reporting power, even if they are beaten to death. It's absolutely impossible, he kept saying in his heart. In the palace, facing the punch from Titan, Huang Wei looked calm, without the slightest hint of fear. Lu, step back. This holy sun hasn't fought for a long time. I want to do some activities myself. Huang Wei said, yes. Jade Pumalu was stunned, then nodded and stepped back. Having seen how awesome the holy sun is, he certainly doesn't need to worry. Soul skill. Water cannon. The black turtle's huge mouth opened, one of the red soul rings flickered, and a huge water column shot directly from the mouth, heading towards the Titan's powerful fist. Boom. Titan found that the water cannon was not as easy to break open as he thought. After being shocked, he directly activated his first soul skill to break it open. Then he was met by Huang Wei's active attack. Punch him. Fight with me? Ridiculous. Tan laughed wildly, feeling humiliated by the other party. Suddenly the soul power became even more terrifying, and he punched it. Huang Wei showed a strange smile, and a turtle shell appeared on his body. The second soul skill is saving. He didn't want such a good fertilizer to explode and die, so he used the second soul skill instead of the first. Bang. Chapter 147 Collection. Bang. The two fists collided, and a loud noise spread throughout the entire living room. But the strange thing is that in such a huge collision, the impact caused by the soul power should spread around, but this time it didn't. It was as if all the power of the turtle shell that the Titan hit on Huang Wei's fist was absorbed by the opponent. Titan, who was very confident in his own strength, couldn't hold back at this moment. His expression changed immediately. Impossible. He struck continuously. Huang Wei didn't do anything wrong at all. Instead, his own strength seemed to be swallowed up, and he couldn't break the turtle shell in front of him at all. Huang Wei's soul bone skill was activated and disappeared in front of Titan, causing the opponent's last punch to attack continuously to miss. Gone. That one just now was the soul bone skill. Tang recalled the scene where Huang Wei's right arm was glowing and his pupils shrank. As expected of the holy son of Wuhan Palace, he is indeed extraordinary. The breath of that soul bone feels extraordinary. This guy has 4 100,000-year-old soul rings. Although he doesn't know whether they are true or false. If they are true, then the soul bones are probably at the 100,000-year-old level. Thinking of this, even he couldn't hold back his excitement. But he still has reason. It belongs to Wuhan Palace. If he takes it, it will also affect the entire clan. So you need to think twice before leaping. Just as he was thinking about it, Huang Wei, who had disappeared, appeared behind him very quickly. This was a teleportation using the soul bone skill point. Feeling the sense of danger coming from the back of his head, the veteran titan instantly turned around and defended himself point. But because of his large size, he lacked speed and was not as good as Huang Wei. Point. A green energy ball appeared in Huang Wei's hand and hit the opponent's back directly. Chapter 117. Back to you. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and the screams of the titans were heard. Huang Wei left the top and returned to the jade pomelu, saying calmly, "The battle is over." Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the huge titan had released its spirit-possessed state, fell from the explosion smoke in midair, and hit the ground hard. He was extremely miserable. His whole body was in a state of disarray, and there was still black gas coming out. He had many wounds, blood was flying from his body, and his bones were all broken. He kept vomiting blood. Clan leader, people from outside rushed in. Suppression. Huang Wei waved his hand, and the 6th soul skill was activated. In an instant, within a radius of 1 kilometer centered on himself, everything that stepped into this circle, except those ignored by the initiator, felt suppressed by the huge mountain and fell on the ground, unable to get up. This kind of gravity, Huang Wei, who understood some of the meanings and the runs, also has the ability to control this suppressive gravity so that he will not directly crush people into bloody mud like before. The subsequent people who entered the circle were also affected by gravity. Even if they activated their martial spirits, they were suppressed and instantly lost their martial spirits. They lay obediently on the ground and allowed themselves to be slaughtered. Huang Wei said, "You, the 4th clan, have just been given 2 opportunities by this holy son to your clan leader. If you don't join the spirit hall, you will only become my fertilizer." What do you want to do? Among the suppressed people, some people asked in fear, although their voices were very low. "Soon, you will know." Soul skill. Turtle empty annihilation. Huang Wei selected the target, waved his hand, and a terrifying green energy spread rapidly in a circle within 1 kilometer. The space was distorting. Huang Wei selected the target. Now he could easily select everyone in the circle like God's vision. The space was twisting crazily, and his body entered a state of nothingness. All the selected people turned into a stream of energy that quickly condensed on Huang Wei's turtle shell. Mysterious runes appeared, and a shackle appeared, sealing them. After it was over, the place was deserted except for Huang Wei and Jade Pomeru. There are currently only a few hundred people in the entire clan. They all ran within a kilometer, which also saved Huang Wei trouble. There are so many forces and people in this world, and the 4 major single attribute clans are not the only ones. If they are unwilling to join the spirit hall, then they can just support other forces. The Wuhan Palace does not need to have forces that have hatred towards the Wuhan Palace to join, because sooner or later there will be cracks. Huang Wei said. He turned around and walked out of the living room, arranged someone to come over and take over the territory. Huang Wei turned to look at the Jade Pomelu. Jade Pomelu nodded immediately. "Yes. Holy son, where are you going next?" Jade Pomelu asked. Huang Wei said, "The minimum clan." "Yes." Jade Pomelu immediately went down to make arrangements, contact the people in Wuhan Palace, and quickly obtain the details of the minimum clan and the Xiandao Empire. Not all of the 4th clan disappeared, because there was still family Tianyuo and grandson Taelong who were not dead. However, Huang Wei didn't want to pay attention to these problems, so he just sent people to execute them secretly. Everyone who might help tanks and get up in the future will die. Helping Tang Xin was tantamount to going against him, and the Spirit Hall point he had an undying feud with Wu Hundian and Tang Xin point. Now that he's here, it's impossible to give Tang Xin away. To survive point they must be killed to avoid future troubles. Tang Xin was rescued, and now he doesn't know what level he is at point, but what is certain is that it must not be as advanced as him point. After he finds the specific location of Haitian sect, he will kill it and completely eliminate any future troubles. He knew that the Haitian sect was in the Star Luo Empire, but he didn't know where exactly it was. But it's not a big problem because he has plenty of time. On the other side, after learning the exact news about his granddaughter Du Guyan, Du Gubo, who was in seclusion, did not hesitate anymore and decisively left the seclusion and went to the place where it happened to check, because he also received a message from Emperor Zuyi from the royal family letter. The disappearance of the three major education committees is a very heavy loss for the Xiandao Empire. The specific reasons must be found out, and the two real culprits must be found. Emperor Zuyi was already extremely angry. Last time, the disappearance of tens of thousands of people in Soto City was not solved. Later, it was reported that several other generals from the Balik Kingdom had also disappeared inexplicably. This was a major blow to him and the entire Xiandao Empire. He quickly arranged for new Soul Douluo and Soul Saint to go to the general position before the ladder to manage the army there. Point Soto City is one of the borders with the Star Luo Empire, and it is also a facade. This facade must not be lost. Point Du Gubo left to find out the reason. Point I went directly to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper confirmed that the two men had left early in the morning, pointed them in the direction of departure, and Du Gubo left quickly. In his opinion, this matter was very unusual, and the people involved behind it were probably very powerful. Although he, a low-level titled Douluo, is very powerful in using poison, he is indeed at the bottom among titled Douluo point, so he himself has to be careful. Point, especially since he saw those two guys before. Point he didn't know why, but he always felt that this matter might have something to do with the other party. Could he be from Wuhan Palace? Du Gubo's expression was extremely solemn. Chapter 148 Du Gubo's pursuit. Du Gubo flew all the way in the direction in front of him. Point ask the passers-by around you on the way. Passers-by saw that he could fly. In their subconscious minds, if there were no wings, only titled Douluo could fly. Point so, when I saw Du Gubo, I was scared to death. Point what Du Gubo asked. They didn't hide anything and told everything. Point just like this. Du Gubo asked all the way, and soon he determined the final whereabouts of the two people Du Guyan mentioned. Wait a minute, isn't that direction the residence of the Force clan? Du Gubo was flying and saw a huge building not far away. He paused for a moment and remembered something. Xiandao City was very large and had many branch areas, but he still knew the information about the Force clan. After all, it was one of the four major single attribute families affiliated with the Haitian sect back then. It's just a pity that he has been abandoned by Haitian sect now. Could he be from the Force clan? But Yanan also said that Contra's martial spirit is a strange black ball. The inherited martial spirit of the Force clan is a powerful gorilla. It cannot be Black Ball. It is completely irrelevant. Could it be that it was invited back from outside? Du Gubo's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of various possibilities, but it feels impossible. Martial spirit inheritance clans like this generally maintain the inherited martial arts, and few people will trust people with foreign martial arts spirits. Du Gubo felt that what he just thought of was unlikely to come true. Du Gubo said it should be just a coincidence that he went to find the Force clan. He must not be from the other party. Forget it, I'll just go and check it out in person. It hurts my head to think about it so much here. Du Gubo's figure moved forward quickly. Soon, he arrived at the residence of the Force clan. Out of politeness, after all, the Force clan was now a force in the Xiandao Empire, so it would be nice to give them some face. Just as he landed, he felt something was wrong. Although there are still people walking around in this Force clan, the clothes they wear are not the traditional clothes of the Force clan, and the people inside don't look like people from the Force clan at all. Point they have the symbol of Wuhan Palace on them. Marshal. Spirit Hall, what's going on? Has the Force clan joined the Spirit Hall? Du Gubo's face changed slightly, and he looked not good. This was considered a betrayal. In any case, the presence of these people from Wuhan Palace here shows that the two people before were probably really from Wuhan Palace. Being able to make 3 contra-level education committees disappear without being discovered so far, Wuhan Palace is the most suitable target. That's really the case. So do you want me to intervene in this matter? There are no title Douluo and contra Douluo here. Do you want me to wipe these people out, clean them up, and quickly go back and report to your majesty? Douluo. Bo's eyes were moving. His brain was thinking rapidly, making choices. His face turned cold. No matter what, he had a very big grudge with Wuhan Palace. He planned to deal with these people. As long as he dealt with it cleanly, he was not afraid that the people in Wuhan Palace would know that the people here disappeared with him. There are relationships. After having this idea, he went straight into the mansion of the Force Clan and summoned the martial spirit, the Jade Phosphorus Snake King. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black emerged from his body, and a terrifying aura spread out. The huge green phosphorus Snake King looked at everyone in front of him like a demon. It's Douluo. Run. Tell the Holy Sun and Wuhan Palace this news. Someone yelled. They were all ordered by the Holy Sun to come here to take over the mansion of the Li clan and move away the things here. I didn't expect such bad news to happen. Unfortunately, Huang Wei and Jade Pomeroy were already on their way to the minimum clan point. Douluo learned about the Holy Sun from this person. The next second I suddenly remembered something. His eyes narrowed slightly, recalling the 2 people in Yan'an's mouth, one big and one small. Could that person be the Holy Sun of Wuhan Palace? Douluo asked. His expression turned cold, and the terrifying poison spread out, drowning everyone. Everyone used their martial spirits to resist, but unfortunately their efforts were in vain, and they soon turned into pus in pain. But Douluo was left alive, and that person was the person who just spoke. When the man saw his companions around him turning into pus so easily, and in so much pain, he was immediately frightened and urinated, and fell to the ground. It was so scary that he no longer knew what was going on here. Your Majesty poisoned Douluo. You admittedly killed so many people in my spirit hall. Aren't you afraid of my spirit hall's revenge? The man backed away continuously and spoke with a look of despair. Haha, as long as I do it cleanly, who knows? Douluo said coldly. I'll give you a chance to live. You can answer whatever I ask you, understand? Douluo said coldly. Raising his hand, a burst of soul power surged and pinched the man directly. The man was afraid and nodded repeatedly. Okay. As long as you can spare my life, as long as I know, I will tell you everything. He was really stupid and naive, and really thought that Douluo would let him go. It is up to Douluo himself whether he should let him go or not. This is also a psychological warfare. Douluo sneered in his heart. The people in Wuhan Palace were no big deal. They were just ordinary people who were afraid of death. In front of a title Douluo like him, they still had to behave submissively. So he started to ask, who are the 2 people who just came over? The man said, Huang Wei, the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, and his cronies, Jade Pomeroy. As expected, he is the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. Douluo narrowed his eyes. Chapter 118. He continued to ask, what is their purpose of coming here? Where are the people from the powerful clan? The members of the Force clan were wiped out by the Holy Sun and his cronies, so the people of the Force clan will naturally be gone. Who? Impossible. How many levels are his cronies? Douluo was shocked and looked unbelievable. Contra. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. How could a contra easily taken down that old titan? Although he's not a titled Douluo, the strength of that old titan is also very terrifying among contras. If it's just one contra, it will definitely not be able to handle it. After all, there are other members of the powerful clan who can help. Douluo didn't believe that the Holy Sun had this ability. How long had it been since the Holy Sun took the throne? It only lasted 2 or 3 years. He couldn't remember clearly. It seemed like this. It was absolutely impossible to grow to the point where he could threaten the existence of contra. If it was true, how talented was this guy? The man said, we don't know if there are any titled Douluo on the way. We have been in Wuhan's palace and rushed here after receiving the news. We didn't see anyone here. All the corpses gone. Douluo said, HMM. The man nodded. Is there any way to know where they will go next? Douluo asked. I don't know. The whereabouts of the Holy Sun are mysterious. Only his close associates or higher-ups know. The man's eyes turned white, and he felt very uncomfortable. Douluo's hand squeezed his neck harder and harder. HMPH, you're a loser. You'd better die. After Douluo Senlin said this, a dark green poisonous mist instantly enveloped the man. The man died in pain while screaming, and turned into pus. You old man, you don't mean what you say. Chapter 149 Bei Chen Xiang. After Douluo cleaned up the scene, and made sure that no traces were left behind, he turned around, and left the place, heading towards the Xiandao royal family. Will their target be the 4 single attribute clans? Before, there were 4 lower sects. Now, all the lower 4 sects are under the Spirit Hall. If this is the case, the purpose is very clear. Who else among the 4 single attribute families are still in the Xiandao Empire? Even if I know it, I don't know its specific location. That's all. I'd better go back and tell His Majesty. He may know. Douluo's footsteps that had just paused began to dance again, moving quickly forward. Although they are both in Xiandao City, they are still very far away from the Xiandao royal family. Just because it's so big here. The minimum clan also lives in the south of Xiandao City, but the south of the city is also very large, and is divided into 5 directions: southeast, northwest and middle. And from the information in the handbook of the Wuhan Palace spies, we can get that the minimum clan is located in the west, south of Xiandao City. This is a dense forest of vegetation, with few areas where humans live in groups, and some only a few single locations. Since the minimum clan was abandoned by the Haotian sect, they were hunted by the Wuhan Palace. When they came here, they did not choose to live on the surface like the Li clan did, but chose to live in hiding. What is hidden is this sparsely populated forest, where almost no outsiders come, and their location is also in a very secret place deep in the forest, where a mansion is built. It is precisely because of the martial spirits of the minimum clan, and because of their aloof character, that they are unwilling to join any force and be restrained. Therefore, after leaving the Haotian sect, it became the poorest among the 4 single attribute clans, so they are very frugal, and don't waste anything. The other 3 old guys worked together to build this mansion for him. After all, among the 4 single attribute clans, the people of the U clan are best at building. Building a mansion that can accommodate hundreds of people is a simple matter for them. The people of the minimum clan are even more difficult to take care of themselves, and it is only through the financial support of the other people that they can survive until now. This is also the disadvantage brought by Wuhan. He has no attack power and only has speed. He is destined to be unable to do heavy work, and can only be a scout. This is also the only income. In the afternoon, Huang and Wei, who were walking slowly, finally arrived here. Looking at the healthy color in front of me, combined with the surrounding environment, I feel refreshed and enlightened all of a sudden. Even taking a deep breath feels like a kind of enjoyment. Huang Wei stretched and smiled brightly. This is the charm of nature. Jade Pomelu took out the letter, opened it, went to a place, and used the Wuhan Palace's unique message to summon the nearby Wuhan Palace spies. I've met Milu's cronies. Soon a figure appeared, performed a courtesy, and said in a complimentary and humble manner the person in front of him is Contrab. First, come with me to meet the Holy Sun, and then take us to the mansion of the sensitive clan. Jade Pomelu nodded slightly, then nodded and said, yes. The spy nodded and followed. I have seen the Holy Sun. The spy came to Huang Wei, and also saluted and complimented him well. Huang Wei nodded slightly. Lead the way. You two, follow me. As he spoke, he quickly headed towards a secret passage. This area is surrounded by the territory of the minimum clan. Logically speaking, all movements here cannot avoid being detected by the minimum clan. However, the secret path the 2 of them are walking now was obtained after measurement, and the chance of being discovered is only less than 2%. This also has a lot to do with the spy's martial spirit. His martial spirit is a characteristic that is conducive to stably concealing his own existence, and is most suitable for such exploration tasks. Douluo is so big that all kinds of martial spirits exist. It's just a matter of seeing if they're is a chance to encounter them. The Wuhan Palace is the best choice for common people. In the forest, the minimum clan will arrange patrols to explore the surrounding areas. Today happened to be the day when Bai Chengxiang, the granddaughter of the leader of the minimum clan, was on duty. She is more attentive, running around and looking everywhere, just to satisfy her curiosity. Although the people of the minimum clan have explored every path in this forest, she has not yet. He used his movement skills like a flying swallow to touch water to check everywhere. She murmured, "I wonder what fun we can have this afternoon. I'm really looking forward to it." There was a vague shadow of a sharp-tailed swallow appearing on her body, and the speed was even faster. This is her inherited unified martial spirit. Her eyes paused, and she quickly discovered that something was wrong. Not far ahead, there was a narrow passage that she had never been to before. It seemed to her like a novelty, so he headed over there. After entering, I looked at the slit curiously. It was quite high. After I got down, then she noticed something was wrong. There were several footsteps here, so she moved quickly in the direction of the footsteps. This thought flashed across her mind. Someone from the clan should be patrolling here. Let's go say hello. At this moment, the Huang and Wei trio in the crack were walking towards the path led by the spies. This road was winding and quite unique. How long will it take to arrive? Huang Wei asked. The spy replied, reporting to the Holy Sun, there is still 1 kilometer to reach directly to the Munsi clan's mansion. He is proud in his heart. He is also a person who has brought and spoken to the Holy Sun, and he will be confident in speaking out in the future. There is nothing unusual about this for Huang Wei, but for those at the bottom, it is a very attractive topic and a topic to chat about in their free time. Okay. Huang Wei nodded slightly. However, when they were still 700 meters away, a movement appeared not far ahead, attracting the attention of 3 people. Something is approaching our direction again. Jade Pomilu narrowed his eyes and said, "Didn't you say no one would come?" Huang Wei looked at the spies on the side. Cold sweat broke out on the detective's forehead, and he said, "Maybe it's just a coincidence. We don't find anyone else when we patrol back and forth on weekdays." Huang Wei shook his head. "Forget it. It's just a small problem. I didn't take these things to heart." Soon, they saw the person coming in front of them very quickly. Under the powerful mental scan of Jade Pomilu, he quickly saw from the figure of the other party that the person was a woman, and the martial spirit should be a swallow-type flying martial spirit. Bai Chengxiang's figure fell on a tree in front of him. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, his first feeling was that they were unfamiliar. If he was from the minimum clan, she would definitely know him. The 3 people in front of her have never met before, and she directly defines them as outsiders. "Stop, Bai." Chengxiang looked at the 3 people in front of him and shouted. The 3 of them looked at her. Bai Chengxiang asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The person who came in was not discovered by them, so this is a very serious matter. Chapter 150. The mansion of the minimum clan. Neither the spy nor Jade Pomilu answered this question, but looked at Huang Wei to see what the master had to say. Bai Chengxiang's observation ability is not weak, and he is very keen. He immediately discovered that among the 3 people in front of him, the person in charge was the young man in the middle. Huang Wei looked at the girl in front of him and knew that she must be from the minimum clan. As for who he was still unsure, so he said, "Before asking others, shouldn't I tell you your name and power first?" Bai Chengxiang put her hands on her hips and said with a proud look on her face, "Bai Chengxiang of the sensitive clan, Bai Chengxiang." It turns out to be her. When Huang Wei heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized in his heart, no wonder it's so familiar. It really is. Huang Wei, the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. Huang Wei directly threw a Holy Sun token in his hand to Bai Chengxiang. Bai Chengxiang took it. One look. His expression suddenly changed. "The Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. You are from Wuhan Palace." At that time, Wuhan Palace was chasing their single attribute clan, but because of the minimum clan's lack of combat effectiveness and their escape speed, they were not killed and everyone escaped. All of them hated Haitian sect's sudden abandonment. Wuhandian had also recruited them before, but they were rejected. Because their sensitive clan is full of arrogance and active personality, and they don't like to be restrained. After all, birds need to fly freely to truly reflect their noble value. Huang Wei said, not bad. Bei Chengxiang's expression was not good, and her tone was low. What do you, the Spirit Hall, want to do when you come to my minimum clan's territory? Wuhan Palace is an evil existence in front of their 4 single attribute clans. Of course, most of this evil is aimed at the leadership of Wuhan Palace. Huang Wei was the Holy Son and belonged to the leadership of Wuhan Palace, so he was naturally included among them. Chapter 119. Huang Wei said softly, don't be nervous, whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, it all depends on the decision of your minimum clan. Take us to your mansion. Bei Chengxiang shouted coldly, you are so delusional, don't even think about entering the territory of my minimum clan, because she has no attack power. She needs to return to the mansion as soon as possible to inform her clansmen that they should run away and stay point. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew up and flew towards the other side point. Although the other party did not say it clearly, she told Huang Wei from her actions that she was going back to inform her clan members. So Huang Wei spoke slowly, you think you can reach the mansion? But we can't. Even if you tell the news back, it's too late to run. So what if a few of them run away? Bei Chengxiang's expression changed, and her body paused. What do you want from the Spirit Hall? Huang Wei kindly persuaded, don't make a fearless struggle. Even if you don't take us there, we already know the location of your mansion. You should just take us there obediently. Follow me. Bei Chengxiang hesitated for a moment, very entangled, whether he would become the sinner of the entire minimum clan, but for the sake of the safety of the minimum clan, he still chose to compromise. The sound of gnashing teeth came from his mouth. Huang Wei nodded, wise choice. The opponent has no attack power. If you make the right choice, you can consider letting him join the Spirit Hall. Of course, if you don't know how to promote him, he will have the same fate as the Force clan. This can also be regarded as an explanation to his teacher Bibi Dong. After all, the scope under the jurisdiction of the Wuhan Empire is the entire Douluo star. The scope is too large, and the manpower is currently far insufficient. Of course, there is no unification yet, but it will be soon and not far away. After Huang Wei steps into the titled Douluo, he can officially start. First destroying the 7 treasures glazed sect and taking over the Xiandao Empire. After winning the tile, unify this side first and then attack the Star Luo Empire. After both sides are unified, it will be the turn of the Star Dao Forest or to go to sea to find new continents, and the Sun and Moon Empire is one of them. Of course, there is also a coastal city that is not under the jurisdiction of Wuhan Palace and the Empire, called Hanhei City, which must also be unified. Poseidon Island also needs to be included in the Spirit Empire. If you don't obey, get rid of it. Gods can't go down to the realm anyway. Even if they can intervene, Huang Wei won't be afraid when the time comes. Bei Chengxiang originally planned to take the 3 of them by another way, because she didn't know where the crack led to, but in the end, she was so frightened by the spy's words that her hair stood on end, and she felt extremely horrified. Unexpectedly, the people from Wuhan Palace have been secretly monitoring their minimum clan for so long, and their position has been exposed long ago. The funny thing is that people from their sensitive clan have no idea at all. They live in ignorance and under the surveillance of others. This is too scary. If the other party wanted to destroy their sensitive clan for some reason, as long as they were caught by surprise at night, their sensitive clan would be completely defeated. Following the crack, they soon arrived at the mansion of the minimum clan. There was no one from the minimum clan along the way. The further Bei Chengxiang walked, the more frightened she became. This location is really a major and rigorous place that has been neglected. But after this time, their sensitive clan is likely to move again. Huang Wei said to Bei Chengxiang, I want to see your clan leader. My grandfather is the clan leader. Bei Chengxiang said. Huang Wei nodded slightly. This is very good. It saves a lot of trouble. 2 male compatriots from the minimum clan fell from the sky. The 2 men were young men and asked, Miss Xiang, who are they? Bei Chengxiang didn't look too good and said, they are from Wuhan Palace, and he is the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. What? Wuhan Palace? Holy Son? The 2 people's expressions changed greatly when they heard this, and they were shocked. One of them asked, Miss Xiang, how can you bring people from Wuhan Palace to the territory of my minimum clan? No, they have already known the location of our minimum clan's mansion, but they have never come. Now they are here. I just met them, Bei. Chen Xin smiled miserably at them, leaving them to understand the other charms themselves. Neither of them were fools, so they naturally heard some information from Bei Chen Xiang's words. I've discovered it a long time ago. When exactly did it happen? They too became frightened. Moreover, the people from Wuhan Palace were in this forest, but their investigation did not find anything at all. It's really unimaginable. This is less than 100 meters away from home. Let's go in. Bei Chen Xiang said. He took Huang and Wei directly into the mansion of the minimum clan. Although it was large, it was very simple. I have no choice but to be really poor. Although it is simple, it has everything it should have. Although the sparrow is small and has all the internal organs, the small here should be replaced by simple. In the living room, Bei Chen Xiang said, you guys wait here for a while. I will notify grandpa to come over. Now, we can only stabilize Wuhan Palace first. Although the other party has not said it clearly, he also understands that the arrival of Wuhan Palace is nothing more than wanting their sensitive clan to join Wuhan Palace. Apart from this reason, he could not find another reason. Chapter 151. Courtesy first, then attack. In the simple living room, there is a wicker chair woven by oneself. There are also several tea houses made by myself. Huang and Wei were waiting here, finding a wicker chair and sitting down. Cool and very comfortable. Bei Chen Xiang went to find his grandfather Bei. He was reading a book in the study, thinking about how to bring better extra income to his family. Dong dong. Just when he was deep in thought, there was a knock on the door behind him. He paused and stood up to open it. Xiang, what's the matter? Bei. He showed a kind grandfather smile. Bei Chen Xiang's face was not good looking, and Bei also noticed this and felt that this was not a good thing. Bei Chen Xiang said, Grandpa, the people from Wuhan Palace are here and waiting in the living room. Immediately afterwards, she told Bei all the news that the minimum clan had been exposed in Wuhan Hall. When Bei heard this, his expression changed, and he understood the seriousness of the matter, and then said deeply, the Wuhan Palace is indeed the Wuhan Palace. Bei Chen Xiang said, Grandpa, what should we do now? Their purpose of coming here this time is also very obvious. They just want us, the minimum clan, to submit to their spirit hall. Apart from that, I can't find anyone else a reason to come to us. Bei was not surprised and said, Xiang, I can also think of the grandpa you can think of. Anyway, let's go out and have a look before we talk. Then he left this sentence, we, the minimum clan, will not submit to any force. At worst, we will no longer want this place. Keep moving, Bei. Chen Xiang smiled and followed. The two of them just walked towards the living room. Soon they met the three people from Wuhan. Everyone in Wuhan Hall, I've been waiting for a long time. Bei was the first to speak as soon as he entered the door. There is no way. In front of the Wuhan Palace, their sensitive clan has no ability to resist at all because they lack powerful attack methods. But if the opponent really forces them to panic and wants to escape, these people will not be able to catch them. They are still very confident in their speed. Hello, chief of the White Crane clan of the minimum clan. As a sign, Huang Wei stood up, and Jade Pomelo and the spy also stood up quickly. The masters have all stood up. If they don't, they will look unruly. The Holy Sun is really young and promising, Bei. He looked at the Holy Sun in front of him and was immediately shocked by the aura of the other person. It was so powerful, so oppressive by a superior, that it even affected him, a contract in his 80s. The person who can become the Holy Sun of Wuhan Palace is truly extraordinary. Excuse me, Huang Wei said. Having finished his good words, Bei went directly to the topic. The Holy Sun should know that our four single attribute clans don't like people from Wuhan Palace. Huang Wei said with neither salt nor indifference. Everything has exceptions. Chief Bei, I will not talk nonsense. On behalf of the Wuhan Palace, and on behalf of my teacher Bibi Dong, His Majesty the Pope, I sincerely invite you to join Wuhan Palace. Bei narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking that this was indeed the case, and then said indifferently, I'm sorry Holy Sun, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Our minimum clan will not join any force, we will just be ourselves. Hearing this, Huang Wei sneered in his heart, Forget it if others don't know, but he, who has read the original work in his past life, you guys keep saying not to join any force, but in the end, didn't you still join the Tang sect founded by Tang San? If you don't join my Wuhan palace, then it will definitely be one of Tang San's helpers in the future. It will be his Wuhan palace, his enemy of Huang Wei, so there is no need to exist and be turned into fertilizer. It is just used to cultivate fairy grass. As long as the quantity is enough, it is not impossible to cultivate the fairy grass that is 200,000 years old. When the time comes, you can directly absorb it and become the 8th soul ring, and you have 95% confidence in your soul power. You can directly jump up to 10 levels and directly become a titled Douluo from level 80 ContraPoint. When the time comes, he will go to Poseidon Island to find the whale with a 1,000,000-year cultivation. This is the 9th soul ring he is looking for. As if feeling Huang Wei's coldness, Beihe's heart suddenly condensed because he found that the aura of the man beside he began to rise and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. 86th level Contra. If a fight really breaks out, he will need to protect his disciples and retreat quickly. Fleeing in pieces. As long as he is still alive, his minimum clan will not perish. Huang Wei did not take action immediately and then spoke again to persuade. Chief Bei, you are impulsive. You need the help of our Wuhan palace because your finances do not allow it. If you continue to be like this, your descendants will also, because he missed various opportunities. His cultivation was unable to advance one step forward, and the martial soul characteristics of your speed advantage were wasted. He continued, Clan Chief Bei, you are getting old. The future belongs to us after all. It belongs to the young people. Has anyone from your minimum clan ever produced a Contra? I have to say that Huang Wei's words really touched Beihe's heart. Yes, their minimum clan has not produced another soul Douluo since him, and he is already very old, and his soul power cultivation has been unable to advance. In this case, he does not have many years left to live. So what will Bei Chengxiang do after he dies? What about the minimum clan? He was lost in thought. But at this moment, Bei Chengxiang said, even if our minimum clan is like this, we will not join your Wuhan palace. If your Wuhan palace had not besieged Haotian sect back then, we would not be abandoned. We would not be like this now. Keep your mouth shut. When Beihe heard this, he woke up instantly and shouted immediately. Beihe said, I told you not to mention this matter again. The Haotian sect also has its own difficulties. Of course, Grandpa, I will not forgive them for abandoning us without saying a word. In such a desperate situation, but it's not for you to judge. Huang Wei declared again, that is the Haotian sect's fault. The Haotian sect cannot share the joys and sorrows with you. It chose to retreat and abandoned you. But if you are a member of Wuhan Palace, we will never do what the Haotian sect does. With such things, at the same time, you can instantly get rid of the current poverty situation and become rich, and the disciples in the clan can also obtain better resources to grow. I hope that the leader of the Bei clan will think about our invitation carefully. If you miss this time, you will really regret it. There will be a next time. Are you threatening me? When Beihe heard this, he immediately felt unhappy due to his aloof temperament, and his face darkened. There was a faint flicker of soul power on his body. No, I'm just telling you the truth. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you something. You are not the first of the 4 single attribute clans I came to visit, but the second. The first one is the Force clan, Huang. Where he stretched out 4 fingers, then turned into 2, and then turned into 1. They agreed. Bei. He knew very well the character of old Taitan, and he was completely determined to fight with Wu Hundian, so it was absolutely impossible for him to agree. Huang Wei shook his head. It's a pity that the other party didn't agree, so in the end, I made their entire family disappear. Huang Wei showed a creepy smile. Chapter 152 You must die happy death. Hearing these words, the whole place fell silent. Bei Chengxiang felt a deep sense of panic in her heart, and her hair stood on end. Chapter 120 Beihe's pupils suddenly shrank, hearing the most terrifying news in the world. I'm just kidding. The old titan is in close combat, and it's still within the scope of Xiandao City. What the Holy Sun said is too ridiculous. Do you really think I was frightened? Seeing is believing. Hearing is believing. Before seeing the old titan, Beihee would never believe the words of the people from Wuhan Palace, so he said coldly, originally I didn't want to be an enemy of Wuhan Palace, but what the other party said was for this reason. Anyone who is not a fool understands the threat. This means that, as long as the minimum clan does not join Wuhan Palace today, it will be wiped out. So he was angry. 2. State what you mean directly. To Huang Wei nodded and praised. Very good. As expected of the clan that once followed the Haitian sect, it did not disappoint this holy son. In this case, there is no need for you to live. As soon as he finished speaking, Jade Pomelo immediately set out to kill Beihee. Be careful. Beihee had been prepared early in the morning, and his expression changed. He was indeed a beast from Wuhan Palace, and he would kill at the slightest disagreement. He immediately summoned a sharp-tailed swallow to grab Bei Chengxiang's hand and use the soul-releasing skill. One after another extremely fast phantoms came out and flew directly out of the hall. Beihee's voice was urgent and he shouted, all the minimum clan members, listen, the Wuhan Palace is going to destroy our minimum clan. You should spread out and run as far as you can and don't come back. Not catching Beihee, Jade Pomelu was also shocked. He was indeed the fastest, and even the 86th level Contra Master couldn't catch him. Can't run away. Huang Wei was not in a hurry, and it was completely within his expectation that he could not catch the Jade Pomelu. He slowly turned around, looked outside, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled mysteriously. The mansion of your minimum clan has a radius of more than 1 kilometer. Fly. Then, just get it all down for me. Looking at the Mincy clan members who flew up urgently, a sharp and terrifying energy appeared on Huang Wei. 7 Horrifying configurations of soul rings. A huge black turtle with its head above the sky and the earth. Suppression. One flick of the red 100,000-year-old soul rings lit up, and with a suffocating 100,000-year-old aura. Everyone was horrified. Because this soul ring ignored the obstruction of the wall and penetrated and enveloped the entire minimum clan mansion. 100,000-year soul ring. Everyone gasped. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt a huge force suppressing them. The two groups of people who had already flown and those who were about to fly at this time, as long as they were less than 1 kilometer away from Huang Wei, including the distance in the sky, were all suppressed and lay on the ground unable to move. It hurts, Grandpa. What kind of power is this? Bei Chengxiang looked horrified, and the pain from his body was very painful. I want to know too. Beihee smiled bitterly in his heart. But he was also shocked, and even with all his strength he could not break free from the shackles of gravity. It's really terrible. What they rely on is the speed of flying, and their advantages in the sky. Now that it is suppressed and unable to fly, its advantage is gone in an instant. The huge black turtle shrouded the entire minimum clan's mansion. The intimidation is earth-shattering and the force is unyielding. The entire minimum clan was shocked and horrified. What kind of martial spirit is this? It's so huge. They swore that this was the largest martial spirit they had ever seen in their lives. It was so big. They were powerless to struggle. Stop. We are willing to join the spirit hall. At this moment, Beihee, who had already sensed the crisis, looked at his painful granddaughter and the painful tribesmen around him. He closed his eyes in pain and made his final struggle. As long as the minimum clan can survive, grow, and live a prosperous life, they are no longer members of the Haitian sect anyway, so joining the spirit hall is not a bad thing. But how should he explain it to those Buddhas then? But according to Wu Hundian's character, the clans of the other Buddhas will definitely not escape the hands of Wuhan Palace. Their sensitive clan lacked attack methods, so it was impractical to seek revenge from the Wuhan Palace. They could only rely on old Taitang and Yang Wuda's Pio clan. In addition, the defense of the Yu clan is also very important. Huang Wei was thinking about whether he should accept the minimum clan now, because the other party did not see the disappearance of the Force clan. He thought it was a lie. If he saw the disappearance of the Force clan with his own eyes after doing so with their personalities, they will definitely hold a huge hatred against Wuhan Palace, and they might hide or deceive Wuhan Palace about some important investigation information. So after the empire is unified, there will be no shortage of hundreds of people. As he thought about it, Huang Wei became more and more determined in his previous thoughts. Anyone who might help Tang Xin should not be allowed to stay. and Beihee is one of these possibilities. The other party was related to Tang San. Huang Wei's pupils became sharp and cold. It's too late. You missed the best opportunity ever, since you rejected this holy sun. In the next life, please be clear-headed. Being aloof without strength is just ridiculous. Huang Wei is cold and ruthless. Another red soul ring flashed around his body. A burst of turquoise energy instantly enveloped an area of 1 kilometer. Mysterious runes appear. It has a mysterious power. The surrounding space is distorting. An energy that neither of them could resist pulled at each of them. Grandpa, I'm afraid, Chen Xiang said miserably, and then her whole body was drawn into a layer of space. The helpless Beihee shouted, Xiang Xiang, Grandpa is sorry for you. Martial Soul Hall, Holy Sun Huang Wei, you all will not die well. Beihee's curse voice gradually became smaller and smaller, so does the rest, but soon, with the appearance of the cross chain, the whole place fell silent. At this moment, a figure was flying quickly high in the sky in Xiandao City. In that direction is the base of the minimum clan. This person is Douluo. After he told Zuyi about the disappearance of the power clan, Zuyi almost vomited blood in anger, and then asked him to quickly go to the base of the minimum clan. As the emperor of the Xiandao Empire, he naturally knew about the other party's existence, but he just pretended that he didn't exist. Now Wuhan Palace's goal is the 4 single attribute clans. Wuhandian really took action. Douluo didn't dare to neglect, and immediately took the map and set off. Emperor Zuyi quickly summoned Ning Fengxi and 3 others from the Kibao glazed sect to come. This matter requires their help. In the minimum clan, Huang Wei put away his martial spirit and said calmly, isn't it a good death? It is really a vicious curse. As long as this holy sun does not die, then this curse will not exist. Huang Wei gave the order to the spies. Okay, continue to send people to take over the minimum clan's mansion. If there are any remnants of the minimum clan, kill them when they are found. The spy held up his hands and said, yes. Huang and Wei will continue to set off. But at this moment, urgent footsteps came out, landed in front of Huang Wei. The holy sun is not good. Chapter 153 Douluo attacks and the battle begins. Holy sun, it's not good. The owner of the figure appeared. This was another Wuhan temple spy, rushing in from the Wuhan temple. Huang Wei looked at him and said calmly, this holy sun is fine. The holy sun misunderstood. The bad thing my subordinate just said was not about you, the holy sun, but something else. The spy opened his mouth to explain. Huang Wei naturally understood that he was just teasing the other party. Say it, he said. The spy said, just now our people went to the mansion of the Force clan and found that all the people inside, including the Wuhan palace, had disappeared, and they could not be contacted at all. Disappeared? Huang and Wei were stunned. Huang Wei asked, have you found any clues? The detective shook his head. We don't have any clues. We also asked some nearby residents, but we didn't see anyone coming out. Huang Wei said, there are only 2 possibilities for this situation. The first kind really disappeared out of thin air, without a sound. The second type was killed by an absolutely powerful person, and their corpses were destroyed. Holy sun, what should we do now? Jade Pomelo asked. There is actually someone who attacks our Wuhan palace, and is able to do this. That person is either a group of people or just one person, and the most suitable candidate is someone who uses poison. Huang Wei recalled the plot in the original work. Douluo's poison was very terrifying and it seems that only he can do this. Huang Wei looked at the sky and the forest and said, if it is really man-made, maybe we don't have to do anything, and just wait here. The murderer will come out soon. They're waiting here. About 10 minutes passed. At this moment, it is in the sky of the minimum clan. A figure wearing dark green appeared. This is an old man with a gloomy face. There is an air of plague about him. Chapter 121. This person is Douluo. Douluo said, the mansion of the minimum clan is right there. We hope it's not too late. It rushed down directly, through the layers of leaves. Finally, we saw the mansion of the minimum clan. It was quiet inside, but 2 figures stood in its large square. His heart skipped a beat. Douluo thought to himself, why are there only 2 of us and others can't? Could it be that it's still too late? Douluo landed in front of the 2 of them and said, are you from Wuhan Palace? Yeah. Huang Wei nodded. Where are the people from the Strength clan and the Sensibility clan? He didn't believe that these two people alone could make so many people from the two tribes disappear without any other traces appearing. Huang Wei smiled. We are no longer in this world. Why does your majesty poison Douluo want to avenge them? Douluo said coldly, whether they die or not has nothing to do with me, but I have some unresolved grievances with your Wuhan palace. As the Holy Sun, do you want to pay some interest to me first? He was not surprised at all that the other party would know his name. Point after all, he is the Holy Sun, and he has a lot of information. Title Douluo, please be careful Holy Sun. Jade Pomerou's face was extremely solemn, his body shook, and a surge of soul power emerged. 8 soul rings and black balls of thoughts appeared on his body, wrapping around his body. Huang Wei said calmly, haha, if you want to charge me interest, it depends on whether you have the ability. Laughed. Douluo angrily, what a sharp-tongued kid. Although you are the Holy Sun, you haven't grown up. A genius who died young is no longer a genius. Huang Wei smiled softly, if you kill this Holy Sun, you won't be able to escape, and there will be your precious granddaughter, Douluo. Bo was angry, but he was indeed afraid of the title Douluo in Wuhan Palace and the terrifying existence he had seen before. However, when he had just come here, and now, he was secretly observing the surroundings, and could not find any other title Douluo. Signs of Luo's presence. He said coldly, I will kill you, and destroy all traces of your body. No one will know that I did it. If you dare to threaten me, you will make a big mistake in this life. Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, please stop talking in the next life. The first soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Confusion Formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he dived directly towards Huang Wei. The martial soul Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor and the 9 most standard soul rings appeared on his body, and the terrifying title Douluo appeared in an instant. If the opponent had a title Douluo, he might turn around and run away immediately, but now there is only one contrap, so he is not afraid anymore. Just in case, he decided to set up a maze around him before taking action to shield and confuse people who might appear on the other side. Then the violent and terrifying poison quickly destroy the surrounding plants the maze is set up. Next, Douluo takes action against Huang Wei. Holy Sun, be careful. The Jade Pomelo stood in front of Huang Wei. Don't worry, it's just poison, nothing to worry about. Huang Wei waved his hand slowly. He took out a fairy grass with a purple halo from the Jialing Space. Yalxiang Kilo fairy product. Although it has no detoxification effect, it is the nemesis of hundreds of poisons, and has the effect of neutralizing all toxins. It cannot detoxify itself, but it can overcome poisons. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a kind of power, and the surrounding toxins were quickly neutralized and restrained. What? My poison doesn't work on him. No, I must be afraid of something. That strange flower in his hand. Douluo. Bo was shocked. Huang Wei handed the Yalxiang Kilo immortal product to the Jade Pomelu. Come on, Malu, take this, and the poison will not dare to come near you. He continued, I have left the rhizome. You can just take it after the battle is over. Jade Pomelu was stunned, took it, and asked, what about you, Holy Sun? This Holy Sun is not afraid of poison. Huang Wei said calmly. The martial soul black turtle appears again, possessed by the martial soul. Exactly, then you come and try my 7th soul skill. Huang Wei looked at Douluo, who was attacking, and the 7th soul ring on his body lit up. The huge black turtle's true form appeared standing on top of the sky, and spanned the entire mountain peak in an instant. Douluo was shocked, and was knocked away, flying backwards. The 7th soul skill, the true form of the Jade Phosphorus Snake King. Douluo didn't neglect either. The moment Huang Wei's soul ring shone, he was extremely frightened and decided not to let the opponent live. Fortunately, it was just the Soul Saint, so there was still the possibility of killing him. Now they have become enemies. If the other party does not die, then he will die. Douluo instantly transformed into a 30-meter long Jade Phosphorus Snake King. He confronts Huang Wei, who has also transformed into a huge black turtle that towers over the sky and the earth. But in terms of intimidation, he was instantly suppressed by Huang Wei. The giant dragon-shaped Jade Phosphorus Snake King rushed directly towards the black turtle. The 8th soul skill, time freezing. Douluo. does not intend to engage in a protracted battle. He wants to resolve it quickly. Completely kill the two people in front of you to avoid future troubles. Once time freeze is activated, it can freeze soul masters whose soul power is lower than his. It is his strongest soul control skill point. As long as the opponent is hit, he will definitely win. A ray of light shot out from the mouth of the Jade Phosphorus Snake King. The range is very wide. Objects hit will turn into stone sculptures and solidify. Soul. Skill. Infinite Black Turtle Cannon. The mysterious rune appeared in front of the water cannon. Directly collides with the time freezing skill. Boom. Chapter 154 Embarrassed Douluo. The water cannon was solidified, but was quickly broken. Douluo wanted to solidify the huge turtle with one handle, but found that it was blocked by the turtle shell. And the water cannon that broke the solidification was already shooting towards him. At the same time, in more than one place. There are also many places around the same at this time, with water holes appearing out of thin air and artillery shooting out. Douluo is spread out in all directions, up and down, completely forming a blocked area. Douluo was shocked by this sudden scene. Soul skill, Jade Phosphorus body protection. Because the speed of the water cannon was too fast, the range was too wide, and the time was too sudden, he could not avoid it, and could only defend himself. Under the real body, the defense is stronger than without the real body. Boom. Bang. Clicker. The shield resisted for a moment, and then shattered. Douluo was hit by a group of water cannons. His body felt severe pain, and he flew backwards far away, while screaming in pain. It was unbelievable that his strongest defense could be crushed so easily like tofu skin. If Huang Wei had not activated his martial spirit true form, Douluo would still be able to withstand it with his cultivation. It's a pity that Huang Wei has now activated his martial soul avatar, and all his power has been increased exponentially. Even if Douluo activated his martial spirit avatar, he couldn't stop it. The water cannon was aimed at the flying Douluo in midair, and continued to output. The scene was a bit like Gatling's fire suppression. Very crazy. Boom. Bang bang bang. The ninth soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Divine Light. Douluo's face suddenly changed as he was within the fire coverage, and he was extremely frightened. He felt that he was going to fall today. So I didn't dare to be lazy anymore, endured the severe pain all over my body, and released the final soul skill point from him. A dazzling dark green beam of light emitted, which was extremely crazy. Boom. Several more explosions sounded again. Extraordinarily harsh. After unleashing this move, Douluo barely managed to escape from these water cannons. Now he is no longer as aloof and cold as he was just now. Some were in a state of utter disarray, panting, with faces full of horror and disbelief. He really didn't expect that a soul saint could push his title Douluo to such an extent. You can still stand up, which is good, Huang. When he saw Douluo standing up from the smoke through his sharp yellow eyes, praise was given. Huang Wei said, "Poison Douluo, can't you do it? I haven't exerted my full strength yet, damn. You bastard, I want you to." Bang. Douluo gritted his teeth and said, but before he finished speaking, he felt a heavy weight coming from his body. After a strong stagger, he hit the ground directly. "Stop talking nonsense, Poison Douluo. If this holy sun wanted you to die, you wouldn't be able to survive now. You're just my experiment," Huang Wei said. Raising his hand, a ray of light appeared in front of Douluo. It was a familiar green color. The former's body twisted and was absorbed into it. With an iron lock seal, Douluo disappeared from this world. The fertilizer is almost ready. We can start cultivating the third fairy grass, Huang Wei thought in his heart. He was stunned. I forgot to ask him whether the disappearance of the people from the Force clan had anything to do with him. Chapter 122. Forget it. Let's not go to the Li clan's base and go directly to the Star Luo Empire, Huang Wei said. Huang Wei said, this time we will go by land and pass through the Star Forest. Jade Pomilu nodded. Yes. Huang Wei said again, take this strain first and then go. Jade Pomilu nodded. Take immediately. Swallow it into the mouth and go straight into the abdomen. A strange warmth, A strange force spread rapidly. In an instant, all parts of the body, meridians, internal organs, blood, and bones, reacted one after another. A halo of light flickered on Milu. He is now in the digestion stage. Time passed. Little by little. The halo around him dissipated, and his aura converged. He woke up and opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed. The soul power cultivation level of the 86th level Contra has broken through 2 levels, reaching the 88th level Contra with the transformation of his body by the Yalxiang Kilo immortal product. He is no longer afraid of poison. Physical training will also become faster. Maybe in about a year or 2, he can break through to level 90 and become a titled Douluo. This was completely unthinkable before. Now with Huang Wei as his master, everything is no longer a problem. Huang Wei nodded. It's been upgraded by 2 levels. Not bad. He raised his hand and patted the opponent's shoulder, saying, work hard and strive to break through to level 90 as quickly as possible, but only while stabilizing the foundation. Jade Pumalu was in awe. Yes, I will definitely not let the Holy Sun down. Let's go. After the 2 left this place, the spy appeared again and conveyed the news back to Wuhanzi Palace. The groom Ma Xianchen immediately set off to pick them up. He led them straight towards the Stardao Forest. At the same time, far away in Xiandao Royal Academy, Du Guyan, who had just come out of the simulation room, suddenly felt his heart palpitating. Very uncomfortable. Yang Iron, what's wrong with you? Yi Lingling, who discovered this situation, stepped forward to ask. Du Guyan said, I don't know why, but my heart is feeling pain. I always feel like someone important has left. At this point, his pupils shrank. Grandpa, the most important person to her now is her grandfather Du Gubo. Kinming and others who came over also heard the conversation between the two. Kinming said, perhaps it was a misunderstanding. It was caused by you being too tired after training just now. Don't think about it. No one in the Xiandao Empire can talk about poison fighting. How are you, Luo Mayan? Yu Xianheng said, yes, Poison Douluo is a titled Douluo. Even if he encounters a strong enemy, he can escape from the battlefield smoothly, even if he is defeated. Yes, Grandpa's poison is very scary. After hearing this, Du Guyan secretly breathed a relief in his heart. It should really be just an illusion of sight tiredness. Grandpa will be fine. At worst, she would go back to see Du Gubo. After all, the toxins in her body still needed to be sorted out. If her grandfather was gone, she would not be far from death. Night. The carriage arrived outside the Stardao Forest. After observation, I found that the Stardao Forest was particularly depressing at this moment. Huang Wei frowned and asked, what happened here recently? Reporting to the Holy Sun, there has been a riot of beasts in the Stardao Forest recently. Every human who enters has suffered numerous casualties. The hunting group has not dared to enter recently, according to the news. The outer area has been touched by soul beasts that are close to 10,000 years old, and there is not just one, but a group. Ma Xianchen became more solemn as he spoke. When Huang Wei heard this, he frowned and thought to himself, maybe it was because of Xiao Wu's sacrifice. Did the Titan Ape and Azure Bull Python do it? Ma Xianchen asked for instructions. Holy Sun, it's too dangerous inside. Do you still want to go in now? Huang Wei nodded. Go, but you don't need to follow us. You can go back. I will walk with Milu on the next section of the road. These beastrides are not a threat to him. If they dare to come, they will become fertilizer or the experienced babies of his first 3 soul rings. Chapter 155. The age of the soul ring increases to 10,000 years. Ma Xianchen also understood that the reason why the Holy Sun did not continue to ride the carriage was not because his carriage was unstable or because the carriage was slow. It's because the section of the Stardao Forest is difficult for carriages to enter, and there are intricate trees and vines everywhere. It's easy for the wind chaser to stagger and fall to the ground, and it's very difficult to walk. Ma Xianchen doesn't need to worry about anything dangerous happening to Huang Wei in the Stardao Forest. If the other party is afraid of this, then it is impossible to blindly enter with only one contra. I still have a lot of confidence in myself. Ma Xianchen led the carriage and turned around directly To return to Wuhan Hall point, his mission accomplished. He went back to his horses. It was already dark at this moment. The atmosphere in the Stardow forest became even more depressing. It makes it difficult to breathe. The strong spirit beast aura, murderous aura, evil aura, and resentful aura are particularly obvious under the moonlight of the dark night. Huang and Wei entered it directly and found a flowing river in the outer area. There were unusual movements in the surrounding grass. Malu said, "Holy Sun, do you want me to hunt 2 soul beasts for dinner?" Huang Wei shook his head. "No, there is food in the soul guide. Take out the dry food, light a pair of bonfires, and start grilling." The smell of barbecue instantly attracted the spirit beasts lurking around. A group of blood red colors appeared in the dark night forest, full of bloodthirsty desire, very strong. Under the illumination of the moon, figures appeared one after another. It was a group of wolves and some other spirit beasts, including many thousand-year spirit beasts and many thousand-year level spirit beasts. If other people encountered this, they would be scared to death, but when Huang Wei encountered him, he was extraordinarily calm. It was not him who should be afraid, but the other person. "Holy Sun, please have a good meal, and my subordinates will go and destroy all these ungrateful people." Malu's deep voice sounded, and he was about to stand up and fight. Huang Wei raised his hand to stop it and said, "A mere 10,000-year-old soul beast can be killed with just a wave of your hand." A terrifying soul power surged, and a red 100,000-year-old soul ring appeared on Huang Wei's body. A huge black turtle flashed past at this moment. Then banging sounds sounded around one after another like neat and orderly firecrackers and candles. It is so dazzling that people will fall into a daze just looking at it. Jade Pomalu was stunned for a moment, then sighed and praised in surprise. As expected of the Holy Sun, these 10,000-year-old soul beasts are like ants that can be easily crushed to death in front of you now. Dare I ask, if there are still more people in this world? Who will be your opponent? Huang Wei looked at the scene in front of him of the circles of soul rings after the explosion, chewed the food in his mouth, and listened to Jade Pomalu's surprised praise, but he didn't feel any happy impulse, because these were for him. It is said that these are very normal basic practices. Instead, he said calmly, "As long as you practice hard, you will be very powerful sooner or later." Now even the title Douluo is not enough in front of this Holy Sun. A peerless Douluo must come here to pose a threat to me. Jade Pomalu naturally heard Huang Wei's polite words, but he accepted it happily. In the past, his current cultivation level was a luxury wish for him, but now after following Huang Wei, he no longer it is a luxury, but a true form of self-control. But he was also shocked by Huang Wei's current strength. Only a peerless Douluo could pose a threat to him. He's only a 7-ring soul Douluo, but he's already so terrifying. He did not doubt the authenticity of this sentence, because there was no need at all. And this is equivalent to being invincible. Because his news is still very big, he knows that there are only 3 peerless Douluo in this world. One of the 3 peerless Douluo Wuhan halls was their great enshrinement. And he didn't know who the remaining 2 were. But it has never been born in the current time period, so Huang Wei can also be said to be invincible. You can totally walk sideways. But he didn't know that there was a terrifying existence in the Stardow forest that was comparable to the peerless Douluo of mankind, and there was even one that surpassed the peerless Douluo. The same is true in the sea area. It's a pity that he doesn't know this. His knowledge blind spot has been touched upon. At this moment, the black turtle on Huang Wei's body roared low, and mysterious runes appeared. He is rapidly absorbing the soul rings in front of him, part of which reflects Huang Wei himself, part of which the black turtle digests by himself, and part of which is based on Huang Wei's 3 soul rings. With this distribution, the number of years for the last 3 soul rings will be very small. But fortunately, Huang Wei's 3rd soul ring changed from purple to black. After all, it was already purple and black before, and it was infinitely close to the 10,000-year soul ring. Now this distribution is just as expected, and it has entered the 10,000-year period. And Huang Wei's 1st and 2nd soul rings are still lingering in the 1,000-year purple. Huang Wei is not a twin martial spirit, but a single martial spirit. It is also a very difficult task for all the spirit rings to reach the red 100,000-year level. But it's not impossible. Purple purple, black, red, red, red. This is Huang Wei's configuration now. Huang Wei set off immediately after finishing his meal, taking the map and heading directly towards the direction where the Stardow Forest connects to the Star Luo Empire. On the way, he encountered many powerful soul beasts, but Huang Wei took them all away. These things will be the fertilizer he uses to feed the third fairy grass in addition to the previous ones. There are now a lot. The two of them were very fast and managed to get out of the Stardow Forest, which was within the Star Luo Empire. A cool breeze blew through the two of them in the dark night, which was very refreshing. Jade Pomelo asked, "Holy Sun, where are we going?" Huang Wei said, "In the Xingluo Empire, there are the Po clan and the Yu clan. The Yu clan is in Langsing City, and the Po clan is in Zuanlang City." After a pause, he continued, "The Po clan has a very strong hatred for the Wuhan Palace. Yang Wuda's son died tragically in the Wuhan Palace's sniper attack, and his younger brother Yang Washan was also captured and killed by the Wuhan Palace. Although this clan he is good at refining medicine, but he must not be left alive, otherwise it will definitely become one of the conflicts within Wuhan Hall in the future." Jade Pomelu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It is even more impossible to stay like this. Although it is in the territory of the Star Luo Empire, it is not a threat to the current Holy Sun at all. You are the biggest threat." Huang Wei nodded slightly, and the two of them quickly set off towards Langsing City. He planned to deal with the Yu clan first. Huang Wei muttered, "By the way, I didn't go to the auction in Xingluo City last time. I forgot about it. I wonder if I will go to Langsing City this time." Jade Pomelu said, "If the Holy Sun wants to watch the auction, my subordinates can immediately contact the Wuhanzi Palace here and ask them to inquire and prepare funds for the Holy Sun. Then let's go to Wuhanzi Palace in Langsing City first." Huang Wei said, "If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 123. Yes, Chapter 156. Langsing City Wuhanzi Palace in the Star Luo Empire. Even though it was night, the lights were still on in the streets of Langsing City, and there were many cars and figures walking around. It seems to be very lively tonight. There is some kind of program going on. Among the crowd, Huang Wei and Jade Pomelo appeared and joined the melon-eating crowd. There is an open-air arena event being held here right now. There are so many people signing up to participate at this point. They are really energetic. Moreover, according to people around, the first place can get 10,000 gold soul coins. Ranking second and third will receive 5,000 and 3,000 gold soul coins as rewards respectively. As for the next one, there will be 10 gold soul coins as a consolation prize point. The next contestant will also receive a gold soul coin as a consolation prize point. So there were a lot of people participating this time. But Huang Wei completely lost interest after just one glance. I gave a very appropriate evaluation in my mind. That is, it is a game of playing house for children. If he plays, he can easily get the first place and 10,000 gold soul coins. It's just that he's not interested. 10,000 gold soul coins? Ever since he became one of Bibi Dong's direct disciples, he has no shortage of money. After becoming the son of God, his status and power increased, and he was no longer short of money. 10,000 gold soul coins are just a number to him. As long as he wants, millions of gold soul coins can be used for him. It's a coincidence that the two of them didn't come here specifically to see it. It's because the Wuhanzi Palace in Langsing City is very close to the place where this show is held. The two of them are completely in that kind of situation. After walking another 500 meters, they arrived at Wuhanzi Palace. Jade Pomelu had already informed the person in charge of the subdian here through Wuhan Palace's communication method. After receiving the information, the person in charge was first surprised and then delighted. I didn't expect that the Holy Sun would come to their Wuhanzi Palace in Langsing City. He was a big master and he must not be offended. This is also a good opportunity for promotion and salary increase, so you must perform well. so I immediately ordered people to tidy up the best noble room in Wuhan Palace waiting for Huang Wei's arrival. As for Huang Wei's personal confidant, Jade Pumalu's room will naturally not be bad, just a little worse than Huang Wei's. This confidant is contrapoint. He was more powerful than the Soul Saint himself, and he was also a target for licking point. No matter who he pleases, there are only advantages and no disadvantages to him. The people in Wuhanzi Palace were cleaning up in a hurry. Get it done quickly before Huang and Wei arrive. The person in charge at this moment has led the rest of the people in Wuhanzi Palace to stand at the entrance of Wuhanzi Palace, lining up to welcome the arrival of Huang and Wei. So when Huang Wei and Jade Pumilu arrived, they saw such a long and wide red carpet in front of Wuhanzi Palace. Noble welcome gifts were placed all around. This made Huang Wei feel at a loss for a while. I thought to myself, these guys are really too enthusiastic. On the red carpet? This is my first time. You must not be embarrassed. You must use the aura of being the superior of the Holy Sun to suppress the heroes in the audience. I'm the only one. Huang Wei's face became serious, and he quickly adapted to the scene. The aura of the superior person spread instantly on his body, and the Jade Pomeru standing behind him looked shocked. He didn't even dare to look at Huang Wei anymore and only dared to lower his head. The other people from Wuhanzi Palace on both sides of the red carpet also lowered their heads. When they saw Huang Wei, cold sweat flowed from their foreheads, and there was a terrible pressure on their bodies. This is the absolute deterrence of the superior to the inferior, and it is also irreversible. It was also the first time for the person in charge to see Huang Wei, the Holy Sun himself. He had only seen portraits before, but he did not expect that he would have such a terrifying aura, and he was also shocked. It feels like laying out a red carpet is just digging a hole for yourself. Jade Pomilu was also in awe. Follow Huang Wei and walk on the red carpet. Meet the Holy Sun. Meet Milu's confidant. A loud and neat voice of compliments rang out. Huang Wei was very stable and controlled his momentum to the letter, leaving no room for mistakes. When he reached the end of the red carpet, he nodded slightly and said, I and the two of you have been traveling for a day. Now we are tired and need to rest. Don't do all these fancy things. Just take a shower and go to bed. Come and take care of the person in charge. Go to the dormitory yourself. Yes. The person in charge quickly handed over his hands and lowered his head. The rest of the people left one after another at this time. Huang Wei walked into Wuhanzi Palace. Under the leadership of the person in charge, we headed directly towards the dormitory. Jade Pumilu also entered his room. Huang Wei chatted with the person in charge alone, especially regarding the recent trends in the Star Luo Empire and the matters with the Fengjian sect. The person in charge told the information in detail. At the same time, he also told the Holy Sun that there would be an auction in Langsing City tomorrow night. It is relatively large, and there will be royal families and people from various factions going there. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction and asked him to prepare some money first. He forgot it last time, but he couldn't forget it this time. He had to go. Will members of the Yu clan and Pio clan go? Huang Wei asked a particularly important question. The person in charge Bukiosi said, this subordinate is not sure. The intelligence has not shown it, so I can't say whether he will go. But for such a large auction, even the royal family members will go back, and the patriarchs of their two clans must have gone. I got the news in advance, so I thought they would go. Let's talk tomorrow. You can go back. I'm tired and need to rest. Huang Wei was silent for a moment and waved. Bukiosi nodded. Yes, I will resign now. He left, closing the door. Huang Wei entered the shower room and took a bath. Lying on the bed with the air conditioner blowing, thinking about Feng Jianzhang. Ever since Feng Jian sect connected with Wuhan Palace that time, it has been regarded as a thorn in the side of the Star Luo Empire, and wanted to get rid of it, but it was also afraid of the power of Wuhan Palace. Therefore, the Star Luo Empire did not come to light it, and made small moves behind the scenes to target the Feng Jian sect. From time to time, people are sent to kill people from Feng Jian sect to make them feel disgusted. However, the spies of the Star Luo Empire also suffered a lot, and they were also killed by the secret alliance between Feng Jian sect and Wuhan City. In this way, the two sides continue to be in a stalemate. Now they are in dire straits, and neither side dares To make the first move, Feng Jian sect took this opportunity to grow rapidly and secretly with the help of Wuhan Palace. The sect leader Feng Xian Wuhan was secretly invited to the Pope's palace in Wuhan City to meet with the other 3 lower 4th sect leaders. 2 of them have become titled Douluo, which is something everyone knows: Celestial Elephant Douluo, Holy Dragon Douluo. Now both of them are extremely arrogant in front of the leaders of Fire Leopard sect and Windsword sect. Now that neither of them has entered the title Douluo, they quickly show off their arrogance. Otherwise, when everyone in the place becomes a title Douluo, they will have no chance to win. The content of this small meeting was that Bibi Dong wanted to train Feng Xian Wuhan and Huang Wei to become newly titled Douluo. Chapter 157. The Emperor's troubles in the Imperial Palace of the Xiandao Empire. In Emperor Zuai's palace, he finished recording a day's documents in batches at night and planned to go to sleep. But my mind was buzzing and I couldn't sleep. It's strange why Poison Douluo hasn't come back after being away for so long. Could something have happened at this moment? As the Emperor, he had no confidence in his heart, although it has been learned that Wu Hundian was the culprit behind the disappearance of the members of the Force clan, but there are no witnesses or evidence, so it is not like Wu Hundian launched an attack. Even if he had evidence and witnesses, he couldn't easily attack Wuhan Palace. Because he knew that the foundation of Wuhan Palace was very terrifying. If they really break out and start a fight, then the Xiandao Empire will face the end of all the life. Moreover, the Li clan was originally a subsidiary of the Haoshan sect. Although they broke away from the Haoshan sect and settled in the Xiandao Empire, they did not want to become members of the Xiandao Empire's royal family. Although there is a place name, there is no title. If the other party dies, he will die. It's not worth spending money on this group of people. Everything must be done with the overall situation in mind, and war must not be started easily. After all, they still have another enemy, the Star Luo Empire. Unless the Star Luo Empire can stand with them on a united front against Wuhan Palace, there is no need to discuss anything else. In the face of the overall situation, a small Force clan with hundreds of people, only one can trap, and is still unwilling to truly become a member of the Xiandao royal family, will be gone, if it is gone. But the Xiandao Empire cannot afford to suffer this loss in vain. They must get some benefits back. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps outside. "Old Minister, I pay my respects to your majesty." Arriving at the door of the dormitory, the man stopped and cupped his hands. "Is there any news about Aking? Coming quickly?" Zuyi asked immediately after seeing the visitor. This person was exactly the person he sent to the Minimum clan to investigate Poison Douluo and Wuhan Palace 2 hours ago. Although the other party is a minister, his cultivation level is also contra. The old minister quickly came to the front of Emperor Zuyi. He was not smiling, but extremely distressed. "Your Majesty." When the old minister went to investigate, he passed by the Force clan and there was nothing inside, just an empty shell. "Emperor," Zuyi asked, "have all the members of the Force clan disappeared?" The old minister said, "There is also a modern family head and his son who are not dead, but they disappeared inexplicably later. This must be the secret work of Wuhan Palace, Marshal Soul Hall." Emperor Zuai was very angry. Emperor Zuyi still asked the question he was most concerned about. "Where is the Minimum clan? Can Poison Douluo be found?" "Old Minister, I came late. The Minimum clan is also empty, with only an empty shell left. As for Poison Douluo my Angsha, I have also disappeared." However, the veteran found that both the Force clan and the Minimum clan have traces of fighting. The former is lighter, but the latter is particularly serious. Chapter 124. And there is a large area of plants that died at poisonous hands around the latter, so it can be determined that Poison Douluo has indeed been there. "Your Majesty, the Wuhan Palace is ambitious. No matter what, the Li clan and the Minimum clan live in the territory of our Xiandao Empire. Now that the Wuhan Palace is openly killing each other, it is obviously ignoring the majesty of our Xiandao Empire, and ignoring your Majesty's majesty. They must be punished to let them know that we are not easy to bully." The Old Minister openly blamed all these dissatisfactions on Emperor Zhuai. Although Emperor Zhuai was angry, he was also helpless, but the other party was right. He must teach Wu Hundian a lesson. Emperor Zhuai's expression was extremely gloomy. Instructs Alice, the Platinum Bishop of Wuhan Palace, to come to the palace tomorrow. I have something to say to him. The veteran nodded. It's your majesty. He left. Emperor Zhuyi fell into a difficult night's sleep. The Wuhan Palace did this not openly, but in secret. It just means that the other party doesn't want to really break up with the Xiandao Empire now. Their targets are only the 4 major single attribute clans, which is the same as the previous targeting of the lower 4 clans. But why let them disappear? Where did he go when he disappeared? etc. Disappear. Isn't this related to the previous disappearance case in the Balak Kingdom? There have been no clues. His face became more gloomy. All of this is indeed related to Wuhan Palace. This would also be a powerful threat to their Xiandao Empire. Time passes quickly. We arrived quickly on the evening of the second day. Tonight, Langsing City is in full swing. During this day, Huang Wei squeezed the energy of the sealed person in his room to cultivate the third 100,000-year-old fairy grass. 100,000 years could no longer satisfy his appetite. It takes 200,000 years. The cultivation objects of the third fairy grass are also not those that appear in the original work, but have never appeared like turtle grass. Name, Shuguangyan. As the name suggests, humans are related to water. After being absorbed by water like lotus, his affinity with water will continue to increase. Of course there are other uses. He lay in bed like that until night. At this time, Hulina, Yan, and Ziyu, who were training on the other side, had all raised their cultivation levels to level 60. Hulina was the first to arrive, but she did not come out immediately. Instead, she waited for the 2 of them to reach level 60 and then went out together to obtain 3 10,000-year soul rings. This leaves a lot of time. Now her talents are ahead of the 2, and after obtaining the soul ring, her cultivation will progress even faster. So I contacted Huang Wei and asked them to go out. Facing the darkness every day in this space is really unbearable. After Huang Wei received the thoughts of the 3 people, he did not hesitate and released them directly. I thought I could see the light again, but I didn't expect that when I came out, I saw darkness outside the window. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be nighttime. The room was a blur of light, as was the light below. Huang Wei took the initiative to step forward and said with a smile, I haven't seen you 3 for a long time. It's really gratifying that your soul power has reached level 60. Soul Emperor. Hulina smiled sweetly. This is all thanks to your efforts, junior brother. The other 2 nodded in agreement. If it weren't for them, they wouldn't be as successful as they are today. Huang Wei smiled and said, it's getting dark now. Let Milu take you to hunt for the 6th soul ring tomorrow. Okay. The 3 of them nodded in agreement. Huang Wei said, you came out at the right time. There is a large-scale auction going to be held in Langsing City tonight. See if there is anything you like. I have sent someone to prepare the money. You can just shoot it when the time comes. That's great. Who? Lina's is larger. The other 2 were just looking forward to it. Langsing City? We are not in the Spirit Hall now, but in the Star Luo Empire. Suddenly, the 3 of them thought of something and asked. Huang Wei nodded slightly. Come here to do something. Let's go. Turn around and walk out of the room. Jade Pomelo and the person in charge of Wuhan Hall are already waiting outside. Sun Saint. Girls, when did you come? The 2 of them were stunned for a moment and almost didn't react. Ulina said, we have just arrived, so we don't need to worry about the details. Chapter 158 Langsing Auction. Star Luo Empire. Longxing Cheng, Huang Wei and others were led by the person in charge to the designated location for tonight's auction. Langsing Auction. This is the main venue for this auction. Many people have come now. There are huge crowds of people. The lights are flashing, and they are all people dressed in noble clothes. Powerful, rich and powerful. Leaders of various forces. You can tell something from the scene in front of you. Huang Wei said, it seems that there are really extraordinary and noble objects for auction tonight. Many powerful people are gathering in groups, and the truly powerful people are completely disdainful of this. Huang Wei and others had already entered. To enter, assets were required to be verified. The person in charge directly took out the box of prepared gold soul coins from the soul guide and opened it. With the strong financial resources, it was natural to get get a VIP room to sit in. Help me find people from the U clan and the Po clan. If they all come here tonight, with the relationship between the two clans, they will definitely meet and talk and laugh. I just don't know how to tell them about the other two. Deep Heaven Dao. The old friend from the Empire is gone. What kind of expression he will have when the time comes, it will definitely be very exciting. Sitting on the luxurious and comfortable burgundy sofa, Huang Wei looked at the person in charge and said, "This is a task given to him." The person in charge nodded after receiving the instruction and put down the box of gold soul coins in his hand. The person in charge said, "This is a 1 million gold soul coins that I have collected for you, Holy Son. After contacting the headquarters, I congratulate you, Holy Son, for having a good time tonight. These are just the initial funds. If they are not enough, you can continue to add. We have already sent a message over there." Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Yes, I'm interested. If I see something suitable for you, I will help you take a picture. Thank you, Holy Son. The person in charge left happily. Next, it's time to watch the excitement. This auction house is a big place. Many people have already taken their places, and the VIP rooms are already filled with the intended powerful people. The royal family is one of them. People from Wuhan Palace will definitely come here today to pay attention to the movements of Fengjian sect and Wuhan Palace. If there is anything wrong, tell me immediately. In the royal VIP room, a young man ordered a middle-aged man beside him. Yes, Your Highness. The middle-aged man nodded. Go down and handle it immediately. The young man took a sip from the wine glass. He was in a very good mood. His Highness, Hang Nei, had naturally heard about the affairs between Fengjian sect and Wuhan Palace. If he discovers the whereabouts of these two people tonight, he can go to his father to get a copy. This person is none other than Davis. He has a wretched look on his face, which is not pleasing to the eye. The whole body is dressed in noble and gorgeous clothes. Next to him was a tall, plump woman wearing black clothes. It was Zhu Zuan. The two are a couple who are married at the same time, and they are the most suitable candidates for martial soul fusion skills. Zhu Zuan said coldly, "Fengjian sect is a force in our Star Luo Empire, but it has taken refuge in Wuhan Palace. It is really embarrassing for us and the next 4 sects. It is not right for such people to stay with us. It's good news. It can be dealt with as soon as possible and must not be delayed any longer. One is the White Tiger Duke and the other is an Ethereal Duke. They are the beings who dominate the entire Star Luo Empire. But the former occupies a more important position. Rights are shrinking even more. Davis shook his head. No matter what, the Fengjian sect has more than one Contraforce, and it is still a very top existence without the title Douluo. It is still possible for our two families to completely defeat each other. It's very difficult, and the opponent is now from Wuhan Palace. If we attack Fengjian sect, Wuhan Palace will definitely be involved, which is not beneficial to us." He continued, "These things are not something we should worry about. We should work hard to cultivate and improve our soul power. We must not be caught up by our relatives below, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Let's take a look at what's available tonight." Zhu Zuan was too lazy to pay attention to these things and looked at the auction office below. "Have you found your good brother?" Zhu Zuan suddenly asked. Davis narrowed his eyes. "Daimyo Bei, I have found him, but my father and the others did not ask me to go find him, but they are waiting for a decisive battle in the future. He is just a loser. It is impossible to defeat me. The Star Luo Empire is destined to is ours. How's the situation over there?" he asked. Zhu Zuan's eyes flashed with a faint light, and he said indifferently, "I will only have my own arrangements, and this place can only belong to me." Davis smiled with satisfaction. Now their soul power cultivation levels are all at the soul master level, but the rest of the younger brothers and sisters are far from reaching this level. Within the auction, as expected, Feng Shan Wuhan, the leader of Fengjian sect, came, but this time he was the only one who came. As soon as he arrived here, he went directly to find the person in charge of Wuhan Palace and contacted the distinguished guest. In the room lay Huang Wei, who was a salty fish. "I've met the Holy Son. Feng Shan Wuhan said respectfully. He was convinced by the power of the Holy Sun. Master Feng, there is no need to be polite. We will all be our own people from now on. Huang Wei said with a smile. The person in charge said, Holy Sun, my subordinates did not disappoint you. They have found traces of the Yu clan and the Pio clan. They went looking for each other as soon as they appeared. They are now in the same room. Well, I understand. Keep watching. After the auction ends tonight, there will be another good show. Huang Wei's voice was calm. I understand. The person in charge nodded and immediately retreated. Chapter 125. Feng Shan Wuhan, who was on the side, thought to himself, it seems that the Holy Sun is going to attack the 4 single attribute clans. Soon the auction below will begin. As a beautiful and sexy woman brought a red plate, the atmosphere of the whole place was heightened. There is a red cloth covering the plate. White jade hands opened it. The next second I saw a red book lying on it. This is a self-created soul skill experience excavated from ancient ruins. It was left behind by an ancient power. According to the professional analysis of our experts, the person who wrote this experience is at least a contrap. As soon as the woman's words came out, the whole place immediately became excited. Experiencing creating your own soul skills. This is a very precious treasure for them. No matter how many people want to create their own soul skills, they are unable to do so. Ordinary people only have a fixed number of soul skills given by soul rings. If you can possess self-created soul skills, you will have greater confidence in victory in battle. So they were all excited. I didn't expect that the first item would be such a hot auction item. Even Huang Wei in the room was interested. Instead, he was interested in the ancient ruins and ancient powers he mentioned. Unexpectedly, Douluo continent would also do this. I just don't know what kind of self-created soul skills are recorded in the experience. Take the photo. I want to see it. Huang Wei ordered the Jade Pomelu. Chapter 159. Auction bidding soon. The first item of the auction officially began. The woman's voice rang out with a sweet and pleasant melody. Contra's own soul skill experience. The starting price is 10,000 gold soul coins, and each increase in price must not be less than 1,000 gold soul coins. The bidding starts now. 11,000. Someone below raised a sign. Brother Shu, why don't we two work together to take a photo of this experience? Each of us contributes half, and then we can make a copy of it. How about it? The Dean of Shenfeng Academy found the Dean of Xianshu Academy. The two came at about the same time, and now they are actively cooperating directly. In addition to being the presidents of the two academies, the two are also the heads of the Shenfeng Mansion and Xianshu Mansion. The funds in hand are neither too much nor too little. After all, there are various expenses at the college and at home that cost a lot of money. But if the two of them work together, there might be a chance to capture this experience. Even if we work together, it will be difficult. Dean Xianshu shook his head. Look at other places. The first item in the auction is so precious and a blockbuster. No wonder no auction information has been released. The remaining auctions on weekdays can be viewed in advance. If they want it, then those in the royal family above want it even more. Langsing City, the two of them happened to rush over after hearing the news. With the strength of the two of them alone, it is absolutely impossible to fight against the local royal family here. The current price has been 100,000 gold soul coins. The bidder was none other than someone from the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. That's all. Just improvise. Not only are there other locations here, but they also have the same ideas as them. But it's a pity that this is the opponent's territory after all. And if the Star Luo Empire sees you unhappy and wants to mess with you, no one can say anything. Unless there are titled Douluo in the sect. Even if there are soul Douluo, they will definitely not be as numerous as the Star Luo Empire. In addition, the other side also has a large army. There is absolutely no way it could be his opponents. Everyone is very knowledgeable. Now that the royal family has intervened, they will not continue to increase prices. The heads of the Yu clan and the Pio clan stopped shouting. This is just the first item. It is better to save the money to auction the subsequent items. And although their family owns a business, they are also poor. They really couldn't bear to spend 100,000 gold soul coins like this. This is a Families' food purchase expenses for 1 or even 2 years. People depend on food. So the most important thing for them is to come and watch the excitement. However, others are afraid of the Star Luo Empire royal family, but Wuhan Palace is not afraid. Just when the members of the Xingluo royal family were complacent about their status, in their eyes, this self-created soul skill was already within their grasp. Can't run away. After all, this is their territory. People from other external forces must also give face, and the forces stationed here must give face even more. Otherwise, I will kill those of you who dare to go against us. 200,000 gold soul coins. However, at this moment, a voice came from another place. Everyone was curious about who and what force dared to challenge the Xingluo royal family. Most of the people and forces in this auction are from the Star Luo Empire. As for the Xiandao Empire, only 2 deans from Xianshu College and Shenfeng College came. The disparity in power is really too great. Under everyone's gaze, there was a big gold tablet in front of the stage in that room. There are 3 big written characters on it. Wuhan Palace. This is what a status symbol represents. There are also signs outside the other VIP rooms, otherwise no one would recognize the bidder as a member of the royal family. VIP rooms at large auctions like this require reservations, and there are regulations for displaying signs. Marshal. Soul Hall. No wonder, it turns out that they are from Wuhan Palace, so naturally they are not afraid of the Star Luo Empire. At this moment, the whole place was excited, and everyone understood the truth. What a spirit hall. In the VIP room of the Xingluo royal family, Davis's face instantly darkened. In his opinion, this place is his territory. Why can a force from Wuhan Palace be on an equal footing with them? He still wants to suppress them, but as the eldest prince, he doesn't accept this tone. Zhu Zuan's cold voice sounded. The auction is for the highest bidder. This place is our territory. There is no need to be afraid of the Wuhan Palace. If you are overpowered by outsiders on your own territory, who will be convinced anyway? It's not a matter of breaking one's skin, so I just don't do anything and keep fighting until the end point, until the item exceeds its value. 250,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Davis became even more arrogant and raised the price again. Now there is a two-legged confrontation. It just seems like a crossover. But in fact it is also a kind of competition between the two sides. Whoever surrenders first means that the other party's appearance has been lost in a sense. And the people on this side of the auction, Huang Wei said, "How much do you think this book on self-created soul skills from ancient soul Douluo is worth?" He looked at a Wuhandian personnel who was also in the room. They were responsible for connecting with the personnel in these places. There is a name that fits them well, called purchasing. The man stepped forward with a respectful look on his face and replied, reporting to the Holy Sun, "If it is really the self-created soul skill experience of ancient soul Douluo, we may not be able to really learn what it contains after buying it, and we may not be able to see it. Understand, everything is unknown. Rule out these possibilities, then. The maximum price of this book is 55 gold soul coins. If it can be learned for sure, the value can exceed 1 million gold soul coins." Hearing this, Huang Wei also nodded secretly. He opened his mouth and said, "That's what I said, but now the fight has been fought. It's okay that the opponent is not the Star Luo Empire, but it is them, so we must fight to the end. I, the Holy Sun, must maintain the appearance of the Spirit Hall. Increase it to 300,000 gold soul coins." Huang Wei said. Yes. The man did so. Immediately, the audience heard 300,000 voices. Martial Soul Hall is cruel enough. Davis clenched his fists. Just like Huang Wei, he also asked his buyers. He also came up with the price range of this experience. If it was too high, he would not continue to shoot it. Davis said to an elder on the side, "Add another 100,000 yuan. If the other party still wants it, we will not add it. Let people go back to prepare funds immediately. It is still unknown how many more items will be auctioned later. It's the Holy Sun." The elder nodded. Then get in touch quickly. So I directly added 100,000 gold coins. The whole place was boiling again. The price of the first auction item has reached 400,000 gold soul coins, which has never happened before. Does the Holy Sun want to add more? Milu asked. It's also heartbreaking. This amount of money is enough for them to live for many years, or even a lifetime. Huang Wei shook his head. Ja, you can't lose face. How much? Milu asked. Huang Wei looked at the box on the side and said, stud. No, add 1,000. Damn, I almost thought I was a gambling saint. Chapter 160 Purple Blade Snake Pill 400 and 1,000 and 1,000. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.